So I guess being disappointed by like one gender wasn't enough for me. I would like double my money. So it's great. I actually, to be honest with you guys, I had a show last night, and so I was really focused on this group. That's all I have. Yeah.
Right.
Sorry, I was thinking so
you could have just said that's all you have, but you also mentioned that you had a show last night that was more important to you than our show. But I'll tell you,
I had to do 8 minutes. So I had to
really stretch me.
focus on it.
Hell yeah, you did.
Yeah. But luckily, thanks to this, I have like almost 20 minutes. Not really. I think I have a good 13 minutes we can do this.
Holy shit. That's exciting. Hey, I like that 40 seconds a lot. And I would say that that's probably my favorite of everything. And it's so much fun to see growth. Like you stayed in one topic, and it's an interesting take. It's pretty true, right?
It's unfortunately true.
Right. And I like how you played off of their response and the way that you did that. I mean, for 18 weeks or whatever you're at, that's pretty cool that you're just naturally playing around and just feeding off of that. And since you've been sort of just doing this as a regular thing where it at least appears that it's mostly about material, even though it's not. And the fact that you could bounce off of some people, obviously somebody back there, and that happens in real shows. No matter where you go, there's almost always some comedian in the back of the room that's ready to try to be funny off of something like, yeah, she's a bisexual, so you can almost count on that.
I kind of, what's really funny, and I think I learned this from something you had said to someone else, it's just to kind of have those things prepared depending on people's reactions. Like if you get like a positive, if you're expecting the possibility of a positive or negative reaction, having something to come back on that naturally already in your head, so you're kind of prepared for that. So, and I know, even though I have been like super preparing for the other show, I have been, you guys, hello.
Well, what's wrong?
Yes.
What are you doing? Why would you were in a thought? Yeah, why would you not prepare as much for this 1 minute as you would for the other show?
Well, that's why that was a bit short. I had prepared that for this week, like I've been doing that this whole past week. But I really needed to I do like between like 6 to 10 open mics a week. And this past week I've just kind of been like running through the stuff that I've done, because I'm constantly in a cycle of preparing for this. So I don't really get to like perfect and like chisel stuff that I don't have. So that's kind of
constant working.
Yeah.
It's very perfect.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I actually like the first really good set that I did here was about E3. I'm like a gamer. And that whole set now has just become great because it started here. Like Tony and Sarah Tiana kind of helped me with the tag, and a lot of people tweeted me or other commenting ideas. That's just evolved into something that's really, it's almost like 4.5, 5 minutes on just that one thing, and it came from doing this, so.
Maybe there's something funny in that since you're trying to attract both boys and girls, like maybe there's almost a joke about your haircut.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Yeah. But I couldn't word it. I don't know. This side is kind of like a lesbian, so
right.
This side is kind of like.
And the front's sort of like a boy. So you have like two lesbians.
I've got the Justin Bieber swoop for the guys and girls right in the middle.
Your pussy's full of balls. Wow, there you go. There you go. Classic Brian Redband. Oh, right there. Just when you think Redband's just playing it cool, he's got a gun filled with bullets in the chamber. Those bullets go by the name of balls, asshole, vagina, penis. Yeah, that's Sarah Mostajabi. Another great week of work. We're so happy. She's working hard. Shout out to her at Sarah Dresses on Twitter. And as always, at Kimberly Congdon, who will be with us back before Friday's appearance at the LA Podfest following WTF with Mark Maron and Dana Gold's podcast. That's Friday night. We're going to be talking with some comedians tonight. If any young comics are still in the room, we're going to be finishing up our booking of that this evening right now after this. So if you're interested, come check in with us. Our roster's just about full, but we might try to figure something out. Guys, what's going on? What do you want to promote? Adam Ray Comedy on Twitter.
Adam Ray Comedy on Twitter. Our podcast with Brad Williams, the picture there, which we also have tonight. So do a podcast called About Last Night. So we started About Last Night podcast. I'm on my doing it, so I'm excited to have you guys on. I'm at Owen Smith for real on Twitter. For real on Twitter. Chicago, downtown. This Thursday, Saturday, doing 6 shows. And what else is my my YouTube channel? I put my hour specials up that I shot in 2007. So everybody go watch it, like it and subscribe to the channel. It's Owen Smith TV. So check me out for now.
You guys are so fucking funny. Thank you so much for doing this for me. Tired Patriot, as always. He's at Comic Patriot on Twitter. Tony Hinchcliffe.
And me and Tony will be at we're announcing that we're having a Halloween show in San Diego at the American Comedy Co. Go to AmericanComedyCo.com or that's.tv for all our Twitters.
Thank you so much. See you next week.
The Rebbe is not saying you shouldn't feel accomplished, but the Rebbe is saying is you shouldn't feel finished. You see, what the Rebbe is describing over here is Shehushi Minamshu Shekvar Asa. Shekvar Asa Ba'avodas Hashem. The Rebbe is describing over here a person who says, I made it. I made it. I've now reached the level. And I'm good. The moment that a person feels, that's why his lashon is past tense. Adam Hoshe Benafsho Shekvar Asa Behisik Harbe Me'avodas Hashem. When a person feels, I've done it. I did it. Give me a shkoyach. I did it. I've accomplished. That the Rebbe says, unfortunately, is a manifestation of arrogance. So should a person take pride in his spiritual accomplishments? Absolutely, to some degree, yes. And I should take pride in those accomplishments. But I should recognize there was a purely anomaly of spirituality is I can have a host of spiritual accomplishments, but remember, at the end of the day, just because you accomplish something today does not mean it's yours tomorrow. Right? Spirituality is a daily struggle. It's a daily battle. And I might have won the last 5 days, and it's still possible that I'll lose the next 17 days. That's the way that belief works. And what the Rebbe is describing over here is a person who's never allowed to say, I've made it. I've arrived. It's locked in. I'm good. I got this. A person should rejoice in the day of his life. That those people guess what? Bag and get that. Rather, a person again goes to the accomplishment, but recognize that I have not arrived. I have not arrived. I haven't waited. I
Here we are. Holy moly, how exciting. You're in the LA podcast right now. We're in the penthouse of Fancy's Hotel. Holy moly. This excitement, I've never heard of it before. Because everybody watching the daily notion. I would say make some noise, but we wouldn't hear you guys. You're in bedrooms, right?
Brought my dog. I got this is a dog friendly hotel, so you can pay this.
This is one more thing. A person should feel an incredible sense of accomplishment and content. Having finished tomorrow. Hopefully you do. But I know the greater feeling you have is, my God, I so just too. Right? All this effort, all this brain power, this whole hour went into this down, went into this block, so much more. We didn't get this, and it's like the iceberg. This is the iceberg. So I feel a little bit of accomplishment. There's a block tomorrow locks game. But I also feel beautifully overwhelmed by what there is to do. So what's about this time over every day? We'll pick up the Grand Hashem with this tomorrow. But an incredible you celebrate the accomplishments that have been done, but don't allow those accomplishments to make you feel like you've arrived, like you've locked in some elevated state. Because that's the moment that you feel like that is the moment that guidance sets in, and the moment that guy was sent, the guy got really precludes any future account. It's never such a say it's tomorrow. Said they work hard. I got if a person says, I didn't put in effort, but I was successful, also don't look at that. But there's no such thing as success without effort. I had attention to what success must be. Yagati Masasi. When a person says, I put in effort and I found success. Tan, Leishu, Yagati Masasi Tan. So the Gemara says, for one second, Hani of Nico Shin Pei Gimel Pei Tzadik Tes. I said to Gemara, Hani Gimel, and you may quote it. Other than that, this is true matter of spirituality. Aval Mubaso, when it comes to business, Siato, incredible. When it comes to business, this whole model is not true. Right? In other words, the model of Yagati Masas. I put in effort, and therefore I was successful. That's the spirituality. So no spirituality, the person says, I didn't put in effort, but I was successful. Or I put in effort, but I wasn't successful. Don't believe them. But if a person says, Yagati Masas, I put in effort, and I was successful, that's says tomorrow to believe them. That's only in spirituality. Business, people are successful all of the time without effort. As a person, people are not successful. You go back to right to the law, take your son, yes, try it. You want to get when it comes to Torah, whatever you bring in here, you understand. In order to understand something, follow the law. I put in effort, I understand. I didn't put in effort, I didn't understand. Effort to do that. Things, that's the Atishma. Right? So once you remember what you're talking about, that's the Atishma. Rashi will take care of us. Shtaka, that's the Atishma. Yesh, Yadav, Ve'ikabot. So everyone will say, sit down, watch this, back up, just for a moment. We'll have to see what we're going to do this time. So, Akat, Shama, Akat, Mikira, Shikra, Allah, Lo Yadav, Matzos, Altan, I think that's what that just said. That just said that just think of the word Yashus. Something like this. Successful. Absolutely. No effort. So to build something like this. Sometimes a person can reach very high levels, even though they keep practicing. Like said, I know what you're going to say. What about the Gemara Masach? Gemara said, Shiyoma HaTa'ala, Lo Yagata Matzah Al-Tan. Same thing. It says in the Yisrael, you're going to say what I'm saying. That says, that if a person says that you're doing effort, and I was successful, don't believe them. And that's the case how we can argue that a person is reaching high levels of spirituality without any type of effort. Ma'asira, Harimasara, Sekimara Shan, Kihani, and Baraba, Raki, Make yourself this perfect for should be that's very Lev said the Gemara itself doesn't answer this question. The Gemara says when he speaks about Yagati Matzah, effort. That refers also to understand this. You're only going to understand something in order to understand Torah by myself. But retention, that's a plus benchmark. That's a step. That's a plus benchmark. So we'll say, so what is because that it's even in the realm of spirituality. There are things that can occur without effort. So therefore, again, since you are saying this feeling that you know that we said, you are actually backs it up. Now, while it's true, from understanding Torah, if you don't put in effort, you're not going to understand the retention, the memory. That's the that's a plus benchmark. So see that even in the realm of spirituality, there are certain things that you can occur even how you act. Even without them. So it's also something for today. But tomorrow, we'll actually do something. Okay, whatever that said. So specifically, again, we saw beginning of this how to deal past.
Not Dr. Miami being the boss from hell. Santina, who used to be his social media manager, is finally explaining why she left, and she says it came down to being underpaid, disrespected, and eventually pushed too far. She says when she started, she was making about $25 an hour, splitting her time between admin work and social media. But once the TikTok took off, her role became almost entirely content. The results were major. She helped grow the account from about 1.1 million followers to over 3 million and quintupled the engagement. But despite that her pay stayed low, her raise requests were denied, and even when her schedule changed and she was able to work less days, she was still expected to produce the same amount of content without full-time benefits, like health insurance, which is crazy because she worked for a doctor. She also says the job kept expanding. It wasn't just TikTok anymore. It became YouTube, Snapchat, brand deals, even helping other doctors with content, but she was not receiving any extra compensation for that. Then there's the work environment. Santina describes Dr. Miami as someone very focused on attention and money and says there were multiple moments where boundaries were crossed. Dr. Miami allegedly kept poking fun at her arms, suggesting that she get arm liposuction, which she did because it became an insecurity, and says she was later expected to travel and work while still in pain from that procedure. She also says management, especially Rosie, blurred the lines between boss and brand, which made it harder for Santina to stand up for herself. One turning point came when Santina says she found a way to make extra money out of her own by posting her own TikToks, but when Dr. Miami wanted that content for his own page too, she says it became clear even small boundaries weren't being respected. The final breaking point came in March 2023. She says comments about a doctor in Gaza started plaguing the page, and while she would have left them up, she claims Dr. Miami was deleting and blocking them while she was asleep. The nerve. She says she came into work furious, and after an argument, she walked out. Later, when she returned briefly for a brand deal, she says Dr. Miami acted confused about why she was quitting and even asked if she wanted to film a goodbye TikTok. No! She obviously didn't want to do that. For her, that moment summed everything up because even in
show as a result of this. By changing the name, the person becomes someone. Right? By changing the name, now Panu Kadosh was followed by a new individual, and therefore any previous zera, any previous decree was not applied, was not involved upon that individual. So therefore, the other time we find Shin and Shin. So again, by a chola, if there is a decree against a certain person, hopefully by changing the name, we go ahead and change the decree as well. Or previous decree Hashem. The Rambam in Hilchos Tshuva. Right? The Rambam says in the second chapter of Hilchos Tshuva, this would be also, yes, it's actually a footnote, Shin Stamit Chol. Rei Rambam Tshuva, bless you. Eric Beis Halacha Dalit, bless you. Second chapter, fourth Halacha. Midarkei Tshuva Lios Hashan Shane Shmo. One of the things that a person does in the process of Tshuva is a person changes. Lomar, Ani Acher Ve'eni Umsa Ish Sha'asa Umsa Anas. When it comes to Tshuva, I change my name. And what do I say? I'm a different person. I am not the same person who has committed two examples of name changes. One in a case where a person is ill, and one in a case where a person is doing Tshuva. In both cases, the feeling is the same. A person is constantly showing ill, that means it's a zero, there's a decree against that person. Like when you're changing the name, it's a decree, the zero shouldn't apply to this person. Tshuva, I did something, I now want to become someone different, I changed my name. So of course, the name change represents the change of identity. Let's say, there's a person run after cover. Right? When does a person run after friends? Right? When does a person run after cover? The truth is, when a person is currently insecure, and a person doesn't feel good about who and what's there. You see, if I'm well adjusted, and I'm really happy with me, first of all, in general, number one, I don't need others to agree with me, which is incredibly important. So people who try to voice their opinions on others often are insecure. And I'm not insecure, I need others to build me up. And the others to build me up. I'm not comfortable in my own skin. I'm not comfortable with who I am. So I need others' approval. I need others covered in order to see and secure who I am. So the Rebbe says something amazing. Person struggles with covet. Person struggles ultimately going to type of exact covet. What do you have to do? Change your name. Readjust your identity. Figure out who you are. Figure out how to be comfortable within your own persona. Now, sometimes that means I have to become someone different. Because at the end of the day, sometimes the reason why I'm insecure is because I don't sit down with our profound personality. Deep down, there are things which are really significantly broken. So sometimes just being the person who I am, and it's not the person I really want to be. There are times where I need to affect some dramatic changes in my life in order to be a productive and or to be a happy human being. The Rebbe says the desire for comfort comes from insecurity. The desire for comfort comes from the knowledge that I am not content with who I am. So instead of spending my life running after the comfort, says the Rebbe, Shinoi Hashem, make the adjustments, make the tweaks to your own identity. Figure out what is broken. Figure out what is in a state of disrepair. Change it, modify it, do whatever you need to do to ultimately find a sense of confidence, to find a sense of happiness, to find a sense of fulfillment in who and what you are. Right, we'll stop over here for today. So we officially closed out. Oh, stay out of again. You look on your Zora and see those when someone does get in the topic of covet, does get into this idea of taking the covet from someone else, which again you'll see it's just another example of what we're learning. But I think what we're doing is what comes from is just discussing covet in the most global sense and its approach to doing it. So, So it's like good morning and let us just take it and make sure that it's on. But also, when we can't get the full on, so 10 minutes, just cover it. So remember again, we left off last time in O's pay. And in O's pay, whenever was talking about the concept, how one remedies the accounts. So now on Tzaddik Gimel, whatever transitions, talks about how Tikkun Taifa. What is the
We
Tikkun?
could have an island with one chicken should have been mixed up. It's been yeah, before.
Desire. Now, of course, then over here referring to inappropriate desires. How does one go ahead and fix time $1,000,000 budget that one will look throughout our entire lives? How do you fix typo? Go say, "Come on, whoever wants 2 lines, 2 lines, fix typo." So whoever says this says, "Shilei myself." The way to go ahead and fix typo is to change your actions.
We could have an island with one chicken should have been mixed up. It's been on the spot. So.
We need something now. When a person ultimately again has the opportunity to sin but doesn't do so, through this, any earlier indiscretions are fixed.
Fruit should have been on the edge.
So if you take a look at the Gloria Hasidus, on the bottom left-hand column,
Shema Yisrael Adonai Elohim Adonai Fruit should have been Shema Yisrael Adonai Elohim Adonai Fruit should have been
I felt faith in my desires in this or that. The Rebbe says there's sometimes life is a general issue with lust. Sometimes I'm just lusting after all the wrong things. He said that's a midah, there's a midah of taiva. I am a desirous individual and have an inability to abstain. That's the problem. That's the midah. So it may manifest itself in a variety of different ways. But the midah itself is the midah of time, is the midah of desire, and my challenge is an inability to practice restraint. So how do I go ahead and fix that midah? So the Rebbe says, like Gloria Hasidus, bottom column, left hand side of Tzaddik Gimel. He says, very dramatic. Okay, so the Rebbe says as follows. He says, "I dishime ma'isa dahainu sheyochiach b'ma'isa shelo yoshev o bi'olam la'asos averusut." This is incredible. How do you fix taiva? This is incredible. Through abstinence, by being faced with an opportunity, but holding back. So I can be about taiva. I can go ahead and exercise my desire, but I'm actively choosing to abstain. דהיינו, שיוגיע למעשה שלו יושב ובלעולו, לעשות אבינסות. So I said, this blew me away. So the Rebbe says, how do you combat taiva? Combat taiva by practicing abstinence. That's it. The only way to break a midah, God says how? To break the midah. You know, this harkens back to the Rambam. Right? They've mentioned this so many times throughout the years. The Rambam writes a book on chaos. Right? If a person has a problem with their pencil, a person has a problem with kas. So the Rambam says, how do you address the midah of kas? Terrible temper, what do? Stop getting angry. Really get like shkoya. I could have been the Rambam, right? I could have come up with that one. And I was saying, but it's such a profound idea. Sometimes the only way, we're always looking those kind of the same way of spirituality, like schools. Everybody wants a school of this. Like the school of this, the school of that. Sometimes it's not about schools. Sometimes it's about just doing the right thing. So we're always looking for strategies or for ideas. How do I overcome the strength? How do I change? How do I this? And sometimes it's just about stop it. There's something I'm doing wrong. there's something inappropriate that I'm engaged in, sometimes it's not about a strategy. Sometimes it's just about stopping the negative behavior. So the Rambam says, if I am a Baal Taiva, if this is the way I live, is that I satisfy every want, I satisfy every desire, which is indicative, says the Rebbe, of the general sense of life restraint. The only way to fix that is to exercise restraint. Let's say, the Rebbe writes that it sounds so simple. It sounds so simple. Of course, it's not so simple. But Rabbi said it is so simple. Sometimes the answers to our problems are actually pretty straight out. If I have difficulty exercising restraint, the only way to address that is to begin to exercise restraint. And the Rebbe says, all you really need to do, this is incredible, all I need to do is do it once. Just do it once. Because ultimately, again, once I find that courage to exercise restraint once, I show myself that I have the ability to do it. Now, again, does that mean I'm going to be perfect? Of course not. But once I show myself that I have the ability to do it, there is what to build upon. The Rebbe says, Kiko, Shabbat Bar Adera, Kizun Yodo, Umana as Atzmobila Asosa People, all because we'll say, the way life happens. If a person is about typo, it is only a matter of time until that typo manifests itself again. Right? Only a matter of time until that opportunity, that desire is opportunity manifests itself again. He says, what's going to happen? One is Atzmobila Asosa, and if I choose this time to exercise restraint, and as a result, I don't fall prey to my typo, וזה נסקן גם העוול הקודם שהזכרנו עליו הטייבה ובנשמה לא הצליחה לתפשה. So I want to say, the Rebbe says that when I exercise restraint, and therefore don't commit this particular Avera again, not only have I saved myself from Avera, but I also have the opportunity to what? To go ahead and atone for the previous indiscretions of the past. We'll say, just point out over here, if this sounds familiar, it's because footnote Shin Sam Bid and Shin Sam Gimel, so it points out over here that this is really reflective of the Gemara Samsuna. The Gemara says, what is a Baal Tshuva Kimura? Right? When do you become an absolute Baal Tshuva? The Gemara says, when you come face to face with the same circumstances that you had in the past. But in the past, I sinned. In the past, I gave into my desires and passions. And now, I find the cooperative stance up to them. That's called the Baal Tshuva Kimura. That's complete Tshuva. So that's really what the Rabbi is describing over here. It was framing it as I think all of us encounter kindness in different areas of life. And we all have those desires. And the truth is, often we find it difficult to exercise restraint. For some people, again, it's often it changes as we get older and in different stages of life. But we all have those kindness that we struggle with. That is the only way in Haifa, the issue of Haifa is I have an ability to exhibit restraint. And the Rebbe says so beautifully, the only way to address that is to become the kind of individual who are capable of exercising restraint. It sounds so simple. It says that all I need to do is do it once. Ultimately, again, showing myself that I possess that capability, showing myself that I possess that particular class, and ultimately one is able to battle type. Right, well, so we'll stop over here today. We'll pick up and go. I'm going to try to finish up okay. There's one more piece I want to say. So far we've done Kas, so far we've done Taifa, and now interestingly enough, the last piece we'll discuss today is covet. Those who desire covet, constantly desire honor, how we ultimately address that, and Meretz Hashem Yavarish. Go ahead. I'll say good. What is good? Looking up today in Simchas Hatzati course, we began this particular course yesterday. Rebbe Zayah, that Tikkun Kas, way to rectify Midah, Kas, or anger, is Shinui Lakim, change one's place. Change one's place. And the way the Rebbe really arrived at this idea was the concept that the person who commits an act of murder is sent to Golos, is sent to a difficult city of refuge. The Rebbe says that at the core of transgression of tzidkon is chaos, is anger. So thinking about which goes inside the aleph, the right hand column, right by the bracket. V'hayom harotzeach over the earth becomes the Yosha. What would happen when a person would accidentally kill another individual? They would be exiled to their own city of refuge. Below not the God Baaret, Yoma. Now that's very interesting. Now, sometimes these movies bring together a number of different things. Because remember, again, the first act of murder was Cain against Hannah. Now remember, Cain was sent as a wanderer. Not Yabar. That was his punishment. He was to wander the earth for the rest of his life. So the Rebbe says that when a person killed Shogun, a person was accidentally, his sentence is not his Nabinah. His sentence is not to wander. But rather, his sentence is to go to a particular place for exile to urban ones. The Tama Namar, what's the reason? What's the logic for the urban one? Why is it saying that Allah of the accidental murder is to go ahead and go to Golos to the urban one, to the city of refuge? It's beautiful. إلى أنس يشكي بكدوشة as Midas Ahad Mitzvah, shaking Ish Bikdusha. So that just says that there is a sense of Ahad Mitzvah. It's actually how Yaakov was referred to as Ahad Mitzvah. What is it? This Rebbe refers to the Ish Bikdusha. There's a concept of the fire of holiness. La Hayis Ba Yetzer Tov Al Yetzer Hara. So okay, the Rebbe is quoting from the Gemara Second Row. Actually, I was quoting the next one is made now, and then he speaks about a topic after the occasion. The Gemara Second Row has a hint needs to get angry. So a person should fire up the Yetzer HaTov against the Yetzer Hara. That's the Lashon of Yahweh. Create a sense of anger. Somebody says, what do you see here? You see in here that, and he calls this issue of the middle of that anger has a constructive side as well. And there's a concept ultimately again of firing up Yetzer HaTov against Yetzer Hara. He says, Kukuros Kidushos Udar Ha'esh the Yetzer Hara. The goal is to ignite the fire of Tov against Ra. That's the goal in life. So don't say, we've actually spoken about this concept in the Psalms before. The idea being that sometimes the most powerful antidotes to the Yetzer Hara is a fiery passion for Tov. This goes to a general thought of Hasidus that the most dangerous thing for a Jew is not the commission of sin. Everyone sins. The most dangerous thing for a Jew is kind of like just blah in life. And it's just like, you're kind of very chill, nothing, not a non-excitable person. Nothing really gets you going.
So did you get a copy of pro se representation from you? Yes, I did, Your Honor. Can I just review that? Yes. You signed it and stuff? No, I did not. No, do you have it with you? No, I'm not going to sign it. I'm here. If I may speak, Your Honor. I'm here in persona, being persona, especially not generally. I do not submit to the jurisdiction of the court as a defendant. Okay, are y'all ready? That's all you need to say. If you're not going to submit to the jurisdiction of the court, you cannot represent yourself per se. Well, the defenders first represent you. No, I cannot. I am sorry, sir. All you're saying is that you don't submit yourself to the jurisdiction of the court. That tells is that you're not capable of representing yourself because you represent yourself in this group, you become the same level as an attorney. Okay? Because you are going to subject yourself to the jurisdiction of the court. You cannot prove that status. You understand?
Because anger represents there's a fire burning inside of you. Just anger is the wrongful application of that passion. See, the Rebbe calls that this is what it means. Because I'll say the Olam Yari is so interesting. Because the Chazal said you really should go ahead and do more good than bad. That's not what Chazal said. They say that you should fire up. Olam Yari is Adam Yitzer Tov Al Yitzer Up. Fire up your Yitzer Tov Al Yitzer Up. Meaning that many of us possess this what he calls Yuras Pahad Yitzchak. This ish, this fire, this anger. Chazal is telling us, channel it. Channel it. You don't have to get rid of your anger. You don't really have to get rid of anything in life. You just have to go ahead and channel it in the right way. So that is something that we can Mashal Chazal. So we'll say what Chazal said. Where do they say? Taitzer me'amar d'rasa. That when a Talmud Chacham gets angry, then Talmud Chacham, so here, Shamal Rogan, a young Talmud Chacham gets angry, what causes the anger inside of him? What causes the anger? Ultimately, again, the Torah inside of us. Where does this Gemara happen to appear? They go out, yes. Kindness, daf, dalit. Today's daf. Right? It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Literally, it's going to be 5 lines in daf to daf. Right? So what do Chazal say? Chazal is saying that where there is good, there's often fire and passion. The challenge ultimately in life is not to allow the passion to go alive and become anger. And to become anger. So he goes on, he says, remember, we're assuming that the act of ritzicha, the act of bloodshed, even though again we're talking about here an accidental act of bloodshed, when something says taking life in any form is a manifestation of kas. That's the theory he's working with. Right? Even though again, we're talking for Golas purposes, it's talking about a very specific case of an accident. But something says in its essence. So the act of ritzicha is a manifestation of kas, of anger. So what's the punishment? Right? What's the punishment for the person who kills another person? What's the punishment? Golas. Now we'll say, what's the point of golas? So yesterday we spoke about the idea that golas itself is a reorientation. Right? So we need to look at the world differently. But it's something that is step further. The goal of golas is anger management. Right? Is to go ahead and go somewhere new. And let's remember again, where did you go for your blood? Which cities are in your blood? Cities of the Levium. Right? Remember again, who are the tribes who demonstrated the most of the Kas? Shimon and Levi. Right? Next week's Parsha. Right? Shimon and Levi go in and wipe out an entire city.
What's up, sluts?
Interestingly enough, what does
It
Levi
is
become?
30th of Nissan 5786, Friday, April 17th.
So what does Shimon and Levi represent? Anger management.
No one really knows for sure. Elu Bey, Elu Divrei, Elokim Chaim, but this is the Nazar we live by.
Into something powerfully constructive. The same Shimon that wiped out an entire
3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve, Chava, 3631, 130, Seth, son of Adam, was born, 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth, was born, 34 at 36, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh, was born.
What did you do? You put the entire family in mortal danger. And remember again, what did Shimon Levi respond? Our sister should be treated like a harlot.
Sugar Dada, not in it, Sugar Dada, most stuff it's about it.
You're talking back to your father. You're talking back to your father. That passion was there. That anger was there. But Yaakov was saying you're using it in the wrong way. Channel it.
Again, Blessed are you, Son of God, King of the universe, who has sanctified us with his commandments and commanded us concerning the coming of the Omer. Today is 16 days, which is 2 weeks and 2 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Salah. Salah.
Passion into something constructive. And where do you go? Here in Miklat, cities of Believe, because they mastered this ability to
I'm Dr. Justin Sudge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you have the chance to take a look at the episode on Merkava, or Hechalot mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at those mysticisms just briefly, because in some ways they're going to link us to the topic we're going to be dealing with this evening, and that is the topic of Jewish magic. As you may remember, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism produced a novel religious way of being, but proto-rabbinic circles, the early rabbis, did not like apocalyptic Judaism for lots of reasons, one of which is that it seemed to encourage a kind of bellicose, warlike behavior, and it seemed to commit people to a kind of determinism. And determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to be better. It just says, accept your fate and go on with it. It's all part of the divine plan. Well, the early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently than we're living. We can choose a different world. And that emphasis on choice and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from, although not completely away from, many of the central tenets of apocalyptic Judaism. Now, what does emerge in the world of apocalyptic Judaism is a new kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis.
Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush or paint with a broad brush and say, yes, all of Merkaba and Shiokoma mysticisms were popular among the rabbinical elite. That's definitely not true. If you know anything about rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. So there's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing these forms of mysticism. And just to parse those out a bit, as to maybe jog your memory, the Hekalo or Merkaba literature or mysticism is a form of mysticism in which the mystic descends into the divine palaces, and they have to bypass all kinds of angelic guardians, and they have to give them passcodes, and they have to give them secret handshakes and Dakota rings, and not really Dakota rings, but all this kind of weird stuff. And by doing that, they eventually descend through the various palaces of God and ultimately arrive with what we would now call a beatific vision, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God. In some of this literature, they're allowed to sit upon the throne of God, which I always imagine, like, when you're a little kid, you would sit in the big kid chair, and you would sit in, like, the big people table chair, and you would be, like, real small, sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagine that's what it's like to sit in the throne of God. It's, like, a really worn out, like, 3D recliner that's super comfortable that your, like, granddad sat in for 50 years. That's what I imagine to be the throne of God. So you can sit in the throne of God, and sometimes you can be transformed into an angel. Why you want to do that, I don't know, but you could, right? And Enoch, of course, is a quintessential version of someone who, according to one of the books of Enoch, is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you could do the nerd option, and the nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring it, right? And you measure it in this parasong Persian unit, 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of God's body. Left eyebrow, right eyebrow, right ear, and all these things. And you're allowed to measure the parts of the divine body. And these numbers may have been something like a meditative technique, although we really don't know. It's a very bizarre form of literature, a very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that Maimonides actually might be arguing against the Merkaba or Koma literature in the Guide Complex. That might be the target, at least, of some of his analysis in the Guide Complex. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, and I think Malcolm Kellner makes a really great case that it is, that means the greatest work in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response to a form of Jewish mysticism. Right? It's downstream of mysticism. It's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that can't be underestimated and underplayed. I think that's incredibly important if it's true. And I happen to believe that it's true, at least to some degree. The other form of literature that we talked about, or mysticism, is what is called the Sar Torah mysticism, Prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. We think these guys may have been in rabbinic circles, or maybe on the outside of rabbinic circles, not quite the inner core, but maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hung out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the Sar Torah, the Prince of the Torah. And this angel would teach them rabbinic lore, laws, and secrets very rapidly. I don't know, this is like the first thing that comes to you the day of the exam. There's a C student and asks if they can see your notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam, right? It's like, they're that guy. And so what do? They have to go before the rabbinical elites, and they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, oh, might as well summon an angel. And one can hope that the angel helped them with their rabbi test, or their calculus test, or their German test, or whatever test they had to take. I will say, however, that if I could just write a little art by summoning an angel, I would have done that. And so clearly I didn't. Just as a last thing to remind folks, dozens of these manuscripts survive. Dozens. Right? And history is a bad place. History is a dangerous place. It's a vicious place. Very little survived, right? When they write a book down on the pirates in Egypt, the odds of surviving anywhere outside of Egypt are pretty low. And so we have dozens of examples of these texts surviving, being transmitted into Europe, surviving in the Middle Ages, in the world of the Hashti Ashkenaz, for instance, the world of the German pietists, who we'll get to later. These manuscripts survived, which means at some level they were popular, they were copied, they were probably practiced. So we see them being used over and over again. We see elements of the Hekala literature appearing, for instance, in the Talmud. We also see elements of the Hekala literature appearing in the New Testament, which I don't have to remind you is a Jewish text written by Jewish people, right? So the New Testament also contains some mentions of Hekala literature, which is just to say that all of this is a witness to the popularity of these forms of mysticism and what we call quasi-magic. And I say quasi-magic because the Sar Torah literature is a kind of quasi-magic, right? It is a kind of quasi-magic. And when I say quasi-magic, you are in fact summoning a being, right? You're in fact summoning a being to magically teach you stuff rapidly, right? You can't learn things rapidly normally. You have to download them somehow, right? Almost like putting a jack in your head and downloading the information. The Sar Torah somehow has the ability to do that for you. So this is a bit of a recap that gets us up to speed. And the links for us, at least at some level, the distinction between Americanized mysticism, where you descend into the chariot, to the Sar Torah literature, in which you're bringing down an angel. And that bridges the gap for us at some level between mysticism and magic. And those two things are what we're going to move tonight. We're going to move in the direction of Jewish magic. For just 1 second, I'm getting a bunch of emails which tells me that there might be something amiss. So let me see, just check those real fast before we jump right in. I want to make sure that I'm not missing something in the wrong order or whatever. So 1 second, folks. Sorry again. No, okay, we're good. Great. I just want to hear like 5 emails go off all of a sudden randomly. It's better just to check and make sure I'm not in the wrong order or some other kind of mistake. Alright, let's turn to Jewish magic. Now, as you might imagine, magic and Jewish magic more specifically present a lot of complex problems, right? They present a lot of complex problems. The first problem is that the term magic, the concept of magic, is basically impossible to pin down. Scholars have been trying to pin down what exactly one means by magic for a couple of hundred years, maybe more than that. Really more than that. Because the problem with magic is, where does magic end and where does religion begin? Right? It seems like magic is causing things by supernatural means. Well, what about prayer? Right? That seems like a kind of supernatural causation, right? So, magic is always a term that's very difficult to pin down exactly what we mean by it. And just to give you some evidence of that, this is a recent volume called Defining Magic. Here, right? Defining Magic. It's about 260 pages, pretty dense academic literature of about 30 or 40 different scholars trying to do just that. And guess what? They don't. They all agree that you can. So scholars even today are throwing ink, trying to figure out what exactly magic is, and it's a difficult task. Now, what I'm going to say, right, is for the purposes of this lecture at least, I'm just going to need magic to mean any illicit supernatural practice, right? Any illicit supernatural practice. Now, why do I say illicit? Because magic in history has almost always been used as a way of othering someone else's practices. So, for instance, when the Greeks decided that they did religion, they othered the Persians. They said, the Magi, they do weird Persian religion, right? We do theurgy. We do real religion. But those Persians, they do magic, right? They are magic users. So, right, ditto, right, with the witches, right? When the Catholic Church did miracles, the Catholic Church said, yeah, we do miracles. Well, what do witches do? Well, they do magic. They do witchcraft. So you can see here, right, that the lines we draw about what's magic and what's not, what's a miracle and what's not, what's sorcery and what's legitimate religion, the line has less to do with what you're doing. It has more to do with who's in control and who gets to decide what's allowed and what's not. So magic, in this case, is almost always an othering term. It's almost always used to describe what the other does, the bad people, the women, the Persians, the Jews, whatever. So it's an othering term. So when I use it here, right, I want to be clear about two things. One, I'm using it in a very circumspect way. And two, I want to acknowledge that for many people now in the 20th and 21st century, magic is an important part of their spiritual life. Modern day Wicca, modern day people who identify as witches, modern day Druids, modern day Jewish people who practice magic as part of their spirituality is a fundamentally different kind of thing than what I'm talking about today. So I just want to say that what I'm doing here is putting magic in a very specific, circumspect way in order to elucidate how it's operated within Judaism over the course of several millennia. I am not offering a end-all, be-all definition of magic, because you can't. You can't. It's much more problematic than that. Secondly, Jewish magic is a mess because it seems like a contradiction in terms. Why? Well, if the authorities determine what's in and what's out, what's listed and what's illicit, well, the problem here is, what does the Torah say about these practices? Well, the Torah is really weird about this. Now, I know that you probably have in your mind the idea that the Torah condemns magic. And the answer to that is, kinda it does. It depends on what you mean by magic. So the most extensive condemnation that we see in the Torah of what we would now consider something like magic is actually probably in Deuteronomy 18. Now there are lots of other places in the Hebrew Bible where magic or something like magic is condemned. Their practices are really people that do certain kinds of things that are condemned. But you'll see here, right? I've left the technical terms in the original Hebrew transliterator here. So it reads in Deuteronomy 18, there won't be found among you one who passes his son and daughter through the fire. This is probably an indigenous Canaanite practice. A kosem of kosamim, a me'onin, a menachesh, a mechashef, and a chover of chever, and one who asks of an oath or a gidoni, and the one who seeks the dead, Dorish right? Now, what you see here, right, is I maintain all those Hebrew words in their transliterated form. Why? Because we don't know what any of them are, really. We don't know what any of them are, right? A me'onin might have to do with someone who divines things, tells the future through clouds, right? The Hebrew word anan does mean clouds. So maybe it's one who clouds stuff, right? But what they do, we have no idea. A mechashef, right? This might come from the word, for snake, right? Nachash, right? This might come from someone who divines things from snakes, but again, we don't know. A Baal and a Yedoni, again, we don't know. And not only do we not know, the rabbis of the earliest period of the Talmud didn't know either. Now, how do we know that? They debated about what these words meant. You don't debate about what words mean if everyone already knows what they mean. You debate about them when you don't know what they are. And so what we see, for instance, in Tractate Sanhedrin and the Babylonian Talmud, is a very elaborate debate about what's allowed and what's not. What's supernatural causation that's allowed, and what's supernatural causation which is forbidden. Now, of course, the most famous condemnation in the Hebrew Bible is found in the book of Exodus, and that line, I have to say, this line, Mechashefa lo techaye, that line cost the lives, I would say, of thousands, tens of thousands of people in the Middle Ages in the early modern period, specifically women. This famous line reads, Mechashefa lo techaye, female magic doing person, don't let them live. Right, that's literally, and of course you probably know it more famously in the King James Bible translation, suffer not the witch to live, right? That line led thousands, tens of thousands of women to their death in the early modern period during the witch hunts. We think that number is somewhere between 40 and 60,000 people, mostly women, were executed during the witch hunts. And that line justified. They lean heavily on that line, right? Because it's so brief and so terribly profound. Now, of course, we have this line, Mechashefa lo techaye. By the way, you'll notice for folks who understand some Hebrew, it's in the feminine form, right? It's specifically targeting women. We we do see other texts like Machashek, right, the masculine form over there in the book of Deuteronomy, right? Deuteronomy, you can see it there. So it does contain both female and male magic users, but the line in Exodus specifically targets women. So at any rate, what do we do with this Machashek right? That you can't let witches or female sorcerers or whatever live. Well, you can contrast it with other sections of the Hebrew Bible which seem perfectly at home with supernatural causation. The two most famous examples are divination. You're perfectly allowed to use divination in the Hebrew Bible. You just have to use a specific form of divination. This is to say the breastplate of the high priest has a device in it called the Urim and the Thummim, right? This is some kind of divination device, although exactly how it works, we don't know. There's a lot of speculation about this in the Talmud. I say it worked, I think that's what it really was. And of course, the other more infamous ritual is the Sotah ritual, in which a woman suspected of adultery, notice there's no male version of the Sotah ritual, there's no men suspected of adultery who endure this, in which a woman is forced to consume a broth made of sand, ash, and things, and drink this, and assuming that she's committed adultery, it would cause her stomach to become upset, and she would be executed. So the Sotah ritual, right, is also a form of supernatural causation to sort out whether or not a woman has committed adultery. These are both examples of supernatural causation that are allowed in the Hebrew Bible. In fact, there's an entire tractate of the Babylonian Talmud dedicated to the Sotah ritual. So it's clear that these forms of supernatural causation are illicit, while the other ones, right, being Onan or Menachesh, those are forbidden. So, what do these words mean? We don't know. We do, however, get some clues, right? One of the great boons of 20th century archaeology was that we figured out how to read Akkadian. Akkadian is the language of the ancient Babylonians. It's a distant cousin of Hebrew. And guess what we find there? We find cognates. And cognates are the jam of any linguist, right? Because if you can find a cognate in German and Old Gothic, right? If you don't know what the Gothic means, you might be able to figure out from the Middle High German what the Old Gothic word might mean. And it's just fantastic. This is a great thing. So, ditto, right? We find the Akkadian word, for instance, Kishbu, which does mean evil magic word. And look at that, right? Look fine, right, with the word Machashek, right? You can see, if you know some Hebrew, right? You can see the exact same root word, right? The ka, the sha, right? And the pu sound, of course, is unique to Akkadian. We can see there in Akkadian that we have a very clear word for sorcerer, magic doer. This is important, by the way, because if you read the Septuagint, of course, is the Greek translation of the Bible, Hebrew Bible into Greek. The Septuagint actually translates the word Machashek as poisoner, pharmakeia, right? It translates it as poisoner. So they kind of up-translate it to make it a bit more rational, but it's very clear from the original Hebrew that the word does, in fact, indicate a specifically female magic doer person. That's a really, really bad translation. But you can translate from the Akkadian word Kishbu. Now, does the Torah condemn all magic? As we've seen, kinda not. It depends on what you mean by magic. You may remember this is image here from one of our first lectures here on Jewish mysticism. This is the Kitab Hinnom amulet that was found in a grave in Jerusalem. Well, why might you put the priestly benediction in a grave? Well, you might put it in a grave for magical purposes, to protect the dead from things like evil spirits. Why? Because we see that kind of practice occurring all over the ancient Near East. Again, the Israelites are ancient Near Eastern people, and they mimic, they incorporate practices from the wider Near East. And so when you see an amulet written on silver with blessings on it, the natural lead is that this document is some kind of amulet to protect the dead, perhaps from evil spirits. Well, if that's true, I think there's good reason to believe that it is. That makes the earliest section of the Hebrew Bible ever recovered an amulet, and therefore a magical weapon. Just let that settle in for a moment. That would mean that the earliest example of the Hebrew Bible that's ever been recovered is a magical device. I think that's profound when thinking about the history of magic. That means magic predates, at least in terms of material culture, everything else we know about it. And I find that to be profoundly interesting, right? Profoundly interesting. Now, does that mean that the people that put those amulets in those tombs were allowed to do that? Does that mean that they were operating within the normal limits of what was acceptable at the time? No. We have no idea. What we do have is a material history, and we have to deal with it as such, right? It's not for me to judge yay or nay. All I can say is, someone wrote a blessing that eventually became part of the Hebrew Bible on a silver amulet and put it in a tomb. And anywhere else we would see something like that, we would jump to the idea they were magic. Why not just let that evidence speak for itself? So, it's clear, right, that what the Hebrew Bible is worried about, what the Israelites are worried about when they condemn magic, is less practices. They're worried about differentiating themselves from their neighbors, right? These people do this, we don't do that, right? These people do this, we don't do that either, right? These people do these practices, and we don't want those kinds of people in our community. So notice that the condemnations here in Deuteronomy, they're about being people. Don't be a kesef. Don't be a Mahon. Don't be a Menachem, right? Don't be a Chover Chever. Don't be a person that does that. It's not a condemnation of the practice per se. It's a condemnation of those kinds of people being in your community. And as we'll see in just a minute, right, many Israelites, at least one Israelite, the famous one, had to consult with one of those people. So again, well, the condemnations we see here are not condemnations of practice typically. They're condemnations of people doing those practices. Why? Probably identity formation. We're not those people. We're not those kind of people. But also, it's theologically threatening. If you're moving in the direction of monotheism, right? Monotheism is in your wheelhouse, and you're moving in the idea that there's a singular God who does everything in the world. Well, what does it mean if there's like Menachem down the road or Chava down the road, and they can like monkey around with reality and like bring people back to life, or curse crops, or make people fall in love with each other? It seems like they have access to supernatural powers over and against the supernatural powers of your God, and that's worry. That's a theological worry. Because if your God is the only God and the only one really in control, who are these people? And what are they tapping into? How do they have access to these weird powers? They can make someone fall in love with someone else, or make someone get a sickness, or cure a disease, or bring someone back from the dead. That's all very exciting prediction. If monotheism, strict kind of monotheism, is ultimately where you're going, where God and God alone has those kinds of powers. And of course, you'll see that same anxiety play itself out later in, for instance, Christianity. Christianity has an easy answer to that. Their answer is they're working with the damn devil, right? And if they're working with the devil, that's how they do this stuff. The Israelites, at least the Israelites once they adopted monotheism, don't have that answer, right? And so this is a much more complicated problem for them, at least before, at least at this point, prior to the apocalyptic, then later on, following all kinds of bad stuff, as you can see early on in the book of the Conquest. The clearest account of magical practice among the Israelites is found, of course, in the Hebrew Bible. Where else would it be found? And that account, of course, would be found in the story of the Ba'alat Ov. You'll notice here, right, that we have that prohibition on consulting an Ov or being an Ov back in Deuteronomy. But here we have a person with a title, Ba'alat Ov. We don't know her name, but we do know her title. She is a mistress of the Ov. Now, Ba'alat is relatively clear. It just means Baal, means master, so it's one who has control of something. The word husband in Hebrew, Baal, right, it's the one that's in control. Whatever. Misogyny aside, the Ba'alat Ov here is a mistress. She is a she, at least gender-wise, grammatically speaking. And she's a mistress of the Ov. Now, we don't know what the Ov is. It seems possible this word is related to Av. It may be roughly related to the idea of ancestors, specifically dead ancestors, and therefore we might translate this word as something like the person who has access to the ancestors who are dead. Right? Now that's a really clunky translation. The typical translation we use for that now is something like necromancer. Right? Necromancy is manipulation of the dead for various kinds of powers, for specifically predicting the future. That's exactly what we have here with Ba'alat Ov. but we don't know what this word Ov means, but I do think it's
Talking
probably related to the word dead
poetry.
ancestors. These are special people that have access to those dead ancestors. So, you may know the story, right? Saul is in a war with the Philistines. King Saul, first king of Israel, is in a war with the Philistines, and it's going bad. Well, now it's going badly. God has abandoned Saul. Saul goes to the legitimate forms of divination, the Urim and the Thummim. He consults them, and, well, God doesn't pick up, right? It's like when you, I don't know, you're in a big problem, and you call someone and they don't pick up, well, you freak out. Well, Saul freaks out. So what does he do? He goes to an Ov, right? He goes to one of these people, the Ov, and he consults with this woman. It's a woman character here. And she does successfully summon the ghost, the spirit of the recently deceased prophet Samuel. And she describes Samuel as emerging from the earth as an Elohim, right? She's terrified of him. And she says, I see an Elohim coming up from the earth. Now, we do see in other texts, for instance, in the Akkadian text, in the Rabbinic text, where the dead are sometimes referred to as Elim, as gods. In fact, there's a specific word for dead ancestor spirits in Hebrew, the Rephaim, who also seem to be sort of alive in the afterlife in some kind of weird way. Exactly what the Rephaim are is mysterious. In fact, a new monograph just got published on the Israelite conception of the Rephaim, and I am really interested to read it because this is a very mysterious problem. Sometimes the Philistines are referred to a Rephaim as giants, so really mysterious term. At any rate, the Baal HaOv Endor does successfully summon the ghost of Samuel, the Ruach of Samuel, and of course, like all prophets, as you probably know, they have bad news, because prophets always have bad news. Never go to a prophet to get good news. You don't got it. If you go to the prophet bank and go to the good news section, it's empty. It's all full of bad news. And the bad news is, yes, God has abandoned Saul, and he's going to die tomorrow. And guess what happens? God abandoned Saul, he dies the next day. In fact, he committed suicide, dreadfully, on the battlefield. So the Baal HaOv is a clear example of an Israelite narrative where magic works. Right? There's no question. The text never says, and the Baal HaOv was full of it, and she was a liar. In fact, it paints her very, very nicely. She's always depicted as preparing food for them, being very conscientious. She even says that when Saul comes to consult with her, that he's outlawed this practice, that she doesn't want to do it. He has to force her to do it in some way, and she obliges him. So the Baal HaOv is nothing like the crooked-nosed evil witch of Hansel and Gretel tales, right? Inherently malevolent and preying upon people. Saul goes to her. She refuses. He insists. She summons the ghost. And then afterwards, when he's terrified of his impending fate, she tries to comfort him with food and drink out of her own commissary, right? She's a relatively poor person, as you can imagine. So the image of the Baal HaOv, and sometimes this term is described as the witch at Endor. I really don't like the translation witch at Endor, because the term witch is so loaded in our imaginary that it summons an image of this woman utterly unlike how she's presented in the text. So I think we should call her what the text calls her. We should call her a Baal HaOv, because it indicates that she's an expert. Right? She's an expert at this, right? And clearly she is. Also, for my Star Wars fans, right, you'll recognize the name Endor. Endor in Hebrew, of course, becomes Endor in Star Wars, and there's a lot of Star Wars stuff in the Hebrew Bible in Star Wars. So, here it is. So, the Baal HaOv of Endor, it's very clear that the writer of these bad texts in the Hebrew Bible clearly believes in the power of the Baal HaOv. We don't learn anything else about her. She comes into the story, she gets a few verses, and then she's gone. We never learn anything else about her. At the same time in the Hebrew Bible, there are a lot of weirdos, right? A lot of weirdos, right? Bible's full of weirdos. The most weird perhaps are Elijah and his student Elisha. And these two guys are associated with all kinds of miracles. As you may remember, they're weird prophets from back in the day. They're called Ish Elohim, men of God. It's a weird specific term for folks who are able to not only do prophecy but also do miracles. And the only times in the Hebrew Bible where the dead are resurrected are always in relationship to Elijah and Elisha. That's the only time in the Hebrew Bible. That's amazing, because the dead being resurrected is a big deal. Because typically only God has power over life and death, and Elijah and Elisha are both respectively able to resurrect the dead, at least those recently dead. In fact, people can be thrown into a grave and jump out alive. It's really spectacular. By the Second Temple period, Solomon, King Solomon, the son of King David, is also associated heavily with magic, specifically the ability to control demons. Again, remember in the apocalyptic period, angels and demons kind of burst on the scene in a way that they hadn't previously in Israelite literature. And these demons, these sort of supernatural malevolent creatures, or at least quasi-malevolent creatures, can be controlled through various magical means. And one of the magical means that we learn about early on, as early as the Dead Sea Scrolls, by the way, and also Josephus and Philo both recount tales in the first century of the ability of Solomon to control demons. Specifically, demons were used in the construction of the first temple. That's interesting and weird, because you have the king of Israel using a bunch of demons to control them, right? Specifically the demon Asmodeus, who's actually a Persian demon, right? Remember that Zoroastrian connection, right? Ashmedai is a Persian deity, a Persian demon, not an Israelite word, but he's imported into Judaism during the process of the Babylonian exile in the Persian period. So Solomon has the ability, at least early on, at least by the Second Temple period, to manipulate demons. And for folks out there who are interested in magic, you probably already know there's an entire branch in the Western magical tradition called Solomonic magic that carries this idea forward to this day. There are people out there to this day practicing variations of Solomonic magic that survived all the way back from the Second Temple period, that have survived into the Middle Ages until now. I won't say that they're exactly contiguous, but there's at least a tradition of Solomon as having the ability to control demons, specifically in the construction of the first temple. Now, that story doesn't occur at all in the Hebrew Bible. There's no evidence there in the Hebrew Bible, but it does begin to occur around the period of the Second Temple period, in the apocalyptic period. And we see it again as early as things like the Dead Sea Scrolls, where there is an exorcistic psalm attributed to Solomon who can do some demon rodeo. Would you go to a demon rodeo? I would go to a demon rodeo. All right. The other place, right, where we also see is in the Galilee. The Galilee in the first temple and the Second Temple period was kind of jumping, hopping with weird dudes who can do miracles. You may know Tony the Circle Maker, right? Who's famous. I think it's my partner, Rabbi Alana Albert's favorite rabbi of all time is Tony the Circle Maker, who we had the great privilege of davening at his kever, his tomb in the Galilee. Tony, as you may know, is famous for forcing God to make it rain, but not make it rain a lot, right? Tony said, I'm going to stand in the circle, and God, I'm going to stand here until God makes it rain. Eventually, God made it rain, but God punished Tony and made it a torrent. And Tony said, that's too hard, God. Turn it down a notch. And God turned it down a notch and made it rain normally, and Tony left his circle. This almost led to the excommunication of Tony. This is the idea here was that Tony was using powers to manipulate God. That's a thing. How cool is that? Of course, the other guy that we know from this time period, the famous exorcist and the Messiah, St. Josh, Yeshua of Nazareth, better known as Jesus. Although I think calling him Josh was fine with him. Yeah, his name is this Jewish Aramaic word for Joshua. Of course, Jesus also engaged in a great deal of miracle making, predominantly exorcism. Jesus, if he were not known as the Messiah and the central core of Christianity, probably be known as a pretty famous Jewish exorcist. In fact, the majority of the miracles that he did involved exorcism. Another famous rabbi from this time period, of course, is Chanina ben Dosa. He was famous for a range of supernatural feats, including exorcism, but also teleporting. flying around. Yep, Sonny de Mendoza, according to the Talmud, could teleport and fly around. He also engaged in nightly duels with the queen of the demons. The demons have a queen, they have a king as well. Lilith is the queen, and Ashmedai is the king, depending on what text you look at. But Sonny de Mendoza was famous for all kinds of supernatural feats, including engaging with Roman emperors along supernatural lines as well. Great stories in the Talmud about him. Of course, we should also mention Shimon bar Yochai, who would be famous as the writer, allegedly, of the sacred Zohar, the central text of Kabbalah. We'll do that in a few weeks. But of course, Shimon bar Yochai is also attributed to have committed a great deal of miracles. My famous, of course, is that after hiding from the Romans in a cave for many years, he emerged from the cave and was so disgusted with the impiety of the people around him that laser fire shot forth from his eyes and killed a bunch of people. And he realized that his powers were too strong and he had to restrain them, and so he retreated out of the cave to wait it out. So we have things like Jewish Superman. All of the guys that think invented Superman were Jewish, so I don't know, maybe the laser eye thing they learned later, I have no idea. I like to believe that Superman's laser eyes are attributed to Shimon bar Yochai, but I'm just going to believe that. I'm just going to go believe that they're a derivative of Shimon bar Yochai, but I don't think that's true. Bimachir, of course, is Jesus engaging in the exorcism, his most famous exorcism. The Gerasenes demoniac, who Jesus famously threw into a bunch of pigs and ran them off a cliff. There's a really great anti-colonial read of this exorcism ritual that I think is really important. That would be a story for another day. Now, you might just think, all this magic stuff is unique to a bunch of weirdos in the Galilee. Jesus and those cats around with him. No. Rabbinic literature, the Talmud, is absolutely filled with all kinds of magical practices, including things like abjurations and magical incantations to be used against various kinds of demons. There are all kinds of demons in the Talmud. The Talmud is full of demons, specifically disease-causing demons. There are massive lists in the Talmud of lucky and unlucky numbers. One of my favorite discussions in the Talmud is in Pesachim, the tractate about Pesach, where you are told you cannot drink wine in pairs because that attracts demons. And if you drink wine in pairs, right, that can attract demons. That's bad. So why do we do 4? Well, you can't do 4. You have to interrupt every single glass of wine with a unique action that interrupts them, so you're always drinking the wine odd numbers. 1, 1, 1, 1. Also, by the way, if you ever wondered why we say on Pesach, welcome to everyone who wants to come, they can come in to eat, we always say that in Aramaic. Why do we say it in Aramaic, not in Hebrew? Well, the rabbis say demons don't understand Aramaic, but they do understand Hebrew, so we say it in Aramaic. Demons will get invited to their house, their food. Not kidding you. That is a belief in Rabbinic Judaism about why we welcome people into our home with Pesach in Aramaic, not in Hebrew. Demons don't understand Aramaic. I don't know why they don't take a Bible class or a Lingo class to learn it, but further, the Talmud is filled with astrological speculation. There are amulets and incantations, specifically, for instance, one against blindness. That's a pretty famous one there against blindness. There's also a really famous one where you kind of engage in a duel with the demon and causes the demon to blow up if you do it correctly. There are also even the accounts and the Tractate Sanhedrin of the creation of artificial people and animals. These are typically referred to as golems, and we will be spending some time talking about golems here in just a bit with the Sefer Yetzirah. Now, all of that stuff I just mentioned is considered completely allowable in the Talmud. You can do astrology, you can make artificial humanoids, you can banish demons, you can do all kinds of stuff, right? There's a lot of things that look a lot like magic in the rabbinical imagination, but what's really clear is that not everything is allowed. For instance, we read in Pirkei Avot in the Mishnah, right? The more flesh, the more worms, the more possessions, the more worries, the more women, the more witchcraft, the more maidservants, the more uncouths, and the more servants, the more theft. It's a famous line from Perkins. But again, the more women or the more wives, the more witchcraft. Of course, it's really misogynistic, but we also see here there's still a combination of witchcraft, right? Again, linked with women. Again, what we have here, right? What men do, what rabbis do, summoning demons, making things, that's okay. It's when women do stuff like that. That's witchcraft. You see it? The other end, right? When men do it, yeah, we get by. When women do it, it's witchcraft. And this again, here's an example of what seems to be captively a form of magic, right? This is from Tractate 18 of the Babylonian Talmud. 18 has to do with divorce. The rabbis taught, coming from a bathroom, a man should not have sex until he's waited long enough to walk half a mile. Why? Because the bathroom demon is with him for that time. And if he does have sex, his children will be epileptic. So we have a theory of epilepsy, not a very good theory of epilepsy. Well, what's the reason? If you go into the bathroom, there's a bathroom demon. By the way, the bathroom demon features prominently in the Talmud. So the bathroom demon, once you go to the bathroom, they attach themselves to you, and they follow you for at least a half a mile. So I guess after half a mile, they go back to the bathroom. And so if you have sex with the bathroom demon attached to you, then your children may become epileptic. Is that magic? Well, they don't do it until magic gets here. It looks like magic to me, right? Superstition, magic, religion, the boundary between all these things is incredible. Right? The boundary between all these things. Now, if you're curious about if I'm just listing a couple weird things, I'm listing the least weird things, folks. There are far stranger things in the Babylonian Talmud about demons and magic that I've not mentioned here. And I've done an entire class for the Federation, in fact, a big class just on Jewish magic. So you're getting basically the Sparkman's version tonight. But I can guarantee you, I can fill an 8-week class with Jewish magic. I guarantee you there is a ton. So after the time period of the apocalyptic, Jewish magic really goes international. That is to say, Jewish magic leaves Palestine, and there is a great deal of magic out there in the world. I may have to speed up a little bit just to make time here, but if I go a little bit over, hopefully people forgive me. In the early common period, Jewish magic Jews were associated with magic, and Jewish magic was heavily syncretistic, which is to say that Egyptian, Roman, Jewish, pagan elements were all muddled together to form a kind of international magical practice, international magical language. And an enormous amount of magical documents and magical devices are attested in the ancient world. These are gathered together in what is typically called the Greek Magical Papyri, of which there are numerous examples of Jewish magic being practiced in the ancient world, both by Jews, but also non-Jews using Hebrew or using Jewish names for God for their own magical purposes. Why? Because they thought the Jews and the Jewish God had some kind of special magical power. This is just a small gathering of some of the magical devices that are definitely associated with Jews that have survived from the ancient and late classical world. So you can see here we have love spells, right? If you cast this into a fire to form a love spell, you see a Defixiones, right? Defixiones is a curse tablet here written upon in metal that would be used to curse people. You see amulets here that invoke angels, right, to protect you from various kinds of spirits. You see a curse here on the left-hand side, written on papyrus that is survived from the late classical period, early medieval period. And perhaps most shockingly, you can see one of the 3 skull devices that have been found with Hebrew incantations written on the skull of a dead person. The skull incantations we have, I can pull that up for you later if you want to read the entire incantation. But 3 of these skull incantations have been found throughout the ancient late classical world, and these skull incantations are something that most Jews would be shocked by. The touching of a dead body to do anything at all is completely unimaginable. The use of a skull to write an incantation on to harness some kind of magical powers would fill many ancient Jews with shock and disgust. And yet, there's no denying that all these forms of magic were being practiced by Jews in the ancient world. I say all of these practices, if you look at Roman, Greek, Egyptian, other practices in the ancient world, you will find the exact same forms of magic being practiced by them. Lead tablets, magical amulets. The skull thing is kind of weird, but magic love spells, right? In fact, you cast this into a fire, and it says, if as this burns, may the heart of Rachel burn for me. We even have Rachel's name written on there. We don't know who Rachel it was, but some Rachel. Think of Rachel, any Rachel. But also we have named people here in this curse as well. So, needless to say, right, looking at this on the screen, people who say Jews don't practice magic, that's not a thing we do. Well, you got some archaeology to deal with. Like, really? Like, you got archaeology to deal with. There's a lot of this going on, right? And again, this is just what survived. If this one survived, you can imagine how much there was. You can imagine there must have been a ton of this going on. In fact, what's great about this one here is that there are spaces left for the names to be put in, which meant this was made commercially, right? So this device was made commercially, and then the magical practitioner would go in and add the names in later to kind of make it work. This is being sold. This was a commercial object you could buy in the shuk or whatever in the market from a ritual expert, and they would call people when first people are called flourish or whatever. A very popular form of Jewish magic in the ancient world, but also a popular form of Christian, Median, and pagan magic was incantation bowls. Incantation bowls were bowls with images typically of demons. Some of our earliest depictions of the demoness Lilith are found in these incantation bowls. They would be, you would draw an image of the demon that you want to find. You can see that these demons here are bound with chains. You can see that their hands are tied here, or they're bound with chains. And then an incantation would be written around the periphery of the inside of the bowl, and then the bowl would be buried upside down, right, concave part down, in the doorway of your house. And the idea is any demon coming in would be captured by the bowl, right? It's sort of like a glue trap, like you would use on a mouse. Don't use glue traps on mice, that's really, really cruel. But kind of like a glue trap, but for demons. For demons. So these bowls were meant to trap evil spirits you may hear in your home by turning them upside down and burying them in the lintel of your home. Of course, mezuzahs are used for the exact same purposes. In many cases where there's a terrible illness in a home, still to this day in the Haredi world, the rabbi will ask to check the mezuzahs to make sure they are in order, to make sure that evil spirits didn't enter the home because of a faulty mezuzah. By the way, this demon bowl right here, if you ever get down to the Kelsey Museum in Ann Arbor, you can see this exact bowl. This is in Ann Arbor at the Kelsey Museum, on display. There's an excellent little museum there, but you can see this exact incantation bowl for my Michigan people. Get down, go to the Kelsey Museum, see the incantation bowl. You may notice here this is just a lot of wiggles. You're right, it's a bunch of wiggles, but it's wiggles that look like Hebrews. Vaguely. Well, not everyone can read. So, if you could read, you might get the wiggle bowl. But if you could read, you would get the real incantation bowl with the real incantation written around it. So we have these illiterate bowls, right, that are with pseudo-script. And by the way, we can always tell who these are meant for because the Aramaic ones are always the Jews, the Median ones are the Medians, the other ones for Christians or whatever. So everyone was using these. There are thousands. If you get the chance to go to the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto, they have one of the largest collections of these demon bowls in the world. They have a whole wall of them. So if you really want to get your fill of demon bowls, go to the Royal Ontario Museum and see them. I also say that one day if we ever do Sophia Arts and Crafts for the little kids, if they're going to do like Play-Doh, they should make demon bowls. It's like a completely authentic Bubbies and Baco Day. They're going to make anything. Let them make these little demon bowls and paint the inside with monsters or whatever. It's a great way for them to put it under their bed to like deal with their fear of monsters. I feel like this is an authentically Jewish way of dealing with fears about monsters and demons by allowing kiddos to make these bowls and maybe have a bit of catharsis and trapping the demons in the bowls. So anyone who says again the Jews don't do magic, well, I got 10,000 demon incantation bowls that you got to deal with. Just as a bit of wrapping up books, I want to go through these a little more rapidly. We're coming close to time. Another text that begins to emerge at this time are exactly books of magic, right? Books we might call grimoires. These are books of magic. One of the more famous, very early ones is called the Sefer Hagazim. I've done episodes on my Esoterica channel on almost all of these books. If you really want to dig deep into some of these books of magic, almost all of these I've covered in depth, 20-minute episodes or so on my channel. So we have this is a book called the Sefer Hagazim that was recovered in fragments in the Cairo Giza. It dates to around the 8th, 9th, 10th centuries. It could be perhaps earlier. And this system uses an elaborate system of angel magic and magical symbols. These magical symbols here we'll see all throughout Jewish magic to use those magic to get what you want, whether it's winning horse races or gaining love or turning invisible or whatever. The Sefer Hagazim has a spell for you. And it uses these various magical, it manipulates angels by using various kinds of magical symbols to get them to do what you want. Remember, the Torah literature does something similar that allows you to rapidly learn rabbinic lore. Here we're having it used to do a lot more wider things, including things like turning invisible and healing people of sicknesses, and also cursing people of sicknesses, because you really get salty sometimes. Another famous text from around the 10th century is the Chaba de Moshe. This is an Aramaic magical book that uses a first section, which are long strings of Hebrew or Aramaic letters, and then you would extract out of those long strings of Hebrew Aramaic letters certain sections. I've highlighted a section here that you would use for doing various things. And you would use those sections along with a magical spell, and those magical spells would empower those code words, and those code words would do all kinds of various things, like turning invisible, and people fall in love with you, cursing people, and turning invisible, the same kinds of things that most magical spell books actually do. They're pretty repetitive once you get into them. So this one's interesting because the Sword of Moses is that long list of seemingly random Hebrew letters, which are then extracted out and used for magical purposes that I mentioned earlier. So the sword is actually what is going on. Some of these magical words also show up later in Christian magical texts, which means that Christians were so interested in Jewish magic that they had the Jews translate some of it for them so that they could use the magical power as well. And then convict the Jews of witchcraft and kill them. But hey, history, dangerous place. Another famous texts, right, are the Sefer HaYashar and the Sefer HaMalbush. The Sefer HaYashar is a text of astrological Jewish magic that tells you how specifically to do magic on certain kinds of days so that you can focus your magical power on using astrology. Again, anyone who says that ancient Jews don't know astrology, well, again, you got some text for you to deal with. Of course they do. Everyone's an astrologer. So we have a magical text that uses magic, angel magic and astrology to manipulate various forces of the cosmos to accomplish various ends. And of course we have the Sefer HaMalbush, which allows one to make a special kind of cloak or garment inscribed upon with various magical names of God that allow you to do all kinds of things. For instance, summon an invisible arm. Doesn't want to assassination army, whatever, right? Your Jack White, or the Malbury, right? But you can use the Sefer Malbush, the garment, to do all kinds of magical things, and you write upon this garment with various kinds of magical names, names of God, very fast, and sort of things as well, in order to enact the magical power. I picked this image up, by the way, FYI, because this is an image of a Jew from the Middle Ages, and notice he's also forced to wear a yellow device, but notice it's a yellow circle as opposed to a yellow star. So I just find this image interesting because he's forced to wear an identifying marker, but it's not the star of later periods, it's the circle. This is also in Germany, a sort of horrifying harbinger of things to come. Perhaps the most famous book of Jewish magic and history is the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, the book of the angel Raziel. Raziel, of course, is a name that means the secrets of God. This is actually a collection of various books, including the Sefer HaMalbush. It's still printed to this day. In fact, I have a copy right behind me. This book is actually printed in very, very tiny little editions that you can carry it around in your house or put it in your car. And even the book itself is said to have magical powers even to this day. You're looking at an image here of some magical angelic script from the Sefer Raziel. These devices are meant to allow you either kamayot or amulets, which guarantee you various things like success or defense from magical evil powers. So again, here we have magical devices, and these magical symbols, by the way, date back all the way, some of them all the way to the Greek magical papyri of the first centuries of the Common Era. So this is a 2,000-year long process of practice of Jewish magic. This famous edition was printed in 1701 in Amsterdam, but like I said, it continues to be printed all the way to this day. In fact, I have an entire copy printed on one piece of microfilm, because the idea is, as long as you have a copy of the book, even if it's just on microfilm, then the book still has magical power. Then I have an entire copy on microfilm downstairs with the Sfarim. So this book, the Sefer Raziel HaMalach, is said to have power even just having it. In fact, I have several copies lying around. And so here again, we can see these magical images, and this idea of this magical script continues to be used all the way down to this day in modern occultism. It occurred most famously, of course, in the 1530s edition of Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy. It continues to be reprinted in modern books of witchcraft. Modern witches continue to use these magical images all the way down to this day. Jewish magic is alive and well. If you go into Haredi bookstores, you will find books on kamayot, books on amulets, books on magic psalms to recite for various natural powers. You can find all kinds of books in the most extremely orthodox communities where I go. I go into Brooklyn and Borough Park. I go into the very, very extreme Orthodox Jewish bookstores because I can blend in. I go in their bookstores and I look through the shelves and I find books of magic. There are books of magic about how to make amulets, books of astrology, sacred mazalot. In the Haredi world, Jewish magic is alive and well today. New books are being written on Jewish magic, and those books are being practiced all the way down to now. It also survives in the liberal Jewish world. For instance, in the Kohenet movement. The Kohenet movement, as you may know, is a revivalist, sort of quasi-pagan Jewish revivalist movement that wants to resurrect the idea of a Jewish priestesshood, and magical practices in that world were also incredibly popular. And so in that world, in the most sort of radical left-wing Jewish world, magic is also being practiced. So we have the most radical left-wing world of Jewish practice, magical practice happening over there, and Israel Freeman Center right, all the way to B'nai B'rach, where they are publishing books of magic, Jewish magic in the Haredi world. Jewish magic's alive and well, folks. It never went away. It's always been there, right? It's always been there. How do we know? Because the Bible has to condemn it. Condemnations are always proof of practice. It was being practiced by Israelites. That's why they condemned it. Well, it didn't work. The prohibition almost certainly made sure that it would continue to be practiced. It's been practiced all through time. The earliest part of the Hebrew Bible we have is probably a magical amulet. We have evidence of Jewish magic reaching back to extreme antiquity, to the very beginning of the Israelites. We have evidence of it being practiced in the Haredi Black Hat world and in the leftist Jewish world of the Kohenet movement. Jewish magic has always been here. It is here, and it will endure. It will no doubt endure. I have some recommendations if you want to learn more about Jewish magic, especially ancient Jewish magic. There are some of these great books by Bohak and Hariri. The Hariri text, by the way, is published by Wayne State Publishers, so shout out to Wayne State Publishing here just down the street from me. So if you want to take a look at those books, I can't say they're terribly expensive, but they're really high quality scholarship. And if you want to learn more about the history of Jewish magic up until the rise of the Kabbalah, those are both excellent texts to consult. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore.
Rather than something that unfortunately sometimes I need to, but it doesn't become a part of what I am. If you take a look at societies,
You fine. Go fuck yourself.
it's with outrage and decay. See, right? So, you know, that Ray, Hashim, Rabbi, All of this unhappiness. Maşallah aslan hikayet değil. Asıl Ele vai pro Rose, so I had to think about this just grab a rose. Grab a rose. I should see go see verbal one. But if you have a rose, you go with the rose at a party. You see why you have a rose in one rose. Let's say it's incredible amount of rose. So you ever see when you go to so many stores, so the rose is no longer a rose. Right? It's like bottle of rose. Bottle of rose. You have so many forms of that. And I come out, what is one of the rose in a whole span of forms? And every time, even if there's rumors around the floor, all around rose is still a rose. The rose is still a rose. She's progressive. What's the show? I was not Arabic. She's like a conversation with other. He quotes him, he goes, oh, everyone knows it's outside. I go, no. Fight talk, never outside.
Oh, yeah, I would.
Very rarely.
Yeah.
I assumed it was an arena.
I would have done
No
the
Geico.
cheers.
I'm outside. I left.
Yeah, there's whores right there.
Gosh,
Hot, sweating with a boner.
I was like Denzel watching a flight when I get to the hotel room.
I'm on it right now.
Sometimes we don't know what we're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Just show you use love. Just rebrand it up. It's stronger, better, bigger, bolder, 'cause it is the
Yeah, we're in it. So, man, what hoodie is that? There
was some Mad Rife merch. I was cold.
Stay golden. All right.
Dude.
Golden.
No, it's
It is now.
his tour is
Obviously,
the name of his tour.
obviously, Matt Rife ripped a look golden.
He needs it. And boy, does he need it.
That's
I
why I
want to
said
tell Matt I want to have a word with him.
You tell him.
he's in Europe right now.
Well, tell him I want to have a word with him. You know what I mean? Hey,
My own fault.
just started. Yeah, that was. You know what? Thank you for taking accountability.
Yeah, unlike my wife.
Wait. I had something I wanted to bring in today, you guys.
Go ahead.
Fucking locked and loaded.
Finally, I usually to carry the load with bringing in.
I know.
Did you get a haircut, Chris? Did you get a haircut? A little trim?
No. So that was just my hair.
I sent you. I sent you a picture from like you of you.
Yeah, I meant to respond.
Long ago.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris, what was the Family Guy thing? It wouldn't pop up for me.
Oh yeah, they were just making fun of my hair. Oh yeah, my hair on Family Guy.
On the actual Family Guy, you didn't like Photoshop it in?
No, it's on the episode that aired this week. It was like
You know that was happening?
it was like Chris D'Elia hair tonic. There it is. Go ahead, play it. So weird.
Get your Chris D'Elia hair tonic, perfect for your stringiest events.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, no, that's to me. That's like
You might be mad.
Someone's a fan. To me, there's a fan.
no. Yeah, well, I know Seth MacFarlane used to come to my shows and everything, but and he's great. But that was like I actually couldn't stop thinking about that. That to me, like that is up there. It's obviously not the same as this because I was on the Eminem song, but like I'm like, oh shit, man, when these people like just recognize who you
That's
are.
a big deal. That's a big deal.
This I loved it. I maybe you know.
I just thought you photoshopped it, and I was like, I'm not clicking on that.
You know me. Why would I ever do that?
I don't know. I was driving, and because it kind of looks photoshopped.
It does. But
And I didn't know you sent it. I thought Nick did because they made comments. I'm like, man,
Photoshop, sure.
this silly group chat.
This silly group chat, man. I'm gonna crash. That's how you should do it. No, so anyway, it was cool, and I got hit up like 900 times. And I was like, all right, let me check this out. And then, so yeah.
That's so cool.
It is cool, right?
What was the joke that preceded?
It's basically he's trying to get. I didn't watch the whole episode yet, but the whole episode is in this area, like the
Western type Western thing, and they're saying they're like selling things that are gross. So they're like, you get wet hands here, and then they go, and they're like, Chris Lee hair tie, perfect for your street. Yeah, 1,000 times. It's funny. No, it's funny. Yeah, this is out of context, but yeah, no.
The only comics I know that have gotten references on Family Guy or Simpsons are you and Rogan, man.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But Simpsons was nasty to Rogan.
Oh really? Why?
Yeah, like Homer answers the door at Rogan's house and he goes, "Oh, never mind." He like held bad.
Oh yeah, no.
I've seen a lot of them. They do a lot. The Family Guy's hit and miss. Like sometimes they're nice, not nice.
This one was good. It could be worse. So yeah.
He's involved in like a lot of Dane Cook ones.
Oh, on this?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't know if who knows who this came from on that show, but I do. To me, this is one of the funniest shows of all time. So yeah, I love it. So the fact that they even do that, I'm like, oh my god, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
So yeah, but people kept hitting me up. Hey, you're on Family Guy. I'm like, oh fuck, let me see what the hell they're talking.
Right.
And then I'm like, oh. Yeah, it was awesome. So anyway, but I have the thing that I want to talk about with that from I get locked out. Okay, yeah. Remember last time? Load it up. Remember last time?
Yeah, last time you're a little sleepy.
Remember that. Okay. So we do remember. Dude, how can we forget? No, I understand, but and you were right, and I knew you were right. I said, I know. I don't know what's going on. Yep. Well, guys, I know what's going on now. What is it? I was sick. I got sick. And that's the beginning of it. And that was no, you know what I was doing? I was doing the thing where I'm like, I'm not sick.
Yeah. What refuse?
There was one time during the podcast where I started laughing hard, and I'm like, oh. Yeah, and then I went to go work out after that. No, Brandon, I know you're in a workout guy, but I couldn't do even close to what I usually do, and I was like, what is going on?
And your whole system shot.
I didn't realize that your system just goes nah, unless you're like completely used to it. Yeah, so I took a few days off from the gym, and then but man, I was still getting through it. It wasn't like bedridden, but it was shitty. I had to go to fucking where the hell was I? Who knows? Where was I? I don't know. Did you ever do that? Like where was I last week?
You don't know where you're at.
All the time.
It's called CT. Welcome to the team.
Yeah, but it's not from getting knocked around in the head. It's from the.
I don't even know where I'm at right now. I was in the DR last week, Dominican Republic.
Oh yeah, what were you doing there? Trying to take his
Go ahead.
Tiger to baseball.
Drop him off.
Yeah.
Send him to DR. Forget about it. There you go. Enjoy. I'm sorry I have to leave you here. Enjoy the waves. I was commentating fights.
Oh, yeah.
But I was scheduled to be there 3 days, so my wife wanted to stay an extra day. But the first day we get there, I don't speak Spanish, and they go, "What do you want to drink?" And I go, I tell my wife, I want a Diet Coke. And so she says, Diet Coke. And they're like, what? And I'm like, Diet Coke, bitch. She goes, no, I'm telling her. I go, tell her, silver can, red letters, Diet Coke. And the lady's like, I have no fucking clue you're referring to. And then she's like, do you have something different than a regular Coke? And she goes, Coca Zero? I'm like, no, dude, Diet Coke. And then finally we got to the nitty gritty of it. They don't import them to the Dominican Republic.
What?
So I left early.
Oh, wow. Dude,
I changed my flight and left.
What percentage was the reason why? Because of the Diet Coke that you changed?
97%.
Oh, my God. I can't even imagine. So were you jonesing?
Oh, yeah.
So, and the Coke Zero doesn't do it?
No, sir.
So I have a question. You're working in the Dominican Republic, right? Okay. Because your wife. So where you going this weekend? I'm going to the Dominican Republic.
Yeah. Oh, I'm coming.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I have to come.
Yeah, it's just like, there's no world you can go to the Dominican Republic without your wife, right?
There's whores everywhere. I was like, oh, this is cool.
The plane you start jizzing, it's like a wet dream.
In real life. And someone got to suck it. But the thing is they didn't tell me the venue was outside. So I'm in a cool 3-piece suit. And I walk out, and Judy goes, dude, what are you doing? I go, what do you mean? I look spicy. I dress spicy. I'm like, baby, I dress spicy.
I'm so sorry. It looks great.
I'm so sorry.
I'm getting a lot of mileage out of this soup, but it looks great.
Wait.
He's spicy Friday.
He said to him that he looked spicy the same way he said to that bartender. Diet Coke.
Yes.
You're just a mess. You're just a mess here. I'm just fucking drunk as shit because you're just fucked.
Oh, yeah, I'm fucked.
Yeah.
I'm fucked. Now, he goes, no, the venue's outside.
Oh,
I look
no.
at the guy running the thing. I go, buddy, do you not think that's something you should have mentioned when we did the whole production breakdown?
Yeah.
Is that not something outside?
Yeah, that's...
Oh, everyone knows it's outside. I go, no. Fights are never
Oh,
outside.
yeah, I would...
Very rarely.
Yeah.
I assumed it was a fucking arena.
Oh, it
No
doesn't
Diet Coke. I'm outside. I left.
with my wife. There's whores right there.
Gosh.
They're hot, sweating with a boner.
I was like Denzel washing off flight when he gets to the hotel room.
I'm horny right now.
I'm like, I'm about to bust.
The adjoining door was like, that is a great scene in that movie.
Isn't that the best?
Because you're in the movie theater like this, don't do it, Jason. Don't do it, man.
Well, if you're black, you're doing that. If you're white, you just watch a movie. But if you're black, you're just straight out.
Even white people were like, come on, man.
But then remember, then it cuts him in his court and they go, sir, you drunk? He goes, I'm drunk right now.
You probably just, like, you know,
That's a great movie, holding this dick.
Actually, I realize how great that movie is.
I'm horny right now. I'm horny right now.
Just keep saying that on
Are you
air.
horny, sir?
I'm horny right now. I'm jizzing right now.
There's a Dominican hooker underneath this table right now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, fuck. Dude, speaking of like fights, you know, man, those fights, man, were crazy.
Did you tune in, Nick? I know Nick's, of course Nick did. Nick sent the group chat a message and I was like, there's no way you guys are tuning in.
Well, yeah, you know what, Nick? If I'm home, if I'm not doing shows, I'll watch. But it's like, I wish I would have watched the beginning because I was saying to Nick, like, I think that you need the preamble to really
Appreciate it
because, it's like a story. I'm saying, but if you like, if you build a story, if you're into basketball, you can watch any basketball.
Yeah.
But there's something special when you're like watching your team or like, you know, the story. And I didn't get the story. I saw like a brutal fight, and then I'm like, oh man, I wish I would have known who this person
the
is.
background. Yeah, it makes it way better. Yeah.
I think that's what there might be missing is like just some more social media presence about what's about to happen, who these fighters are, and just get it out there because I think it would have made it a lot better for just a casual fan. Because I'm just a casual fan.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Especially that guy. Like, he doesn't have that many fights. The hardcores, we know who he is. And he does all this, like, cringy stuff leading up to it. They can really tell his story. Yeah, Hogan, Josh Hogan.
And then who was in that other fight? Because that guy right there, what a brutal fight this was. Like, these guys were.
He's also given up about 20, 25 pounds.
There
He's only 280 pounds.
There didn't seem to be any, like, this was just a brawl. Yeah.
It was wild. How do you eat wild?
How do you eat?
I mean, it's fine.
Okay. That's right.
It's funny.
That's all good.
It's funny because they both had to go to the hospital after this fight, and they were riding the same ambulance. And Hogan, the white dude, looks over at Curtis Blake and goes, "Dude, why don't you just give the fuck up?" He was looking at us. Why didn't you just give up?
Wow. Let's just, we should at least finish it, huh? They're going in the band.
Do you think if one of them would have tried some sort of takedown move, they did? But in the middle of that brawling part, you know, like there was at one point where their faces were just bloody. And I'm like, somebody try something different.
They're too tired, and then both of them are high-level wrestlers, so they kind of negated it. Takedown.
My boy won.
Your boy Paul Costa. There's nothing more tiring in fighting than wrestling. There's nothing that exerts your energy more than wrestling. So that's why you don't see it lately, especially from that.
Trump told your boy
I did see this.
Oh, dude, this was gay. I was like, whoa.
have sucked him off.
Yeah, 100%. But this is Epstein Island.
He's already tapping him on the leg. Come on.
Paulo Costa is literally the biggest Trump fan. He loves Trump. He's never met him. That's his first time meeting him. He's like, you're my favorite. Like, cool, man. God, you're way too beautiful to be fighting.
Yeah, the fact that how lucky do you have to be to compliment Trump and have him be like, it's all good, man. You're good looking. That's crazy. So wait, but
or it's a gay man. There's also
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's a very look. It's Trump should have threw a pause in there. He should have thrown a pause. Or you're a good looking guy. Pause. Absolutely. But that would be even more. Just think about it. But did you see what Trump often comments on people's looks? Did you see the thing where he was at the golf course and the wife was like Trump, and he gets out of the golf cart and he's like, oh, she's in beautiful shape, she's in great shape. Come here, and he hugs her. It's like, please.
Remember the little lady on the plane? He's like the fat pig with the question over there.
It's all about looks, which is wild.
And he's not exactly handsome.
Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah. That doesn't matter. No, it doesn't. I mean, listen, there's certain things, man. Like maybe you should correct. Maybe like Elon Musk can say and do whatever he wants, right? He's like, well, is that it? But like when you're the freaking president of the United States, this is it. Oh, I gotta go eat this. Okay, first of all, you know what? If I'm a leader of another nation or people that hate him, I know how to kill him. 100%. True, careful, Eric. True, careful saying that, and I don't agree with you. Here's my thing, though. Where's the Secret Service? Well, they're right there.
He's there with a giant gun to the left.
Drone catcher, that's what that thing is.
But you see him in the beginning, he has a giant fucking machine gun.
That's a drone
on the left.
It's like Trump just. No, this would be like, she'd be able to like just walk up to the president and hug him, just fighting,
killing the president.
It's like have to worry about that. It's like that one, except for the fucking, what was the one where they, oh man, it's such a crazy, where they, I think it's some Asian territory where the spy just walks up and like rubs their mouth and that guy.
Oh yeah, kills the Asian dude. I've seen that video.
Well, I'm saying though, I know. Like, hey, how you doing? And then like there's like two like needles in her titties. It's just Austin Powers. She's like,
Austin Powers.
Yeah. Two little needles come out like this.
Oh, I saw a movie that's bad, and I thought of both of you. I'm like, oh, these two would like it.
I love it.
It's a terrible movie. It's called Primate. It's a horror movie.
Yeah, it looks bad.
I figured you guys would watch it.
I wouldn't. No, I didn't want to. It does look bad though. I saw this and I was like, no. Is it? You know what it is?
It's fun. It's fun. Like he kills one of the teenagers by putting his hands in his jaw and rips his jaw off. It's fun.
Yeah, but people, I don't. Is this one of those? I don't love this term. So bear with me, but this is what it is. Is this like a creature feature? Like one of those fucking? Just
talking about like Anaconda.
Yeah,
basically,
yeah. That's why it's always one name, and then the creature is the name of the movie, by the way.
Oh, like Aliens,
Primate,
Predators, Lion King.
No, not Lion King.
Lion King.
Not Lion King.
Yep, creature feature, Lion King, good one. It's live. Lilo and Stitch. Garfield. Oh, Rango. We're talking about Rango.
Chimes in. Has he ever chimed in? Rango. It's his favorite fucking movie.
Because Chin's in it. Chin's a voice in it. No, he is. I think the commercial. Chin was the voice in Rango.
What the fuck are you talking about?
He was a voice for the movie in the fucking Rango.
Okay, but no, it wasn't.
Chin, bring it up. Chin, bring it up.
Text it to me. Okay, I'll look for it.
Now listen, he's not the lizard. He's
like
I know
Johnny Depp is the fucking lizard.
Family Guy should just one up you because he's in Rambo.
Yeah, that's not cool, bro. Wow. And I brought it up too, damn. You know, Jim was sitting on that when I said the Family Guy thing.
I've never seen with more energy in my life. He goes, Rango, it's Rango.
Yes, so you think Asian dude going off on some black girl at a store? Wait,
there's a lot going on in that group chat, man. Sometimes it's tough.
Sometimes, yeah. You gotta put a Diet Coke can in there, Chris. Oh, I didn't see this, but I saw you sent it. I clicked. What's it?
Should we watch this? Should we move to this? He sent me the link.
Well, it's the same thing.
It's just the same thing.
Oh man, he's cooking, kind of. She didn't know she got an Asian with a little bit of flavor there.
Yeah. Like, that's way better than Rango. You know what I mean?
Jen killed that.
It's like I love just crash outs.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay, so what's this, man? There we go.
See, that's Jen right there. Look at his eyes.
EBT caught in there.
This is just what Jen said.
It is the same.
Well,
Yeah, that's
no, you know what?
that's
You
top five.
should have seen
Big
You
moment
should
right
have seen
there.
Nick's face, how proud he was. I was all for it.
Nickelodeon Movies presents a song of
See, that's
Oh,
Jen
that's
singing.
shit.
That's awesome.
Multicolor shirt. How much did they pay for this, Jen? He said $1,000. You had no agent. Wow, a big commercial for a movie, $1,000.
How?
Wow. It's Asian slave labor.
Guys,
You also had to make a phone at the same time.
how
They did $1,000 on my break for making iPhones.
how did this happen? Why does Chin not even have a microphone?
Yeah, tell them. Get a microphone.
What is the deal? What?
He has a mic sitting in front of him.
It doesn't work.
He doesn't turn it on. He has a mic, an earpiece, a Bluetooth. He's doing something over there.
A camera on him.
I'm just over here just chilling.
That's unbelievable. Wow, Chin, that's cool.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, that is cool.
I might try to one up. Here's some
Uh-oh.
shit right now. Your boy booked a national commercial.
What?
I come to LA next week.
What is it?
I can't tell you.
Oh, dude,
I'll tell you off air. It's your I fucking wish, dude. I would have led with it if it's Diet Coke.
Will you be here on Tuesday?
I get there Tuesday morning. I shoot all day Tuesday. I leave Wednesday at 5 a.m.
Oh, jeez. Oh, no.
But that's my doing. They wanted to go later, but I got to get back for Tucker's practice.
Yeah.
So no.
You can say that. So pop on and record here. Yeah. Wow, that's wild, dude. Cool.
I can't wait to tell you guys.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear about it. Anyway, I was sick.
Yeah, we actually moved way past that. My chest is filling up with it. That's good. That's good to hear. What do you think it was, a virus or something?
I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I guess so. I think my body was just like, you know what, bro? You know,
I'm tired. Right from traveling and shit.
Yeah.
So we're on. I'm on my workout shit now. So I got on my rowing machine.
Okay.
And then Rachel's going to Pilates. There's a Pilates place down the street, right?
Pilates is tough.
Okay, check this out though. She comes and goes, I want to start. Can I get Pilates? I was like, yeah. So how much is it?
So expensive.
Crazy. Okay.
It's $600 a month.
It's unbelievable. Okay, but then I say to her, well, because they're saying when you sign up, you have to sign up for 3 months.
Oh no, we're going class by class.
Right there. I said,
Because you're gonna stop in 3 sessions.
he's married.
You seen the movie?
He's seen the movie. So I say, we're gonna
I
get.
wrote the movie.
I said, you go do one, see if you like it.
Yes.
Okay, see if you like it. So she goes, okay, I agree with you, but you can't even get one. You can get this 3 package. I said, get the 3 package.
Sure, yeah.
It's $100 and something. I get the 3 package. Okay, see if you like it. She goes to one class. She comes back and goes, I loved it. I signed up for.
I signed up for 3 years.
She said, I signed up for the thing. I'm like, you have to go.
Yeah. It's a mortgage.
I said, now you have to go. And I'm going to be on you. You know what I mean? It's not going to be like, hey,
And it's not because I care about you. You need to be fit or anything. You just gotta fucking.
no, we're not wasting money.
Speaking of, you know what might be good for you? I was thinking about this. So, Fight Camp sent me. It's like a heavy bag, and then you download the app and you stream it to your TV. And I do it outside. You can do it indoor too. But it has all these dope workouts, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. But it has trackers, like carb tracker, calories, how hard you hit. If you go to my Instagram, Nick or Jen, it's on the post. I'm in the bag with Tiger, and me and Tiger compete against each other.
Oh, I did see that.
Yeah,
That was
compete
cool.
against each other. Buddy, I'm telling you, I was thinking about you would crush this, dude. And you track all of your shit.
Okay.
So it's gonna show you a combo to do, and then so you do that for like 30 seconds, and then it'll teach you another combo, and then there's intermediate, and then like advanced, and then pro. So you can pick different levels. And then if I do it with my kiddo, but you can go against a computer and say what level computer, pro level or amateur.
I gotta say,
You gotta keep up.
when I was watching this video, you know what I was impressed by? Look at Brendan's footwork. Like he is like, you look like a fighter. You know what I mean? Like
I hope so.
the stance is like, you know what I mean? I was just like, oh man, look at this. He's ready. You're ready to go.
Oh, buddy, if the UFC didn't test right now, your boy would be fucking guys up in the top 10.
If they didn't test what you're
Yeah, you can't test. Your boy's on sauce. Your boy's on sauce. Your boy's on sauce.
Oh my goodness.
Billy's getting into it.
Yeah. The fact that she wears both, I have some both boxing gloves for both. Just won't. You know, I don't want to put them on.
Yeah, I mean, what the fuck? Who wants to put those on when they're dirty?
Yeah, but they like if you hold the mitts though, they fucking let my kids want to do it. Tiger's like, Dad, I'll be a UFC fighter. I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. You know that meme? No, you're not.
Billy tried to.
That's great.
When was the B-Day?
12.
Getting older.
Let's take a break, guys. Let's talk about Quince. This time of year always makes me rethink what's in my closet.
I'm trying to keep fewer things but better ones. I just went out and did a haul, pieces that are well made and easy to wear all the time are what's important. And I keep coming back to Quince. The fabrics are elevated, the fits are thoughtful, and the pricing makes sense.
Makes a lot of sense. Quince makes high quality, everyday essentials using premium materials like 100% European linen. And they're insanely soft, flow-knit activewear fabric, which I actually have. So
You like the linen pants, the shirts are lightweight, breathable, and comfortable. You're wasting money on this other stuff. Just have Quince help you out because basically they've got the perfect stuff for spring. They got the pants that strike the right balance between laid back and refined. They're flow-knit activewear, moisture-wicking anti-odor.
soft enough that they'll actually want to wear it all day. The best part is that the prices are 50 to 60% less than it's similar brands. How? Because Quince works directly with ethical factories and cuts out the middleman, so you're paying for quality, not brand markup. Everything is designed to last and make getting dressed easy.
Eric likes the Quince linen pants. They're his go-to, and they're breathable. He's like, man, it's so comfortable. And I'm like, all right, yes, okay.
I'm just like, no Asian kids have been on my clothes.
You know. But he told me how inexpensive it was to get that fit. I'm a jealous boy now. Refresh your wardrobe with Quince. Go to quince.com/golden for free shipping and 365-day returns. Now available in Canada. That's go to QUINCE.com/golden for free shipping and 365-day returns. Quince.com/golden.
Getting older, folks. Chin turned, what, 59? 49. Sorry, 49. Chin 49. This weekend. 49. This weekend. This weekend, all his friends and family came out this weekend.
The fridge open?
They got him a gallon of kimchi.
Yeah, man, that's, Hope can't say sleep, he says eat.
Oh, wow. It's like he's Australian.
Yeah. He goes, Mommy, eat.
Sounds like he's been listening to my podcast. I have a speech impediment.
Why does it sound like Brenda's from Lawnmower Man?
I just texted Chin. I wanted to give it that laptop starting to die.
This did that out?
Let's go to my AI. I'm making the AI series.
Hold on, before we even get off to that, because we just spent 50 minutes talking about AI last time.
Oh my god, I got it. I'm into it, Aaron.
One mention for fucking 40 minutes.
Yeah, it's the entire episode.
This week.
It's the entire episode. You did a tutorial.
Anyway, I'll be in fucking Chicago and stuff. So go to chrislake.com. Go to Florida.
Is it Chicago though, Eric? Or is it Schaumburg?
Day.
Yeah, see, it fucks people up.
Right, but the people will come from Chicago.
Schaumburg has a big lot big. It's
You know what? It has a what? It has a what?
Schaumburg's like a big suburb. Schaumburg's huge.
New Westminster, BC, and then, Nick doesn't want to scroll, so that's fine. But Salt Lake City, Las Vegas, Nashville, chrisley.com.
You don't have to scroll that much because I don't have the shows. Well, I'm beargriffin.com now. Yeah, baby. That's local shows if you're in LA. Ooh, we got the local shows up now. Ready to
I
go.
like that.
And then Ontario Improv this weekend.
You know what? Eric's doing too much.
April
Eric's doing too
18th
much on his website.
North Iowa Comedy Festival. Raleigh Improv Bay. So those are the week's upcoming shows. And then if you're in the Hollywood area now, people always ask me, hey, where are you performing this week? Now that they hold on my website properly,
That's not going to stop.
I know, but you still now you can go to airgriffin.com and see.
Oh, you're good with AI. We're changing the shot show back to the very first name of the show, the Big Brown Breakdown, and I need a graphic.
Big Brown Breakdown.
Say no more.
Say no more.
Say no more. Here comes some fucking corny John Wick shit. Play the John Wick thing.
It's so stupid. I didn't put the right prompts, but it's still fucking. Yeah.
Oh, my God. There's no movie I've ever seen.
It's like we got attacked by.
That's kind of sick, actually. What if this was the movie?
Yeah. I'm calling that John Thick.
That's kind of sick.
My next one's gonna be Luke Beige.
My favorite is this. You with the knife.
I know. It's so funny. It's like these video rendering programs. The thing is, you have to be super specific about what you want.
What did you put on?
I just said like, I had to describe myself. So you make a character, you make an avatar of yourself, so it looks like you. And then I said, give myself an all black suit, give me chin length, black hair, and then I'm walking down the street and hot dog vendors attack me. And I fend them off because I'm an assassin like John Wick. But
That's what you wrote.
yeah, but you have to write even more specific things, and it'll really give you what you want.
I don't know. This is good.
One way to do it is, I don't know what program you're using, but take like in Claude, put in what you type to the video thing, and it'll give a more specific one with like lighting or whatever.
I did that later, but I just thought this was
This is
one.
hilarious.
I'm calling. No, I didn't honest, I'm calling this Unk AI. You know what I mean?
To be honest, that doesn't look so bad. But once it starts moving,
once it starts doing the thing, it's like
so you put.
And I had to put outside to put. I said, because I made another one, but it was too. The guy was too buff, and I was like, no, that's not really looking like me. So I said, I'm kind of pissed off that how I described it. They actually, it came out to like,
Oh, what did you describe?
my body.
That's my fault.
I said, portly, heavy set,
Pear shape.
shaped like an ostrich. You know what I mean?
Bowling pin looking ass.
I put that information.
Do you mean upside down bowling pin looking ass? We got you.
Because when I did this one, it just like I showed this picture. Yeah, man. You know what I was thinking about with the AI? Here's the future of AI. So, like, say you're reading a book,
Sure.
and then now you could like put this book into the AI, and then it makes a story, a movie for you, or a cartoon, whatever, and you could invite, you know what I mean?
The possibilities are endless.
That's how the audiobook. That's how the audiobook.
You can't stop talking about AI. That's unreal.
That's what you pass your mind.
I love that idea, but keep it to yourself.
No, it's not going to pass us by because we got you fucking here, dude. It's going to keep
You're the
bringing
AI expert.
Damn right, bitches.
AI on AI, all in on AI.
Oh, and you know what else? By the way, guys,
More AI.
it's not AI. It's something else. People, I
Alan
really
Iverson.
my comedy specials. Like I don't know how they ended up here. They're on Tubi, but they're on Tubi, and you can watch them both for free. People always ask about, I never see you on. Let me see your comedy. Watch my guy. The Truth is my first special in 2016, and then the American Warrior came out in like 2018.
Oh, dude, I know it's stealing all the views on Tubi. It is my show, Gearhead's Gone Wild. So watch that, and then watch Eric's specials.
Yeah.
We're taking over Tubi. Come on over to the Tubi water, Chris. It's warm, baby. It's warm.
To be or not to be, you know what I mean?
I don't know, but Tubi's getting big. But whatever. Actually, at this point, I don't care. I just want people to watch it so you can
Who
see it.
cares? You just want people to see it.
Yeah, because I came at a certain time when I was doing this where like internet wasn't like this.
Right,
Things
right.
weren't like this right now. So now you can go back and take a look. You know?
Yeah. No more. Oh, what did you put in the prompt, bro? Come on.
Pin?
So this one is too like I was like, nah, this guy can whoop ass.
When you see that, what's that make you feel?
This guy with
The penguin.
No, what's that make you feel?
I'm like,
You go, I gotta fuck.
I gotta get my shit.
Yeah, because that's kind of dope.
Yeah, King Brendan's ass if I look like
Never. Get out of the street, bro. You mean the Allstate guy? Yeah, that's true.
But it's like,
That guy's annoying. Dude. Well, you're annoying. Now I look at you.
I didn't like that. That was too real.
No. Well, bro, wait. Well, let's get one thing straight. I'm annoying.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
This is not even. Yeah.
There's so many ways you're not. You know what I mean?
I don't even want it. I'm saving from
How annoying you could be.
from my. If you want to hear my 35-40 minute, then we know what my podcast is on. I'm not going to say it because he makes it my podcast, but another room service one, bro. I can't. I don't know if I have the internet.
You can't do that.
I mean, you know what, Chris? The common denominator is you, Bubba.
I said that on congratulations. I said that on congratulations.
I don't know. I need to hear first.
It's not me. They all apologized. This was me waiting for my food.
Was it a nice hotel?
Very nice.
That's when it's the worst.
What's nice?
That's when it's the
No,
worst.
you know what it was? And I didn't explain this, but it's the mid-tier hotels, the nice mid-tier hotels. They don't give a fuck because the
Like
nice
Holiday Inn?
No, that's low. But I'm saying like no, like
West.
oh yeah,
The best beds. The best beds.
right, okay, fine. I'm not
You got like an Omni?
yeah, like that, yes. But I don't want to call out the fucking but it was a nice hotel. I go in, I go, oh, awesome, and not awesome. I'll just say this: 3.5 hours That's not
Wait, hold on. What did you order though? Hold on, what did you order? And where'd you order at what time?
What could I have ordered?
He ordered like a small Asian boy or something. Like, what did he order?
A 3D printed Taj Mahal?
Yeah,
I don't fucking know.
Salmon, bro.
he ordered food.
At what time?
That doesn't matter.
8:30.
All right.
Wait. Here's my thing. I don't care what time it is. If on the menu it says,
Oh, yeah, I know.
from if we serve food at this time and I call for food,
Listen. We're 3 road dogs. We're 3 road dogs. You gotta know after doing this for a number of years, if you order late, that shit ain't coming fast.
Fine.
Especially when you're trying to get salmon.
Not coming fast is like, okay, 35 minutes.
Yes.
40 minutes,
35
okay.
minutes is pretty good.
40 minutes is
40 minutes is like not coming fast.
I agree.
3 hours is
more.
somebody needs to get fired.
Yeah. Did somebody die?
Yeah.
Is there an emergency?
Is there a fire in this hotel? I'm with you.
I called downstairs. Hey guys, I'm worried why you haven't called me to evacuate because there's obviously a fire in the building because I haven't got my food in for 3 hours.
What'd they say?
So many different things, bro. I went down and up and down and up.
Oh, you even went down,
bro. It was a party, bro. I was talking to the person who checked me in. I was talking to the kitchen. I was talking to bro. They got to the point where if you really want to listen, I'm not gonna fucking. But if you really want to listen. But they had literally were like. The chef went home and they were like, we got another one. And I'm like, okay. And they're like, he lives here in the hotel. And he woke up to come. It wasn't just me. There were other people like, where the fuck's all my food? Wow. Yeah, I don't even. Bro, I don't even know.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy to me about you guys? You know what's crazy? Is you fight for the food. For 3 hours. I go, after an hour, they go, I don't know, man. I go, all right, fuck it. I'm not eating tonight. And I go to sleep because I'm not a hoe.
No, I need to get my macros.
It's not even about the food anymore.
It's not. No, it's about
That's what you don't understand. It's not about the food. Fuck the food. I throw the food out. It's about accountability and doing the thing that you said you were going to do.
At 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's not 2 in the morning.
It was 8 o'clock.
Bullshit.
It was not.
Because
It
after
was not.
Joker, it's a little later.
It wasn't after your show. I landed at 8:30. So after that.
Okay, so airport, by the time you get there, fight 10 at least.
No.
And then they have to wake the chef up. They have to wake the chef up.
They didn't have to fucking wake the chef up. It was open.
You just said they had to wake the chef up. They didn't know the chef.
Well, this was 3 hours later because whatever chef, the chef just was like, you know what? Fuck y'all.
It's because nobody ever orders, I bet. Was it like a Wednesday night?
This guy.
You ever been anywhere?
Yeah, you go places.
It's a hotel with big lights.
Hey,
everyone was there checking in.
Wait, this is the guy that changed his flight for a Diet Coke.
That fucking guy.
Fuck you.
Yeah,
Fuck you. Fuck you, buddy. I don't want to hear you.
This guy's in his wool fucking sweater.
You're on the side of a fucking fur
On his
coat.
flight.
Like the Dominican Republic, you know what I mean?
Coke. Just jizzes
This guy
everywhere.
thinks he's Denzel at the fucking, at the...
Just having wet daydreams.
You know what I mean? How dare you?
Fucking.
Yeah,
Bro,
unbelievable.
I mean, some of it were checking in. It was fucking one person
Also,
working.
just Uber Eats, dude.
That's true.
Postmates.
That's true.
That's the fucking move.
Except for they kept saying it's coming, it's coming, it's here.
Right. Oh, they lied to you.
Wow, they lied to you, Brendan.
Yeah.
Oh, Coca-Cola
They
Light.
call it Coca-Cola Light.
I just was saying it wrong.
Just for saying, just American idiot.
No,
They're really stick.
my mom said, no, Joanna talked with him in Spanish, and maybe it's just a few of them don't know shit.
No, you know what really happened now? Joanna doesn't want you to drink Diet Coke.
Oh, come on. That's not a good
She was at the bar like, just say you don't have any. But she was saying,
No, because she wanted him to be, so he wouldn't fucking be jizzy.
Oh, you're right.
They don't have it, man.
She wanted me dehydrated. She wanted me dehydrated, so I didn't have all that yum sauce. Yeah.
Figured it out.
Wow. Well played. Well played.
All-time backfire. She had to leave Dominican Republic early.
Yeah. Or you left me there.
She didn't know how serious I was about my DCs.
Hey, Chris, let's talk about Fan Man. Think Dr. What's that, Squatch? Dr. Squatch. Yeah, think Dr. Squatch is some small, wholesome company.
Burt's Bees, Native, think again. They've been bought by mega corporations and private equity firms. And they hijack these beloved brands and fill them with the same corporate slop as everyone else. But one company is doing things differently, the Van Man Company. They started the tallow trend a few years back with their grass-fed tallow moisturizers, and they've been crushing it ever since with hit after hit of clean, nearly edible solutions to your everyday products.
Here's the thing about tallow, it's best moisturizer. It's the best moisturizer on earth because the fatty acids in tallow are nearly identical to the oils in your skin.
Yeah, so the body actually recognizes it. One use and you'll feel the distance. Your skin will be one use and you'll feel the difference. Your skin will be softer and smoother than anything you've gotten from a bottle full of chemicals, dude, and fillers. So come on. You got to get here with this natural stuff, and because there's no filler garbage, a little goes a long way. This stuff actually, it lasts.
It's powerful enough to heal the skin, yet safe enough to spread on your toes. I love that. That's real ingredients. Ready to ditch the corporate chemicals? Go to fanman.shop/golden and use code GOLDEN for 50% off, 15% off your first order.
That's fanman.shop/golden. Don't forget /golden. Fanman.shop/golden and use code GOLDEN for 15% off your first order. Van Man, real ingredients, no exceptions.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything we got.
This is the free. This is the free. This is the with movies like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Ghost. Pluto TV is always free. So, Pluto TV, stream now, pay never.
Saturday night was the big UFC. I had to get home.
Oh, here. So where was that fight?
Miami.
Oh, God, that's a terrible place to fight. For a fighter, all the distractions in Miami. What other? I mean, I think if you count that type of distraction places, it's probably Vegas number one, and Miami's got to be second.
Miami might be number one.
Yeah, Miami. Yeah, it depends on your time.
Yeah, especially with the fighters types.
I know, but then you also, but I'm saying you also, you're adding gambling and all that stuff.
Everybody's time.
Yeah, Miami's a pretty.
Yeah, but if you have the cocaine in Miami, you have the fat asses, the Colombianos, huh, boys? Am I right?
Yeah. Hey, public service announcement. Don't send Brandon to Miami.
Yeah, I'm going there first week of May.
Oh, damn, for what?
Cocaine and ass.
Oh, my God.
Oh, imagine Brendan on cocaine. Oh, my God. Just all big with a fucking white sweat. Just sweat with fucking, just like a streak of white.
I'll tell you what, the cocaine wouldn't get very far with the three of us with those noses, fellas.
I don't even understand how you
Eric could snort from here.
Eric's a dealer. You go like a,
What is that? Why would I do that?
you're dealing it because you got kilos in it, bro.
Yeah, cargo, baby.
How much you want? I got you. The coke dragon, they call it.
Just stored cocaine.
Coke dragon.
So dumb.
Yeah, it's so stupid.
It's so funny.
Nick's got his AI face on right now. You know what I mean?
I was reading this thing. You were talking about Miami having distractions. Someone analyzed a couple years ago James Harden's performance in every NBA city, and they approved he does worse in the cities.
This is how you know
It was
there's too many
terrible in
people.
Atlanta.
Well, who's keeping track of this?
Worst performance was in Miami.
Well, now you can. Yeah, but now the AI
He ain't Kobe. He ain't Kobe. I'm going to bed early. You know he did.
So his distractions were intense.
His distractions were more fog. I don't mean that.
Calabasas, that's why it's helicopter crash here. Keep up. I was like,
I wasn't making a joke. I was just being, talking about what. I wasn't actually making a joke. I was like, it's a distraction. Unfortunately, it's fog.
And it's actually the pilot's distraction, right?
I thought he was kind of.
No, he was he's not pilot.
Oh, well, these guys are. They just look at yeah. But, but sometimes they do that for fun. It's like these guys, they have everything, so they're like, I'm going to get my pilot's license.
Yeah.
Also, with the Mamba mentality,
Yeah, maybe.
Poor guy.
Yeah,
Sucks.
Well, we brought this podcast
That was terrible to bring up. Well, I mean, was it me earlier? I'm just trying to make sure we don't go back to AI.
Chins and Rango.
Really? That's better.
Chins and
Don't
Rango.
forget, boys, Chins and Rango.
I'll never forget that.
Chin, did they ever reach out for part 2, or? No other, you did the one roll and nothing came your way after that? That wasn't your big break?
I didn't know how to do it. I should have had an agent.
Yeah, should have.
Is there a Rango too? Yeah, hooked up with that.
Yeah, how'd they even find you, Chin, if you didn't have an agent?
I went to audio engineering school, became friends with people there. They worked at a place called Trailer Park that does all the movie trailers.
Oh, you just got hooked up.
They just said audition for the role, and I auditioned and got it.
Okay.
Did you check out Project Hail Mary yet? Or are you still reading the book?
No, I'm still reading the book. I'm going slow because I'm also watching other stuff. I'm watching TV.
That's in space, right?
Yeah. Well, it's in the theaters now, but
I'm out.
An Atlanta apartment complex started using robots.
I've been seeing these kinds of things all over the place. Not in real life, just online. I just
The reaction.
They actually work.
The reactions.
They got the motherfucking robot dog in the motherfucking hood controlling the apartment. What the fuck type of AI shit it is? What the fuck? He look like he finna bite your ass.
oh, it's great. Excuse me.
Well, I mean,
Hello? Oh, baby, they
Can you just grab it?
How are you? Where are you at?
There's a person on here.
So, what time got the robot dog give him up?
So watch the picture so they don't take stuff.
Sorry. So we're actually like the robotic security dog here.
So, what time got them telling?
stop. So even the robot dogs are in Bangladesh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's bananas, man. That's bananas.
Well, you can stop and be like, oh, by the way, I have a question for you about my fucking phone plan over there.
But that's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Get you on the phone. Yeah.
Wow.
I thought it was more of an urban accent than Bangladesh.
Wherever
Is it
it
not?
was.
No, it's like Filipino.
Yeah, Filipino
Is
or
it?
something. That's crazy.
Yeah. Filipino.
Oh, yeah.
At first I thought it was like a Puerto Rican woman. That'd be funny. Sometimes when you win, sometimes when you lose, you truly win.
The robot's got the fat trunk.
Big nails.
I tried to honk the horn in a Waymo, and it stopped. And some Filipino lady comes out and like tells you not to do it. She was super polite about it. But I also heard they will control them in tight spots. It's not robot.
Oh.
They're like,
Well, the rumors are that they're also being controlled by prisoners. That's the big conspiracy.
Did you heard that from Sam Chamberlain?
Yeah, they just got like they're in prisons and just dudes, they got their goggles on and they're like, to me that's how war should be fought.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Filipino women.
Yeah, in prison. Yeah, just Filipino robots. Hey, come out!
Hey,
Hey,
out!
yeah,
Hey, came out. But yeah, I've been seeing the robots. They got them in China and shit.
It's great.
Just running around. Just like
I saw a great Elon Musk video. I don't know if it was great or not, but there's some guy asked him, "Why should I invest in Tesla?" It just when he explained, he was kind of like, "Yeah." You know what I mean? Did anybody check out any of this Coachella stuff?
No.
It's wild on YouTube. That this time it was like streamed live, and just when you go to the Coachella YouTube, it's just overwhelming all the stuff that was going on. Like you don't even have to go there. Like you could have just had a Coachella party.
Was it Bieber just playing like from his laptop?
Well, the reason why
he the rights to his music.
The reason why he did that is because he sold the rights to his music, and this was a way for him to still play the songs, sort of sing with the songs without having to pay the publishing company. Kind of a boss move, really.
How does that even work? Like, how come that's legal?
Because it's like
because YouTube's publicly, if you're paying for premium, you can play it. You know what I mean?
I think there's a different fee to play it. Like if you play basketball music in an arena,
Right.
so it's like cheaper.
Well, the comedy clubs were doing this. So comedy clubs there was a certain time when like they would be like, well, what song do you want to come out to? So there was a certain time that they got in trouble for that.
Really?
Yeah, they couldn't just play a song as the thing because you have to get licensing for it.
People there at the Brian
So
Callen
what
show.
they started,
Sorry, we can't play AC/DC.
so what they started,
$400,000 for this song.
but if they play it off
Right on
Spotify,
Spotify.
if they play off of Spotify or Apple Music, that's why they did that. So now it doesn't matter because that's how you get your music now anyway.
They're like, Brian, you actually owe us $20,000 because we played that Van Halen song 4 times for you.
I wanted to do a bit for Eric, but just hell no, I get it.
Just for hours. I know, dude.
Just wanted that.
I was very clear.
I don't want it. Eric just wanted
And I tried interrupting him.
He just wanted to fucking Spotify info out.
Oh, man.
Well, it's actually, because while humorous, Spotify and when they came in, they merged with the. God damn it, dude. God forbid I want to make a joke about this motherfucker.
Well, technically, Chris, it's just hang tight for a moment when you come. So the thing about Spotify is, if you're going to use the music,
I appreciate you. It's the licensing agreement. It's in an arena, and it was so while Brian Callen could play AC/DC.
technically, Brian Callen, yes, you could play AC/DC, but if you decide to play Metallica, you're looking at a 40% profit loss.
Get his info out.
Man.
Brian coming out to 25 people. Brian coming out to 25 people in Tacoma.
He catches strays.
Why not?
He always does.
Anyways, good job.
My boy Teddy Swims was there.
Oh my God, I saw that was great.
He's great. You actually know him?
Yeah, he's on a fight companion.
I'm a comedy fan too.
No, I am a comic. We follow each
Who
other.
the fuck's new dad?
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, it was pretty.
And they only got 80 views.
A lot of
New dad with 89. She looks like yeah.
She's struggling with her pronoun.
sexy red. I was just like,
This is just something I just.
how many people? I've never been.
Chris, didn't you
never
go to
wanted
this
to
last
go.
year?
No, I've been to stage.
I remember you went. Oh, Stagecoach, that's right. Stagecoach is like,
How many people are here?
oh yeah, okay, went.
You know, what's her name? Ruby Rose or something is accusing her of shit.
Yeah.
That's wild.
I didn't read it, but I saw the headline, and it's like, wow, you believe all women, right? So they're both telling the truth.
Yeah, who do you believe?
I don't even know what happened. I just saw the headline.
She was just saying like 20 years ago in Australia in a club, Katy Perry rubbed her pussy on her or something. Something like that.
How's that news? What are you looking for? What are we doing?
Well, Ruby Rose is, she's said a lot of things has happened to her. So if you just Google her name, it's like, they didn't pay me right, they didn't do this right, I got injured, and it's sort of like,
She got fired from the Batgirl thing because of her behavior on set, according to reports. I don't know if that's true or not. But, I mean, you just kind of go, I don't know.
Why are these meetings? What about Cindy Sweetie? Watch your mouth. You got this. No, Ruby Rose fucking smacked like, oh, she's not Ruby Rose. Yeah, that was Cindy Sweetie during the Jean campaign. That fucking. Yeah, she was. How you gonna pick out? Dude, Sydney Sweeney's a gift from the heaven.
Well, hold on. Also, the lady that she was playing
for the movie
support stuff.
Oh, the boxing movie Chrissy, which I watched on the plane, it was very well done.
Well, I will say this. Hold on.
They had to tie her tits down in that movie. Those puppies still came out. There's nothing you do. There's nothing you do. There's nothing you do.
You should have a movie review show. Brendan wants him to win the special effects award.
Yeah. Oh, come on, dude. Avatar, give me a break. No, but they,
Ruby Rose is beautiful.
Yeah, okay, yeah, I don't want to say, yeah. He was saying, don't, he's made
She wanted to play that part.
What part? The boxing one?
Yes.
Oh.
She wanted to play that part.
Bring up Ruby Rose currently for me.
Currently, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't seen her in a long
She
time.
shaved her head and hates people. I don't know. It makes her less sexy.
Well, that's
Out here, Sydney Sweeney working on fucking vintage Broncos with her tits out. I mean, come on.
no. Okay, of course, bro.
Oh, yeah, there you go. There you go.
She pretty. Come on. Look at her face. I mean, I get it. She's kind of masculine, but
Nick was a girl.
no. Nick doesn't look that good.
She looks like a teenager. Get the fuck out next to Sydney Sweeney. Are you guys out here fucking...
Brendan, I'm not. Yeah, this is you. Sometimes you take something we're not saying, and you make the argument about that. What I'm saying is she's got a beautiful face.
I'm having an argument with myself right now.
Yes.
I'm saying out loud.
Yeah.
I'm saying out loud. I'm crazy.
She's so right about what this is about.
She is right.
Yeah. So she's saying, I don't know. She's put out a lot of posts about it too. Stuff about
This is how she's held her shit together and grew her hair out. We're cooking.
Yeah, I know. But also, she, this is how people stay relevant.
Brendan still comes to our house every 6 months to check her hair.
Yeah.
Let's stay inside the house.
It's just weird. I don't know what this, I don't know what's going to come of it. I don't know.
I'll tell you what comes of it. Nothing. And she's not going to get booked in many roles with that attitude.
I think that's what's already out.
Is that right?
It's not right.
Oh, wow. I thought it was that fucking fucked me up. So I was like,
Why I got to send me that? I got to send it to Matt.
I should get more tattoos. Oh, that's weird.
Why am I block hard?
Now he's into it.
Never look at Matt the same after that.
Honestly, Ruby Rose, she's really commercial.
It's just what makes her legs and her fucking haircut.
Obviously.
Chill out with tattoos. She has a Bruno Mars tattoo on her right arm. Give it up.
Oh, she does.
I don't need that with Mars.
The other thing Ruby does is like, I've already paid off my gambling debts. There's this rumor that he had $50 million for the casino. So he was on stage with somebody, and the guy was like pretending to be him. He was talking about his debts. Bruno comes in, he's like, I paid off my debts already. That's funny. Funny stuff.
Just do one show and pay for that.
That guy's really an awesome performer.
He's so talented.
He really is. It's great.
All I know is Bruno Mars is about 3'6".
Facts. But he's talented as fuck.
Oh, yeah, he's talented.
Why not Hollywood?
Yeah, I guess so, but it's weird. Like, we're all very tall. Even Nick.
Jane's fucking gigantic Asian Oscars, too. You know, less than 2% of the population is over 6'2"?
We you sort of just take it for granted, too.
And it might even be over 6 foot. Yeah, to me, it's just, I'm just living, baby.
Just living.
I'm just living.
I'm walking around, just top shelf living.
Just when I walk down the street, congrats. It's very rare.
We went to a restaurant yesterday, and Rachel and Wolf, he's 2, and he's like, he's getting huge, So the lady, I go, he's only 2. And she said, he's going to be taller than me. She's like 4 or something. Yeah, I'm loud in the restaurant. Shit! She's in the restaurant. Oh, that's good. We'll go there.
to Schaumburg, Illinois, Chicago, Slay.com, Westminster, BC, Nashville, Las Vegas, Salt Lake City, let's go, Slay.com, Miami, Denver, Pittsburgh.
And then click on over there, Griffin.com. It's Ontario Improv this Friday, or is it Saturday? One of those days, Saturday night, Ontario Improv, 2 shows, North Iowa Comedy Festival, and then the Raleigh Improv, 8th and 9th.
Are you the headliner at the North Iowa Comedy Festival?
Yes, I am.
Oh, yeah.
I'm headlining the Portugal. Lisbon, Portugal. Whatever.
You got it. All right. But also check out it airs tonight. It's called No Leg Days. No Leg Days. It's on YouTube. The YouTube is No Leg Days. My boy Nick, both the Nicks made it. He had huge guests on there. It's like a fun fitness workout show. They go to Venice, Gold's Gym. They're all over. So go check them out. No Leg Days.
And then you can Tubi, check out my specials on Tubi and Brendan's show on Tubi.
That's right, kids. Love you.
Worst podcast ever. That gum shirt is hilarious. It's so white.
Hi, everybody. Here we are. Holy moly, how exciting. We're at the LA Podfest right now.
This is fucking ridiculous.
We're in the penthouse at a fancy hotel. Holy moly. This is excitement if I've ever heard of it before. Thanks to everybody watching in Daily Motion. I would say make some noise, but we wouldn't hear you guys. Sure, in bedrooms right now.
For my dog, I got this is a dog-friendly hotel, so you can pay this $75 so your dog can fuck the shit up in your room, and you don't have to pay the extra, so if anyone wants to piss and shit in my room.
I know I already did. The dog, when we were in there, the dog actually came out and had a little something in its mouth. We thought it was food for a moment, but what was it? It was a little chocolate. This tiny dog found a tiny chocolate and was walking around with it in its mouth. So thank you, Sheraton Delphina.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for allowing my dog to find poisonous chocolate underneath the fucking dresser.
That's right, the Sheraton Hotel, where we killed the cutest baby dogs you've ever seen.
I was gonna do that thing. Oh, here it is. This.
once you remove the sin, there are no more sins. What Maria was telling her husband, I want you to be free, gather of inspiration. That for the benefit, that brought us from that action on them, and they're hunting of Chuba. The Chuba who is shy about it, and they don't know what they wicked. Sure enough, while you're not coming, we are 100 Chuba. So the very damage on behalf of these shy, they did Chuba, and they became essentially, or at least that of but they did Chuba. They did Chuba. So the story is fascinating. Number one, what Maria was saying to her essentially, there aren't bad people, there are just good choose to do bad things. And a person always has to be able to look at the other people and friendship and say, very often we automatically assume that character is someone based on actions. If you do something bad, that means you are a bad person. And what Maria was trying to highlight, this is incredibly so. That's not necessarily the case. Other bad people are very often are people do bad things. And if you're just able to stop bad things, do bad things, the inner good ultimately comes out. So instead of validating good for us, for these guys to die, without the nation of Shalom, the Shalom becomes accustomed to it. Let sin cease from the world. And if there's no sin, no shine. There will be no shine. The person, the Gabra is good. Just sometimes the Gabra corrupts himself with the world. That Gabra, the individual, is restored to his covering. I will say, what Maria was laying on there was essentially this concept is the cornerstone of children. Like without this bad, if I'm bad, so is there really some my salvation, restoration? This entire so I'm a good person who does bad things. I may do bad things very quickly. That's quite possible. I may even do more bad things than good things. But at the end of the day, my inner good still exists on some level. It's just not by the negativity. The negativity is sin and its endless. Now, as a side way, what we did is Sunday brothers. There's another famous character from the Sunday, which is how do you damage
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the Comedy Store for a brand new episode of Hello Tony, Volume 2. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Fuck yeah, everybody. How you guys doing? Hello. Hi, everyone. Good to be here. Happy Monday to you. Episode 36 of Tony. Here with how you guys doing tonight, everybody? Always fun. Down? What were you saying?
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. This sound system here changes every single month.
Yeah, they probably do about probably about 20 or 25 different shows out of this week. So I can't imagine how many crazy Dan's get on all the dials and everything.
Yeah, that's 20 different people. That's not the
Right, they have no idea. Oh, it's totally always just a comedian working that big box back there trying to get a spot on whatever show it is. It's in the place just so imagine that. I mean, that's every week, 20 different bands. That's 52 weeks times fucking years. This whole group has been
Yeah, they keep on blowing speakers and replacing like 80 boxes or whatever these are. I think these are iPhones, so iPhones that they're using here.
Yeah, we're getting it all written. That's the master disaster.
that's the whole so
Words are changing.
because
Yeah, it's been a crazy week since the last episode. Last episode, I'm pretty sure, was definitely undisputedly our most buzzworthy episode.
People are saying that's the best episode we had, and we were very nervous for last episode.
We on Stitcher in some category at some point. Oh, that's a first. Oh, no applause on that. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone, for your support. I mean, number one's not that big of a deal, but I mean, there's other numbers. Who cares, right? Who cares about being number one? Why would you work towards that goal? But I mean, and just the fucking tweets, the everything, it's the outreach and support of the show has been unbelievably awesome.
I think I've only heard a few negative comments. And the negative comments were all like, "Hey, us people that like to fuck dogs are very disappointed, and that's why."
Right. Yeah. And I'm telling you, man, it's amazing because the podcast world is one thing, but there's also this crazy Hollywood land thing that I like to delve into during the day with like auditions and there's just everything. It's show business that we're in, and there's an amazing amount of buzz there too, which really surprises me from a raw renegade type of podcast that takes place in the belly room of the store. Like, it's so funny to hear people talking about listening to the episodes and this and that, pretty high up people. So we're rattling the cages, so it's very fun. It's really exciting. And to think that we did it after getting stabbed in the back, and that's what it took. The betrayal is what it took to push us to number one. So, it's just, to push us to the best that we've ever been. So that's an exciting thing. And, last week was fun. We tested out the Iron Josh. And maybe we'll give him another chance. But in the meanwhile, I think we should keep testing out different types.
That's right.
See what we got tonight is something very special. This Iron dude is pretty well known in the Death Squad community.
Very well known. There's many episodes of Death Squad, also Death House Chronicles. Friends the show for a long time. Been there since the beginning.
Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, our head of security tonight. Put your hands together for Iron Petrie! Wow, look at this!
Upgraded.
Wow! Stronger than ever.
This is great. As we can tell, there's been some upgrades. No longer does he have the iron penis snake. He has a advanced wireless mic system coming out of his crotch. Yeah, you can tell.
Yeah, that's a hot mic.
It is a hot mic.
Heck yeah, some IKEA lights on your palms. That's pretty cool.
That's right too.
What was that? Oh, I got you. Yeah, that's true. Hell yeah. You gotta stay in one spot, Petrie.
Is it the Patriot or the Iron PDC?
What do you think? Well, I like Patriot it is. His name's Pete. To the path of the Pete. It's the Patriot. So fuck yeah. So what's been going on, Patriot? What's going on? What's your world like? Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Now you had a band too, right? What's that called? Filthy Lobster. Yeah. Share your papaya.
It's really weird because like him looking over at me really seems like we're looking at the original Iron Patriot.
Yeah.
It's slowly getting there.
It's like if the Iron Patriot. This is what the Iron Patriot looked like on Halloween when he was 6 years old.
Or it looks like the Iron Patriot's like on a slumber party.
Yeah.
He's in his little jammies.
His little sleepover. When all else fails, just make those noises. Hell yeah, you've done your research. That's great. Well, I'm glad to have you here, Pete. What do you say we get this thing started, huh? Yeah. Oh, yes. Wait a second. What is it? Pete? Oh, well, absolutely. Absolutely, but in the meanwhile, to stand in for you while you use the restroom, we are going to bring up the Iron Gatriot, everybody, our first ever homosexual head of security. Wow. It's Iron Justin Martindale, a.k.a. the Iron Gatriot. How you doing today, buddy? Wow, this is amazing. Right, exactly. I'm glad that you were able to be our backup head of security today. A lot of people weren't able to do that. I had to call. This is podcasting kryptonite.
Yeah, it's really quick. I'm sure he's used to touching tips also. It's not a really hard thing.
You got it right there. Just last time you had this trouble with the mic, it was a guy actually named Mike.
Yeah. I don't know what he just turned it on and off.
It should just stay on.
He's doing some sound effects for us.
What was that at number 32? Okay. So Gatriot, what's going on? Anything going on?
I fell out of a hot tub this weekend.
Oh.
Yeah, it was exciting. Yeah, I've been making people. I was at a group of people in the hot tub. And then fell out of a hot tub, trying to get a drink, and we forgot to tell you the floors were really horrible. Yeah. So that's shit. A bunch of people.
Now, Tony, the Iron Gatriot brought us a song this week.
What?
You guys like music, so...
Wow, it's been a couple weeks since we've had a song from our head of security. I'm pretty excited about this. Ladies and gentlemen, here you go. The Iron Gatriot, everyone. Whoa, what's this going to be? It sounds scary.
Goodbye, and my shoulder. Trying to find my stumble. Though I try to hide it, it's clear. My white one is when you are
Guys, give it up to the Iron Gatriot!
Wow, heck yeah. That was awesome. Heck yeah, there he goes, the Iron Gatriot. That was amazing.
Justin Martindale, everybody.
Heck yeah. Unbelievable performance. Thank you so much. Everything come out okay, Iron Gatriot?
Yeah, we're
fantastic.
I don't know if you guys noticed a little bit of factoid for you. This is the first episode of Kill Tony that's ever taken place during Black History Month. So, I got a lot of tweets from my female awards about that today.
Oh!
I love you guys.
Wow!
See me retweet them.
You call girls Nancy's. I don't know. That's very old-fashioned of you.
Real quick before we jump into it, we are at the Kill Tony comes to the La Jolla Comedy Store on the road for the first time ever on March 1st. So San Diego, if you're listening to this, it's going to be March 1st. Tickets will be available online. That would probably be the time you hear this. So it's going to be very soon. It's going to be March 1st at the La Jolla Comedy Store, the first time on the road. So very exciting. Also, that's it. This is Tom Segura's t-shirt. That's available at tomsegura.com.
Yep, tomsegura.com.
Special birthday shout out to Marie.
Yeah.
Water boxers in the house, everybody. My favorite person. He's a fan of me, but I'm a fan of him. let's get it started. You guys ready? Kill Tony 36, motherfuckers. And just as always, it's super duper special. In no particular order, your two guests go like this. Truly one of the first people that ever take me on the road with them or work with me. One of my favorite people, one of the funniest people here at the Comedy Store. It's Steve Trevino, everybody. And also, coming with him, from the Big Lebowski, from Seinfeld, another one of the best comedians in the fucking world, Tom Herrera, everybody. Tom Herrera, Steve Trevino, Tony. It's always people. Actually, it's just been a couple days. I did your podcast the other day.
That was really gay. The gay trip?
Right, yeah.
Yeah. I go to the gay gym hoping to get rings. That way at least I know I have a nice body. There you go. I tried. See, it's not on.
It's on. This weird failure.
You guys hear us? It's only super clearly.
No, we hear you. We're just don't like it.
Do you guys want to drink? Josh is going to make a run right now.
Josh, y'all have a beer, bud?
Put your hands together for my fucking guests. We're going to have fun tonight, guys. These two guys know comedy big time. Patriot, you got any questions for our guests?
I'm doing a little research there. And Steve, you started comedy in Texas, right?
Yep, Texas.
Then you came to Hollywood. You had a fighting gig and opened up for Carlos Mencia, right?
Oh, let's keep that to yourself. I'm still trying to shake off the state, buddy.
Well, I heard you on Mark Maron's podcast.
Yeah,
talking about Carlos Mencia. How's he contacting you?
No, I haven't. He doesn't talk to me much anymore. He doesn't talk to anybody fucking much anymore. Apparently, I just like the way the questions are coming through there. Yeah, that's what the voice about. So yeah, it's a good question, Patriot. How about anything for Dom?
We've been in Think About Me, Seinfeld, Golden Girls, Everyone Loves Raymond, The Late Show, Tonight Show, Conan. So my question to you is, what's your favorite breakfast cereal?
Let's say it's Mr. T, please.
Special kid. You know, I actually stole material from Carlos Mencia. Nobody will believe him.
On that one. That's a great move. So you guys know how the show goes. I'm so happy that you guys made time to come on this because I trust your opinions up there with, absolutely fucking anybody.
I slipped in with my schedule because I love it.
You are the best. Even Comedy Central said you're one of the top 50 comics in the world. Oh shit, I really blew that one.
No, let me tell you, I'm not bitter, but second the entertainer was 78. And how can I compete with an entertainer? All I have to stand up and be entertained, gets people over, it's a nice spread. Solid point.
That is great.
I was voted top 10 of comics in Redmond, Texas.
Oh, that's a very important one.
I was number 9.
How big is that zip?
There's about 2,000 people there. Yeah.
That's pretty good.
My mom was on the committee to vote. That's all I got.
Hell yeah.
Thanks, man. I like that.
Awesome. So you guys know how the show works. As always, over 30 comedians signed up tonight for the opportunity to do 1 minute of stage time in front of our lovely guests, myself, and the show. We try to help them out or talk to them, find out information about them. They go from comedian to guest on the show. As soon as the minute's up, and you know your minute's up when you hear that sound of the kitty. Aww, how adorable. That's when you know you hit a minute. Now, don't go longer than that, or else she'll be running the light. You'll bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Wow. He is extra angry tonight. Holy shit, he really is furious. I mean, we try to teach the people, you know, you got to do your time and get off. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, all those little lessons. Can you imagine that? I'll let you tell. No further ado, what do you guys say we get into it? Here we go. I have a bucket full of comedians. Two of my favorites. Please, please, please. Just a tight lighting. I was number 79. Sure, you'll remind me a couple more times. Well, here we go. Your first comedian goes by the name of Tracy Greenwood. Wow, right there in the front. Is he mistake number one? Is this thing on? That's
You can turn on the microphone. There's a button on. Is it? Okay.
Here we go.
I'm going to talk to him.
Sorry about that. Well, actually, in my daytime, I was an attorney. Don't use your phone on the phone. Don't put that image in my phone. Text with sex teeth. Don't call me. I think my concern's legit. I still want to hear shit. So if I hear an echo or a grunt, hang it up. Some things are just better when you go alone. Don't use your phone on the phone.
That's it? Wow, okay. 37 seconds. That was a lot of poem. It's, okay. So, you don't do stand-up. This is something that you're trying out right now. Is this your first time on stage?
My second time.
Wow. What was your first time at? Wow, see, that place just puts anybody up. That's the difference between the comedy store and the improv, by the way.
If you pay for a class, you get to go over.
Oh.
Is all your material like poem based, or do you have jokes? Like
I have jokes, yeah. Can I hear a joke? Sure, I have a joke about being your father.
Tell it.
The great thing about being a father is sit here saying something really low and just be that was more of a statement, maybe a tweet. That could have been a solid, pound inspirational. You know what I mean? Something like that. Thank you. You know,
that would be great on a calendar of father advice.
Yeah. With a kitten, you know, something like that. Sure. Absolutely. I'm not a laugh. Thank you very much. I have a little I was wheezing. And I think Cedric the Entertainer did that rhyme on Def Jam in '93. I'm pretty sure he killed Murder. I can't bring him up.
That's actually written. That's not the Def Jam.
It's totally real. Are you thinking about doing this for real? Absolutely. It's hard to say anything. It's just anytime on stage. So the only advice I have is fucking keep doing it.
Yeah.
Maybe make it funny.
Right.
Yeah, probably make it funny. That's
two times on stage. I'll tell you this, just that you nip it in the bud. You want to do poems? That's great. You gotta. I mean, if you really want to be like a poem type of comedian, it's gotta be hard. You gotta raise the stakes. We gotta start rhyming with some crazier ones. You know what I mean? Like, you really gotta go for it. What I'm basically saying is, if you want to do stand-up, I can tell you to say what's the poem.
yeah, because you don't want to give
It's my first time.
That's what he was trying to get to. Don't do the fucking poem.
Jeff Ross.
Jeff Ross wants his poem back. That's what
I mean, like,
Doc said that.
Dice Clay is a good example of doing a poem right, even if it is like a nursery rhyme or something like that.
Super
He
film shit.
stole it from out of a George fund.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's shit.
It wasn't even his inspiration.
Wow.
That's who it is now.
Well, if you're going to do that way, you might want to start off at the poem side because stand-up comics will just start beating you up. Poems.
Right, when you say you were inspired by Attila the stockbroker, is that an actual stockbroker or is that a comedian?
But not a comedian.
Right.
Nobody was very much.
Yeah.
That tight tuck t-shirt, hilarious. Tight tuck, buddy.
It works with my body type.
No, it doesn't. But tell me, this is your second time on stage, guy. Oh, who's the fucking host of this show, okay?
No, it's okay. No, he inspired me. I do want to hear it.
When you said your name was Tracy, I was sure it was going to be one. And enough, I do it for senior press.
See why I let that happen? Yeah. You don't want to wake the Petrie. The Petrie only thinks evil thoughts, so you probably in with him.
Probably should have just sent out. First, gonna count in your shit and send out.
But I'll tell you what,
Your dick looks fat in those jeans, though. I'm gonna be honest with you. Looks huge.
Everybody at home is watching.
one of my favorite things about this show is getting to watch people really finally, whatever you've been through in your life, the fact that you're finally now taking a chance and trying to chase a dream that is so hard to accomplish, yet so fun and unorthodox to try. And it's so fascinating to me that you're doing it now, and that's great. So if you're into it, work hard and have fun and knock it out.
I would kill the poetry side though.
Yeah, don't do the
If you're into the poetry side, go over to the poetry shops and just kill them all. Be the star.
Be the funny poet.
Yeah, be the funny poet. Yeah.
But also, I mean, look, man, for you to get on this stage second time in front of us, that takes balls, and that's half the fucking battle. Exactly. To have the balls to walk on stage.
And then to have the balls to do a poem in front of us, I mean, holy shit.
That's insane.
Truly,
Wearing a Whoopi Goldberg shirt, too. I'm sorry. Wow, guy, I'm embarrassed. I didn't realize.
I've been having trouble sleeping. So there's any way you can give me that phone.
Thank you so much.
Can I plug my podcast? No, you can't.
Plug your podcast? They can find it if they follow you on Twitter. It's @WFascination. He's on Twitter. WFascination.
Tracy, ladies and gentlemen, what's it?
Tracy Greenwood is second time on stage. Is it a poetry podcast? Poetry-based podcast? Poetry podcast.
Oh, yeah, everybody listen and find out. You heard him.
Sit down, now he's cocky.
Yeah, that was cocky.
You're cocky now, you sit down, motherfucker. You want that cocky up here.
Oh, this show is fun, Tony. You said it was going to be
No,
fun.
I mean, we're just getting started.
We're crushing dreams. This is awesome.
Let me ask you guys something. Do you remember maybe like a joke or something you did when you very first started stand-up comedy? Maybe you regret and like you're a little embarrassed that you did. Can you share it with us?
True story. No. The joke that I hated that I did, that I really fucking hated.
That you did.
I did
Yeah.
But I hated it.
Yeah.
I told you it was terrible. But you remember those things. I mean, there's jokes that I did 5 years ago that I'm like, what the fuck was I thinking? Motherfucker, don't clap so hard, guy. Don't clap so hard. I hope you stick it out, motherfucker. I hope in 5 years I can remind you about your bullshit poem. joke I ever wrote.
Yeah.
I go, my father used to take me and drive me around the nice neighborhoods. And my father would go, look around, son. One of these days, if you work hard and stay dedicated, out of yard like this. And I was 9, all right? I was 9 when I did the joke, and it used to kill.
Wow.
And then I started doing comedy again as an adult, and I was like, let me dust that fucking gem off.
Right.
And it just, yeah.
No, I did say joke that you were embarrassed that you did on stage.
One day you can't be just like, I gotta love you. It's a great fucking job, man. I was an extra. I think see us doing it. But I will say, like, I will say that you know, you look at like a pro, like God, if you're delivering now, it's just you can say fucking anything, and it's so funny, you know. But you know what I mean? Like, it's you're cadence, you learn to kind of get that, and your second time on stage, you know.
There you go.
Yeah, that's weird.
Solid point.
Number 79. Three. I mean,
Tony, I'm out of here. I'll wait for fucking Doc Paris.
do that show. All right, here we go. Your second comedian tonight goes by the name of Steve Cocher.
Right, it's great to be here. Fucking sweating already. I was thinking about joining a gym, and you can tell with that decision about it. It looked like the world's biggest encourage right now. But I'm doing it, but doing it. You got to take a tour of the gym at least. She's off with stripping and spinning room on the cycle. She said you can go at your own speed. You don't have to feel bad like Louis Armstrong or something. I thought that was a good decision. That's black gym. Some people are going a little too hard. Going a little too hard. When you're working out and you got dick veins running through your whole body, let's skip it. You know what I'm saying? Eat a fucking burrito already. I'm over here. I got to peel off my shorts. I got waistband marks. Just dimple it in. It's like a mold for macaroni. Pretty much is what it is. Glue it in. It will melt. Next workout, you peel it off. You have a little snack. It's good.
Wow, he stopped talking. That is one angry bear. Couldn't wait to come out.
You've been doing it a while, haven't you? Yeah. They did the right thing. You moved the microphone to the side.
Really tired? You're that tired after 1 minute?
More nervous. And that strong minute. Take a long break. I was fine in 30 seconds. I couldn't catch my breath at 45.
I love the dick vein shit. The belt thing, as being a fat guy, I'm totally down for that whole idea. You could also have some idea of like maybe having belt buckles gives you kind of fat tattoos. You know what I mean? Like I got a move. You know?
Are you really going to the gym?
No, I did enjoy it.
I would have probably opened with the Dead Cloud Veins. Especially when you got like a minute, fucking hit up, man.
Yeah.
You know, you got use the 7-minute set. Come out strong, fucking hit them, and then you got them. Then you can kind of do more premise. You get a lot of premise, you know. A lot of, let me tell you about the gym. Well, motherfucker, tell me about it. You know what I mean? So, come out, get them on board. Right. Right. So then you can run to like 15 seconds. You really got time. Yeah.
At a minute and a half, you probably need a scaler.
Probably in the way.
You get exhausted pretty quickly.
I like the whole thing, guy. The hair, you know, keeping the Jew fro, even though you're losing it in the front there.
It is. It smells bad. Yeah.
But that's something you can talk about. You walk on stage, people see that immediately. Fucking talk about it.
Significantly younger.
Yeah, if you have an early juice pro and you lose it in the front, is it easier to do like push it towards the front cover up? Is it like
The real problem is that the top dries faster than the rest of it. So it looks like I can blow it for like an hour.
Yeah, you can do something with that. It's the redness too. You hate yourself. You know what I mean? But you look at your appearance, kind of talk about that real quick. That's really great. I was impressed. Not impressed enough to take you on the road, but
Where are you from, Steve?
DC.
How long have you been in LA?
This past life.
hang out here at the store much.
I come by on Mondays. I don't spend a whole lot of other time there.
That's part of the process.
I guess so. I
You
don't.
just gotta fucking hang out.
I guess
Nobody's. It's like what you put it the best, didn't you? You said it's like Fight Club.
I agree with that.
It's like Fight Club. You sit on the porch and you take your suck, and then they finally invite you in the house. You just gotta fucking hang out.
That sounds fair. I guess it was more of a comfort thing.
You gotta get out there. But it's
Well,
hard. Yeah,
that's the thing. You have to make yourself comfortable with everything that you do. Try to make friends or try to find something or whatever. Find it exactly your favorite clicker or hot or whatever the hell it takes to numb the pain and you get through it.
And that's the cool thing about the Comedy Store. It's open until 2 a.m. So you can do other spots, and then you come here at night and hang out. Get to know people and become part of this. So maybe you did a great job. Yeah, I don't know. He hasn't said a word.
Yeah, you definitely have been in shows for 5 years. How long have you been doing stand-up? Right. Okay. So my question is in that gym joke, do you say that you didn't join, or do you say that you were testing it out?
I said I was going to join it. You can tell what the decision was.
Yeah, you're right. I don't see fat when I see you. I think like dick, big nipples, terrible pictures.
You're not out of shape enough to do that joke. It's like something you look at. Like if Tracy had done it. I thought we were being honest.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think you're a little bit on the chubby side, but not enough to really be able to sell the. I think we can tell what that decision was. Like, I think it's funnier if you just say that you tried, right? That you took the tour.
What you saw on that tour.
Right.
Everybody that went to a gym, you get the bullshit tour. It's something that you're in bad condition because you're not fat. Every time. Whoops. Took no words right out of my mouth.
But I definitely, like Steve said, I'd start with the dick bait thing. Then you're cooking with fire. You already have momentum going into anything else.
Right after that.
I like the belt idea you had too. Was the different,
The cookie cutter shit.
those are the two big punchlines in the joke.
They didn't really get the Louis Armstrong reference. He's dead too. You know that, right?
Yeah, she meant Lance Armstrong.
Gotcha.
Now it's funnier.
Right.
Parallels. Fucking hilarious.
Tweak some words, make that work.
Yeah, make it a little more obvious.
That's one thing lately I've been noticing that, like, in my head, I think I'm already being obvious, but you actually have to dumb it down a lot. Like, that's the hardest thing is dumbing it down because it pisses you off. Like, you should get this. You should be at least on the dumb level that I am. I'm a retard. But no, like most of your audience are even dumber than what you're
Like even if you said Louis Armstrong, he's black, and then you kind of let him into, he's black and has golden balls, something like that. So you let the audience know who he is. Because when you said it, I didn't know. I think it'd be great.
Steve Cotronio.
Thank
you so much. He's on Twitter. He's on Twitter at Steve Cotronio, Cotroneo. Heck yeah.
This is fun. I didn't have to rush it.
Yeah. No, it's fun to start off with the Tracy Greenwood. You get that out of the way. The guy that's just starting, It's good, Tracy, because, I mean, the $1 million question, when I said you're new at this, and you go, this is my second time, that means that's like the complete get out of jail free card.
Right.
Sometimes
What the fuck is this?
Okay, great. Well, you're just starting out. They're like, I've been doing this 13 years, and that's when I'm just like,
You should kill yourself.
right, exactly. It's just like, yeah. So heck yeah,
That's a good thing about your set. There's no work to the world. You know what I mean?
right.
You have to get better from there.
Definitely starting from the bottom. How the set of the improv go?
Oh, this is great for a podcast.
One person came exactly perfect. That sounds about right. You gave that one person a ticket.
Which, by the way, for young comics, that's the worst. Like when you're a young comic, you want to invite your family, you want everybody to come see you. That's the fucking worst.
The bringer show shit. Just
Yeah,
skip that.
just no.
I don't even believe in that concept. That's a scam. That's a guy trying to make money off you guys. Do not fucking pull that bringer show shit.
Yeah, it's better to do any open mic. Yeah. Did you ever do like an open mic with musicians or anything? Right. Absolutely. That was the exact same thing. I mean, I was totally amazed. Obviously, not the first night I was here, but the second night I was here when I saw them again, I'm just like, that's second. What's the deal with that?
Yeah, well, one of the first people I saw was Pablo Francisco, and he tricked me.
And you think there's no way
Yeah,
that he could do that.
Made all that shit up.
Right.
So the next day I go, I gotta hear what he says. He said it is, that's the trick of it. Then I came back to see him, and I'm like, wait a minute, motherfucker.
And then if they can
But it
make
was
you
still
laugh,
brilliant.
right?
Yeah, it was still brilliant, still laughing, But I mean, everything you realize that every fucking motion that you did was worked out somewhere.
You add and you notice, if you notice quickly, like a real good one, in my opinion, is Al Madrigal. Like you can watch Al one night, and then the next night you'll see him do the same thing. It'll be bigger.
Right,
It'll be better.
I don't mind that. What I find is the fake laugh.
Laughing
at yourself, kind of, yeah.
Like cracking yourself up. Yeah.
Like really,
Sometimes
That's
it's
my number one hit,
right? Sometimes it's real.
It's real. Yeah, sometimes it's.
Yeah.
But I usually get a laugh from somebody in the audience. Like sometimes I'll say, I'll say something, and then somebody will react to the audience that'll make me laugh.
Right.
Like somebody will lose their shit or they'll fucking pull their glasses off.
I have a lot of fun mistakes because I love looking at the girls' faces when I say things. That's my favorite.
Right,
thing.
you enjoy what they're
look. Let's see how disappointed she looks now. Blah 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 blah.
I was
hard.
I was in a show in Knoxville the other night, and this woman, humble brag. I was asking them the difference between hillbillies, rednecks, and pigs. And she said she was a hillbilly, and as we were on the show, I've never seen this before. She got a standing ovation. But it's not going to do it justice. But I said to her, are you married? She said, yes. She says, I'm here with my brother. I said, well, now I know what hillbillies are. They're fucking brothers. And they fucking stood up and clapped for her. And they said, I can't follow you. Follow the audience member. Yeah, you can't follow Angela.
When natural.
Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic 10, Inu.
Dom, I love your face. I can look at your face all day. You have a great face.
Yeah.
It's very comforting.
It's big. It's big and it's sad. It's sad. And drugs, a lot of steroids. I could never kill like this.
You must slay pussy, though, because you are a charming guy and you have a charming face.
I get chicks that I should never get, but I never do.
It's the best. Exactly.
I can make them come just doing setups. These two. What a piece of this, don't you?
All right, your next comedian tonight is Kevin Jones. I'm pretty sure these are all new names so far. Wait a second. I do believe Kevin Jones just missed his spot, which means he's blacklisted. Very good.
Did you do that? Wow, that was pretty damn good.
Hey, by the way, for all future blacklistings, you have to recreate the the car alarms from the one that's been on since the 80s, like the.
That's the British one. That's the British one.
Well, Kevin Jones is blacklisted. He's not be on the show.
Which, by the way, that's a horrible way to start your comedy career by signing up for a fucking open mic and not showing up.
Yeah,
that's horrible.
Exactly. How about Jessica Blankenship?
This is a dude. I'm gonna be pissed.
I see movement. I see movement in the audience.
Oh, here we go. Oh, she is Jessica Blankenship.
Hey, so I realized that I'm not fit to be a parent today. I live in a small camper with a big dog, and usually she's really good for me. But the other day I came home from work and she had shit all over the floor. And instead of cleaning her, poured a bottle of water and put a towel down, took her to the park. So I can imagine if I had a kid and she got sick, I'd just pour a bottle of water on her. If she got sick in the backseat of the car and suddenly gave her I'd probably end up asking her.
Oh, it's over.
You know, I just, I really don't think I should be.
That's it, 56 seconds. Jessica Blankenship. I can really tell you're brand new, right?
Okay, rule number one: grab the microphone stand and move it out of the way.
Yeah.
That's rule fucking number one. You walk on stage, if you're not going to use it, grab it, move it out of the way. That's rule number one.
And another dead giveaway was that I noticed that you slowly moved back throughout the entire minute. Slowly but surely.
I love the premise.
Pulling away from the audience.
I love the premise of the joke. It was a really good premise. There's beats there. Well, she's got to find them. What joke? You know what I love? Yeah, I know. But it's real. That's what's good. Yeah. Keep it real. The thing I love is I would love to see a really professional people. How much time do I have? Yeah. How much time do I have left? In a minute set. I'll take a 30-second light and you give me and then another one at 45. Encore. She did a blinking at 45. Second encore.
You definitely just need to start going on stage more. You definitely can tell that your stage presence is very shy, and like if you sell it, you can probably work with it. You just need to put some tags in it, lighten up the mood a little, make it a little bit more sillier and less depressing. If you really live in a trailer, you seem like you're right out in Oliver Stone maybe or something like that, like robbing banks.
Yeah, well, that's what makes it great. I can tell that you've been you're punished and abused.
Right.
Which, no, that makes for great comics. Yeah. It really does. The more pain you have, the fucking funnier you'll be. You know what I mean? You can tell that you fucking, yeah.
It's true, and all that definitely gives you perspective. And so, I mean, you gotta, if you're interested in this, then you gotta be knocking out open mics, because what the open mics do is they just burn away that muscle of how you kept looking down at the stage, how you're slowly moving to the back of the stage, and all the little fundamentals like moving the mic stand. That's what all those open mics.
Personally, I thought it was great that you walked up here with a nice premise.
Yeah.
You had the right idea. You did the comparison between the baby and dog. I thought it was, you were on the right track. So how you doing?
Your material is not the problem whatsoever. That's a great problem to have, is for it to just be the on-stage stuff. So you already have the right idea.
Yeah. And you have a lot of shit that, seriously, dig into the shit that we're not used to. The world that
you live in a fucking trailer.
Tank, yeah, or like farting in a thing while it's raining with a boyfriend in there, you know, because there's not much you can really do.
Yeah, there's all kinds of shit.
Yeah.
I'm from Texas. I've met several.
I guess it's just
know, I mean, when you're with your friends and you're at a party and you're talking about your life and they're laughing, you gotta bring that on here.
Yeah. You can park your house in a handicap zone, so your house is way retarded. You could go into a lot of different areas.
Yeah.
I had to unhook the porch the other day to fuck. It's funny.
Yeah. I have a little bit about how I have been.
Getaway house.
The getaway house.
What did it look like? It was a fucking house.
How many times have you done stand-up? Have you been working at it, or what is it?
Less than 10. Maybe once a week.
There you go.
I mean, have you ever had sex at your house where you have a donut on your house? You know, there's...
I've got a little bit of working about the house.
But this once a week shit's gotta stop.
Right,
You
yeah.
can't do it once a week.
Well, I have to have it.
You have to figure it out. Stand-up's an everyday fucking thing. You gotta figure it out.
Yeah.
Whoa.
If you fuck a black guy, you have to put the emergency brake on.
That's just racist.
All right.
That's just racist.
Yikes.
He's going to pound you.
Oh. Jessica Blankenship, everybody. Thanks, Jessica. How fun.
Gotta dump down.
Great premise. Interesting stage presence that can easily be fixed by doing it more often. You've never known anybody that lived in a trailer, Bob? This is the only trailer you've ever been in. It's a movie trailer.
I've actually thought about
It's not really a joke. It's true.
I've thought about buying one of those silver trailers. Because I'm never home. Why don't I just live by the beach?
I live on
Let's keep it. What? No. Oh wow, one of the lights
One of the
just fell off the.
Patriot is falling apart.
Oh wow.
Yeah, seems like some upgrades are cheap, right?
Well, I'm sorry. I have a lot I do every week. I think the upper body is starting
Maybe
to
you
look
should
pretty
call me
sick.
when the show gets a little bitter. And when you can afford a better costume.
Wow, you do a great Patriot impression.
I think Amazon Prime is doing a perfect job.
Amazon Prime.
All that stuff from the computer to the front door in less than 2 days. Your next comedian, another, I believe, new name. Put your hands together for Brian Vestal.
Hey guys, so my first date was also my first concert when I was 14, and it was Boyz II Men with Montel Jordan opening. That is true, and my mom said, because I asked the girl before I asked my mom the other day, my mom said, yes, but I'm coming with you. So, true story. My mom bought a seat, sat right behind us, and read the People magazine until the show started. And then, when the show starts, everyone stands up. My mom says, as loud as she possibly can, to everybody around, why is everybody standing up? We paid for these seats. We should be sitting in them. And proceeds to get everybody within arm's length to try to sit down. That was the first and only date I had with a girl named Rachel who had all bangs. And that's it.
Okay. I'm waiting for the Montel Jordan or the Boyz II Men thing to come back into play.
Yeah, okay.
Was the audience all black?
No, it was pretty much like whoever was into hip hop at that time. So I guess a bunch of 13 and 14s.
How old were you?
I was 14.
So you were literally a boy becoming a man, and your mom
And Boyz
had
II Men.
Boyz II Men.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you're with your mom, so you're really not fulfilling the prophecy after all.
No, not at that time.
One could say that when you're watching Montel Jordan, you were thinking, this is not how we do it.
No. But he did say the party's here in Sacramento, and everyone lost their face.
Just laughing
Yeah.
hysterically because there's not a party in Sacramento.
How long have you been doing this?
This is my second time.
Ever on stage.
I do a lot of sketch and improv.
Yeah, you're an actor or something.
It's not stand-up, so I'm trying that this year.
Well, what's amazing is that it's really interesting how blatantly great your stage presence is, because even Dom, and I agreed with him, when you first came up, the way that you moved the mic stand and started talking, he leaned in and said, this one's a pro. And I mean, not like, yeah, I mean, he hadn't heard the fact that you right. But, right.
We have that whole Jay Moore thing going.
Right. A little bit.
Oh,
don't be rude. You're like, I'm not trying to be rude.
Wait, Jay Moore, when he's successful or now?
That was funny.
Yeah.
Why don't you say that when you walk on stage?
Don't do that fucking story jokes like that.
I literally haven't written anything yet, so I was like, I'll just use that.
Very comfortable.
Let me do something I remember. Let me go back 20 fucking years
Yeah.
and bring up a story about my mom. That's what you remember? What about what you did yesterday? Where did you go? Where did you eat? Where did you get that bullshit t-shirt? You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, this is one of the few white pants that doesn't have like pit stains here, so it's like if I get hot, I won't look like I don't want.
The idea of sitting people down, I think that's very, like, everyone has been there, where you're sitting at, like, a boxing match, UFC or something, people are standing up and just, like, sitting like, come on, do I have to stand up? So there is something there you can probably play with, or you can just play something else.
And then the embarrassment of having your mom on you, your mom's going, sit down, everybody's, Mom, got her finger back there.
Right.
I like the idea of your mom scoring. Your mom scored. Some guy she goes up. You don't get fucking girlfriend. Your mom gets.
Now we're talking.
That's right.
That's fucking. That's a great. That's fucking funny. You go out.
I look back and mom's making out with one of the
whatever song it is, the end of the road or whatever.
Right.
Yeah. Just
You're really pretty. That's good.
They said if you don't have material, just like tell a story, so just try.
I think that's for people. I think you're a little bit, even just off the, I know it's saying probably too much, but I think just off that, how you responded to that Jay Moore thing alone, I think you're funnier than that story. So I agree with Steve. Right, and you can always punch it up. That's a story.
Thank you. It's in my iPhone notes to do comedy, so that's the first thing.
Are you going to continue to do it?
Yeah. I plan on coming as often as possible, at least every Monday night here and other places.
Awesome.
Do you smoke weed? Okay. I stopped today because I have.
You stopped today?
I stopped today because I have a job interview.
I stopped today because I'm out.
I need to get it all out. So I picked the day to stop smoking weed to stand next to this guy. And if I was so high right now, I could just go for like 20 minutes on
I have another really, really fucked up. It's a bad day.
You're talking out of your crotch. But
I like the whole fucking white boy, thing you got going on too. I mean, it's whatever those are called.
Khakis?
No, the shoes.
Oh, Sperry topsiders.
Yeah, those fucking gay.
I don't own those. Just wear.
Oh, but you have a good look. You have a good look. You have good stage presence.
Do you live in the valley or like Dawson's Creek, or where do you live?
Up on One Tree Hill.
There you go. Brian Vestal.
Thanks, guys. Good name.
Second time on stage. So we've had 3 out of the 4 people. Second time. In less than 10 people. Less than 10. So, popping a lot of somewhat cherry. So it's not really popping the cherry. This is like that second time. It's still nice and tight with the blood. Anyway, I know this guy. Very funny one-liner comedian. Put your hands together for the one and only Gabriel Killian.
The guy breaks down the quiet from Burrow out. Anyway,
Sells his voice loud and strong.
Yeah, top you motherfucker.
I was watching some porn online, and much to my surprise, I came across a 40-year-old treating my girlfriend getting gagged back by 6 black guys. Jesus. All I had to do is, I'm so fucking pissed. God, just girls don't believe me anymore when I tell them I'm a light-skinned black guy. I just watch you light-skinned. They don't believe me anymore either when I say black waist down. It's true. It's the price I pay for saying true. I used to think that Honorable Legends were really good basketball players.
Nailed it. 58 seconds.
That was
funny.
Fuck yeah.
Your voice was stronger this time, but you're very quiet and shy on stage.
whisper into the thing, got that raspy voice thing, hiding behind the hat. I'm Mitch Hedberg. I used to work with Mitch and bragging, and I asked Mitch one time why he covered his face, and he said he had stage fright. And Mitch said that's why I grow my hair out so that I can put it over my face because I'm afraid of being on stage. And that just kind of was the allure of it as well. So I kind of like it. Quiet. You have to listen.
Yeah, it makes people listen. It's on the edge of their seat. It's a great psychological trick.
I didn't know you were light skinned black the whole time I knew you.
It's Armenian. Do you have any jokes about being Armenian? Alright. Do you have any jokes about being Armenian? No.
Oh, come on. That's hilarious.
Right. Nothing, huh?
Nothing. There's got to be
roll up. I never told you. It's just short.
As opposed to the other ones.
Half broken, half broken.
Broken?
Half broken, half broken.
No, he's an Armenian.
Was that Iron Patriot?
Sounded like a full Armenian to me. I think you did good, man. You did a lot.
It was my first time on stage.
How come you don't do other places? You sign up, you said earlier, you mentioned to me before the show that you signed up for the last 17 weeks in a row and you didn't get on. Now yeah. You're saying you haven't done this show for a month. You really get nervous.
You are so shy. What if I kiss you on stage?
Do it.
I'm gonna kiss you on the lips.
Oh, shit.
With a little tongue. A little tongue.
Yeah. Pull on that dick. Let's touch tips.
This is a Kill Tony first. Oh, wow. There you go.
Now, what makes you nervous on stage? Like, because I can tell by your hands you're like going like this and stuff like that.
Yeah, the way that he breathes.
Who cares about these stupid faces looking at you? Who gives a shit?
It's weird. I don't feel nervous. I body relaxed.
You get like jittery,
especially because it's been around since
Do you ever look at audience members in their eyes when you're on stage? Does that part freak you out a little bit?
I don't usually, because most of the times I go downstairs. Other places.
What do you look at? What are you looking at when you're
I did the Flappers main room and I was looking at people there.
Right in their eyes. Is that a club?
I admit I barely look at people's faces. I gaze through them or I gaze around them, but it looks like I'm looking at them, but I really barely ever look at people.
I look right at them. I look deep into their eyes, and I command, and because it wasn't always that way. When I very first started, it was sort of like whoever the fuck, Jessica Blankenship, who was looking straight down a lot. I was a lot like that. I had a bad habit of looking straight down, and since I started in the original room, I had a bad habit of looking out that window on the right side. So I'd be looking down and then out the window. Almost not at all did I look at the audience. I'm talking my first couple weeks, but one thing that I started doing immediately that I'm now super glad that I started doing is now I can get a feel and a vibe in the middle of a set or the beginning of a set or the end of a set for the tone, how they're feeling, what they want, because I'm literally looking so deep into their soul, I sort of know what they're thinking at the time. So if you wanted to, you could really do that, and I'm sure that would help with your stage fright is to make a point to really make eye contact with people. Because looking at the ground and looking at the lights and looking at the ceiling, it's cute and all, but why not make it worth something?
If I go up a couple of days in a row, the nervousness is going to be down.
But I mean, if you keep writing and you keep writing funny one-liners the way you do, it won't matter. Just fucking boom,
If you'll be getting laughs, and you would be like, oh shit, I'm getting laughs.
Right, and once you get that, put your best jump first. That way you get that laugh out of the gate, and then you feel more confident. If you get silence out of the gate, you're like, fuck, now what?
You've absolutely got to be going on stage everything. I've heard your jokes before. I just brought you up as the one-liner guy. It still works.
Yeah, the fire joke's smart, man. It's a good joke. Yeah, that's the price you pay.
You got a knack for writing those one-liners. Get in the game, man. Stop pussyfooting around and do it because your jokes are way too funny for you to just be doing once a month or whatever the fuck.
God's alarm's going off. You need to take his pill.
But is it bedtime? Is that your sleepy time alarm? Sleepy time.
I think you did great, man. That was
yeah, awesome. job as always. That's Gabe Killian. He's on Twitter at Gabriel Killian. That's GABRIELKILLIAN. Killian. Yeah.
Mitch, it's funny. He's not looking down much anymore.
And they say bury them
I was saying that literally, I said I use it to know sometimes where to go, but I'm talking about his stage fright. Right.
That's what I was saying. And what they're saying is if you guys would get together, you'd be one good comedian.
Oh, thanks, Steve. I do wish I could write jokes. If I could only somehow find a way to make a living out of doing that.
But I agree with Mr. Herrera here.
No, yeah, totally. I was telling you about the stage fright. It's something that I know helped me. It was just real. I remember a few weeks in, I was literally just staring at people, which is a bad extreme, but I was trying to break the habit of looking down and right. So fuck yeah, we're really getting to the roots of shit tonight.
Let's burn through some.
Yeah, we're flying through.
Funny is.
Your next comedian is Mike Roberts. Mike Roberts, Mrs. Robinson.
I know. Simulation theory, guys. All right. Hey, I'm just gonna get straight to it. I've been divorced 32 times. Nobody knows but me. My wife doesn't know. It's all in my head. And I walk past her in the living room. I look at her on the couch. Smile at her face. She doesn't know. I had to realize one thing first. That she's crazy and I'm slimy. The reason I'm slimy is she treats me like slime. So the reason she treats me like slime, Oh, you guys making me laugh at myself. Alright. So let me go back to it again. I've been divorced 32 times.
Straight to the bear.
You know what it tells me that you were laughing? Your thoughts were funnier than the actual words you were saying. In your head, you're like, oh, this is going to fucking kill. Whatever you were thinking, you should have told us.
Yeah, exactly. That was a simple case of just not saying what you're thinking.
What do you work? You're a manager at Target or something?
What do you actually work?
No, actually, I work at Xerox.
Xerox,
So,
yeah.
That's still around?
So you nailed it.
Yeah,
Big corporate,
yeah.
right.
Yeah, I can see the slacks, the tucked in the shirt, the whole thing. It's just you're black. I didn't think you had a job, but
I'm one of the few.
There you go.
How long have you been doing stuff?
I'm very recent. I used to do it back in the days of the 90s, but I'm just not using it too.
So how often have you been going out for the last 6 months?
I've been coming out a lot, but not getting a lot of time.
Once a month? Once a week?
Yeah, about that.
It's hard, man. It's got to try to get the stage as much as possible.
I would recommend Haha Cafe and places that charge you $5 to get on stage because at least it's guaranteed. As much as that sucks, but that's why you have to pay it. Because if it's not convenient for you to wait in line and not get up and stuff like that, you have to pay the $5 just so you can get the mic time.
Yeah, I always tell comics too, and a lot of comics go, I don't want to host. That's the best spot. If you go to an open mic and host it, that's the best spot. Because that means you're getting on stage that night several times as opposed to sitting in the back and not getting on stage and waiting for your stage time.
How much do you hate your wife? How much do you hate your wife? It seems like a lot. I'm getting a vibe of a lot.
There's a percentage of it, but I don't think it.
How long have you been married for?
19 years.
That's your opening line.
Yeah.
I've been married 19 years. Painful.
How's it going? Do you have kids?
I have 3 kids.
Oh, yeah, you have a wealth of material.
They are 9th grade, 11th grade, and 1st grade.
Oh,
you need to just talk about that shit nonstop.
And the fact that you work at Xerox, there's got to be funny stuff in there, right? Is that what you said, Xerox?
Trying to get people to stop emailing.
Copycat. Fucking camera. That's pretty
Oh
good.
my god, that's so great.
I've been married for 18 years and I love my wife. More than that, I'm like a fucking killer. But I hate her. She's gone for money.
Right, just flipping it, telling the truth, because there is something about what you were saying about the 32 divorces and this and that. Basically, what you were saying was that you don't like your wife.
Every time I walk by, right, but you have the balls, you don't have the balls to do it.
Every time I walk by, I picture her being hung, picture her in an electric chair.
Right.
Just every
I don't know about hung, she's black. That's just racist.
This was one of the most racist episodes of the show.
She might not be black. She white? I'll say if she's white, that's a whole nother fucking shit you could talk about. How she improved your credit. You know, I mean, fucking something.
Iron Petria, what do you think about this?
I wanted to be a homeowner.
Oh shit. Well, I couldn't see him from the front, but I thought it was funny he worked for Xerox because it's an exact copy of Brian Moses.
Oh.
I just saw the back of it.
Inside joke.
Very inside reference. So inside, not a single.
Good for you, man. You're doing it. You're doing it.
All right, good
Heck
job.
yeah, Mike, there you go.
Thanks, guys.
He's on Twitter, believe it or not. His Twitter handle is @KingMikeBoogie. You got that handle, huh? Your King Mike Boogie. Wow. You got it.
That's awesome.
Heck yeah. Mike Robertson, everybody. Hell yeah, man.
He prints out his tweets.
Keep doing
I
it.
was thinking about this.
Yeah.
Mails, tweets.
I thought the only comedian that copies was Mencia.
That's actually a lot of jokes. That's a big problem, by the way.
I don't know if there's a lot.
There is. There really is.
A lot?
I think there is. I found a guy the other day that was stealing my shit. And if you know my shit, and if you know, it's true. And if you know my shit, it's very like hard to like just come up with that type of shit. You know, it's very like creepy and horrible. Yeah, I just said my shit was horrible.
There you go. That's crazy. Did you talk to the guy?
Yeah, we called him out.
Did you really? What did he say?
Denied. I don't even remember.
His name's Brandon Jeffries, everybody. Not the guy that's steals. Your next comedian.
Your next comedian.
Name Brandon Jeffries. There he is. Lots of new people on this episode.
So I'm 29 years old and I work 2 shitty dead-end minimum wage jobs, you know, because I dropped out of college, so I really painted myself into a corner there, you know. And one of the problems about working these kinds of jobs is you work with a lot of other people who are fucking like gave up on life just like me, you know. So I try to keep it pretty positive. I don't complain a lot, you know, but every now and again I'll have like a small gripe, you know. And somebody will be like, have to correct me. They'll be like, you know, Brandon, just be glad you at least have a job, you know. Just be glad you have a job. A lot of people unemployed out there. Like, I fucking hate that mentality, dude. It's like, this person's aggressively signaling for life so hard that they try to bring you down to their level. That's like the equivalent of saying, like, I don't like fucking rat shit on my Cheetos, but at least have an afternoon snack, you know? Or saying, like, my wife's slowly trying to poison me with cyanide in one of my dinners, but at least I have a warm hole at night, somebody, you know, like a warm meal at night, somebody will love me. I kind of fucked that one up, but that's all I got, man.
I counted 9 you-knows. You can't do it. You can't say you know. Oh, you know. I counted 9.
Yeah, that became such a big problem that like, heart palpitations, like it was that bad. That's all I can focus.
Yeah, it was pretty freaky. You know?
I had it hammered out, man. It's a lot different when you actually get up here.
Of course. How long have you been doing stand-up?
I've just been doing this like open mic in Riverside for a while, and it's just like music, poetry, and then they let me go up. So that's all the only one I've really done so far for a couple of years.
So this is your first time not in an open mic.
First at a comedy exclusive open mic, yeah, first time not in Riverside.
So great, exactly. So it's like in Riverside is basically like saying and with the because that's how they talk about it, right?
Maybe I just don't notice because I'm in Riverside.
You know, you got me.
I
No.
think it's just
got
nervous.
that one.
I think it's just a nervous thing, man.
But I liked your energy on stage. Like, you had good energy. You went up there and you were like into it. It's just that was driving you fucking nuts.
Yeah, honestly, the second I heard the fourth or fifth one, I lost. I wasn't even paying attention.
And you were about 20 seconds in, just so that.
I think you should be the comedian. Buddy, I'm seeing t-shirts. Cool gloves. Koozies.
What's the first thing that comes to mind when you hear the word VCR?
VCR, video, whatever it stands for.
Brandon, nobody's ever going to make it to what you're even talking about until you get rid of your
Right. I noticed like everybody's kind of tuned the fuck out.
About the 6 people laugh. Because they were like, holy shit, how many times did this?
Right. And then they also laughed because they didn't know what you were talking about. So at that point, you had set something up, and we sort of knew that you had attempted one, and then you said,
You're like, no, we don't.
No, we don't know, man. So it sort of made it funny because they're like, we don't know.
What are you, Mexican? Black?
Yeah,
Great question.
Oh, talk about that. First thing you get on stage, talk about what you look like.
And I'd also talk about how you sound white as fuck. Like, super white. Riverside's not next to, like, the ocean.
Not at all.
But you sound like a surfer.
You skate?
Yeah.
That's what it is. What is the deal with, like, riding boards like that makes you talk super white? Like, no matter how you're black or Mexican, if they ride a board of any kind, it's very like, hey, what's up, man?
I just like to hear both, like, somebody else that is like him talking to each other. You know.
Right.
No, you know.
Oh, yeah, I know. Do you know? Yeah, I know.
If you didn't know, now you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So the you-knows here is way too much to get past, like, even know what I'm
Totally. No idea what you...
Seriously, I had no idea. I was just focusing on how many times you said
Yeah, because I was at 9.
When you listen back, when you download this later and listen on... No. Seriously, you need to, because it was really crazy how many times you said
Oh, yes.
Here's the thing. I like the idea of working 2 minimum wage jobs. The fact is, that takes a lot of character. So you are Mexican.
This is your podcast that worked, dude.
You know what I like about you? Everything.
And
but I think there's something really intrinsically funny about somebody who works 2 jobs, because it's admirable, because you can make more money not working. Well, and the fact that you went to college, didn't want to work hard to get through school.
In the long run, I'm working.
But in the long run, you're working 2 jobs. I agree with you.
And you have a great perspective. It's totally true. In the very beginning, I almost forgot about this. I'm like, whoa, this guy's owning it right now, because you were in it. You're like, I have 2 minimum wage jobs. I'm a lazy fuck. Whatever you said, like, you were truly in it. You were owning it.
We expected you to go off on that.
Yeah. And then it went a whole different direction. So just know. A whole what?
A whole unfunny direction. But you got something.
Yeah. So don't quit.
Good job, man. Just like
that goes.
Seriously, that's all you have to do.
Don't quit goes for fucking everybody.
Right.
Period.
Right.
Even you, Tracy, don't quit.
Yeah.
Just hate to say it to you, but don't quit.
And Brandon, that's got to be just like, it sort of seems like a theme of tonight is, the things that these open mics are great for is eliminating shit habits right from the get. So you don't need to come to the Comedy Store. You can take care of that at your Riverside open mic. Whatever you do, if you get it down to 8 to 5 to 3 per minute, great.
Fucking 8. You can get it down to 8.
Right. But you got to start now.
Yeah.
Brandon Jeffries, everybody. He's on Twitter.
Hey, and by the way, Iron Pizza, you can't step outside if you want to cool off for 3 minutes, because you're allowed to move and do whatever you want. You can sit down.
You can fly.
Oh, it's nice. I'm dying. Yeah.
Yeah, take me up.
We're almost done.
Heck yeah, we're actually going to move on to the part where we get our 2 regulars on stage. Every week we have 2 amazing regulars that have been writing a new minute of material every single episode, if you know what I mean. It's always fun. It's always exciting. And we're going to do it again right now. Your first comedian tonight, your regular, you know her from the Kill Tony podcast. She, just as like the other one, will be in La Jolla March 1st. Kill Tony on the road. Put your hands together for Kimberly Congdon, everybody. Here she
You know what I mean?
So I was reading up on nature versus nurture today. I thought it was pretty interesting. A bunch of moms had opinions. And one lady said, no child is born evil. And then I got to thinking, like, I've never seen like a bunch of evil babies. Like, have you ever seen an evil baby gang? Where they started their own gang? Like, somewhere in America, is there a basement full of little tiny newborn babies? And there's like a leader baby. And he's like, all right, first rule of baby club, we don't talk about baby club. Because we can't fucking talk yet. If your shit's green, you're on that side. That means you're sucking titties. Brown poop, you're on formula. Don't mess with the other kids. Can't fuck around and catch chicken pox. If your mom was in labor for more than 8 hours and she was in a lot of pain, you're gonna fucking say dada first. Punish that bitch. And since your dad got to hear dada first, you're gonna wait till he changes your diaper and then you're gonna piss in his mouth. Thanks.
Was the end of that you're gonna piss in his mouth?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That was a weird one. But,
Well, it's definitely.
baby games.
But you have to come up with a new edit.
Yeah.
You have great stage presence.
Oh, thank you.
Really good cadence, good confidence. The joke was nice.
You went for it.
Yeah, she committed.
Yeah.
She committed to the joke, and you had the ideas.
Yeah.
Now,
Baby Fight Club. No, wait. Why would they be in a gang again?
I was reading on nature versus nurture and like how this is
because they were born sagging their diaper.
yeah, they're the ones that were like
Stuff that you left out of the minute. You probably was.
formula and titties.
What's green?
Doesn't matter, I made it up. Formula. Brown is titties.
Titty milk, chocolate.
You know, the
Oh, you used to.
well, I was gonna do
Maybe the evil babies have a 40 of milk.
yeah, well, you know how Bloods and Crips are like blue and red? I was gonna do like the color code determine which gang you're in or something. You know. I thought a lot about babies today.
You have great stage presence.
Thank you.
How long have you been doing it?
Like 7 or 8 months.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, she started on the show.
Yeah,
Really?
her first time was on stage here. She dropped out of college to stay with us.
For you?
She dropped out of the University of Florida.
Did you really?
I did last year.
What are you? You gator? You're kind of brown.
My mom's Puerto Rican. My dad's Irish.
Oh shit, you're an alcoholic. Native American. Fuck this shit. You're not going to open up a casino. You're making real money.
Heck yeah, Baby Fight Club. That's an interesting one. It definitely needs to be beated out or eliminated or something. You know, we got to get somewhere with it.
That's what open mics are for. You come up and you just try every single baby example you can come up with until you find the ones that work.
Kimberly, great job. Kimberly Congdon, everybody. There she goes. Working it out, getting through it. You want to do a minute? All right. You want to? Let's get to our last comedian, and then you can do a minute. The other regular on the show. Put your hands together for Sarah Wineshank, everybody. Here she is.
I'm an adult 26-year-old female with a glow-in-the-dark pink sparkly retainer, guys. Yeah. On my retainer, there's a peace sign sticker with rainbow petals. What makes me sad about this is that I don't get to eat tape by the foot when I'm wearing it. I got Play-Doh. I have container. Also, the scent of Play-Doh. You ever smelled Play-Doh? Yeah, you love it because there's chemicals in it that make us addicted to it. You know what I mean? You see it and you just want to open it. When you open it, all those colors are smashed the fuck together, and it's just rust color. You're disappointed. There's nothing worse than dried out Play-Doh.
Sarah's voice is taking things like that, normal things, and stressing out.
No, I love the Play-Doh.
This one's Play-Doh, and the scones reference was, it's a callback from Another Minute to Kill, where she just talks about scones.
Get more descriptive about, whatever it's inside that Play-Doh.
Right.
Then it's just right up fucking Play-Doh. What does it look like? You know?
That's what I wanted to talk about.
There's hair in Play-Doh, so if you have pubic hair, it starts to get shaved.
Yeah, it's in that weird little tube, so you can't. What is that like? It's almost like a Pringles can for midgets or something.
Yeah.
It's like a tiny, thin little.
How the white Play-Doh used to turn all black from, when you were a kid, hands are dirty.
Stuck in the bottom.
Stuck in there.
Yeah. I had other shit I was gonna say about it. Like how the lids don't match the color inside.
Like, motherfucker.
You're like, I want it fucking green. It's just like, oh, everything is like that same play color.
Dama, what are your thoughts on Play-Doh?
It's like a press conference. Well, I think Play-Doh should be used for good, not for evil. I like the way you can actually pick up pictures.
Silly Putty.
Play-Doh, silly
No, that was after the.
I got 4 fucking months left to live.
But I like the way you play, like the little cute girl, I have the container with the.
That was weird for me to say. Because I feel like that's not my normal voice.
Do you really have a container?
I do.
I have to take it out to suck dick, nothing like that.
No, but I want to talk about dicks. Like, I want you to.
Start talking about penis.
No, I prefer to talk about Play-Doh.
No, but I thought it was funny. It was hard because you went with the, it's hard for me to eat
The tape by the foot. Yeah.
That's the only 12 inches I put in my mouth. Oh, thank you.
I think it would be the biggest left turn ever, knowing you as well as I knew you, seeing all the minutes that you put together, and all of a sudden at some point you just make a huge left turn and start talking about dicks in your mouth. Go from seashells to whatever, to this, to that, Play-Doh, scones, dicks in my mouth, everybody.
All these guys put Play-Doh on their dick when their kids to mold it into
Nope.
stuff like that.
All us guys do that?
But don't put me in the. There wasn't enough Play-Doh, motherfucker.
Oh! Costco, bitch!
I thought you did great.
There you go. Sarah Weinshank.
Good job,
Sarah. Did it again. We did it again. Did you want to do a minute?
Yeah, here's my intro.
Okay. Here's Dom Irera.
Wait, no, wait.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, your final comedian of the night has been performing here, auditioning here since the club opened in 1972. He's very close to being passed. Put your hands together for Razor.
Razor!
What's up with turtles? I mean, they're like this. They can pick up the pace. You ever notice? You ever on a bus and you need to pull your stop and you forget it, and then you pull it 2 blocks later and you have to walk back. Don't you hate that? Anyway, it's amazing because I was my cousin's christening, and I was really killing. And my aunt said that I should be a comedian. That's why I'm here. And I thank you for staying. I appreciate you all looking at me. Isn't it amazing how people climb up Mount Everest and it's already been done? Think it would be fun. Thank you.
Razor, everybody.
Wow. A couple things. Yeah, a couple things, Razor. anybody that looks like this, not gonna make it.
I'll tell you, Razor, I knew you've been doing this a while and that you're almost past here, but I mean, you have the stage presence of a guy that's number 79 in the world in stand-up comedy. Guys, we gotta wrap up this episode.
The turtle premise.
Dom Irera has an amazing podcast. He's Dom Irera on Twitter.
I just did it, and you just did it.
Yeah, we both just did it, so you're gonna want to listen to that. What's it called again?
Live at the Laugh Factory.
Live at You can find that on iTunes. Steve Trevino is Mr. Steve Trevino on Twitter. You got something huge coming out.
I'm my second 1 hour special coming out February 16th.
Showtime?
It's going to be on Nuvo TV.
Very nice.
Nobody's ever heard of it.
I saw your last one. It was fucking great.
I'm really proud of this one, so hopefully people tune in.
Is that the one you shot at Corpus Christi?
Yeah, I shot it at
the arena.
We had 4,000 people in there. It was beautiful.
There you go. We're making magic happen. Thank you guys so much for being on the show. Iron Patriot is at PEC on Twitter. That's at Pete EC on Twitter. Stick around. The Ding Dong Show is next.
See you in La Jolla, March 1st and 2nd.
That's right, in Traverse City, February 14th and 15th. I'm going to be there at the Traverse City Film Festival.
I got Omaha and Dallas, Texas coming up.
There you go.
Denver and Columbus, Ohio.
Look us all up on Twitter. Find out where we're playing near you.
That's Dom Irera.
Thanks, everybody.
You know?
Stoked as fuck. Some of you are reactive. I can tell me still. I'm guessing you two are stoked as fuck. Alright? Fuck yeah. Can't even believe. How did I know? Welcome everybody. Happy Monday to you. I believe this is episode 37 of Kill Tony. Happy to be here. Another Monday in a row. A lot of fun stuff happening. I just finalized everything today. We are going to the La Jolla Comedy Store on March 1st for the first ever Kill Tony out of Rabbi. We set a record, actually I believe it's a record, 39 people signed up tonight for the opportunity to do a minute, chat with us and our very, very hilarious guests that we'll bring out in this set. What's happening with you, Brian Redband?
Nothing, a little disappointed. My missus is not here. I invited this nice little 20-year-old Korean.
20? I think so. How could she not get into the Comedy Store? She's 20.
Wow. I got her an idea. Yeah, it's weird, man. Like Asians, not very good, but yeah, a lot easier for them to get big ideas. Not going there. I just said too much.
Oh, because they all look the same.
No, I didn't say that. But it was really easy to do. It's amazing.
That's so sad that your missus couldn't make it.
Yeah. So
Hopefully the story will end up having a happy ending. You shall end up being here.
Bitch that one right too.
Exactly. Set it up, I'll knock him down.
We should bring up a friend of the show, friend of Death Squad, Missy Martinez, has been in the hospital for the last 4 or 5 days. She has a gland infection in her mouth. Her face is all fucked up. She was in a chipmunk.
So hit up her Amazon wish list.
Yeah.
Throw her some love.
Buy her something.
She made her stand-up debut on this show. Killed. She's been on twice, and she's destroyed both times. Very specifically. So shout out to Missy X Martinez. Always cool, fun person. What else? I had a big audition today that I can't talk about, and it went
So exciting.
And it went so well.
You know what might happen though? We can't talk about what it is, but if you get this, we're gonna have to figure out what's going on with Kill Tony. We're gonna have to
figure out everything.
We're gonna have to have a Tony replacement.
Well, if this thing happens, Kill Tony is gonna be bigger than ever.
Right.
We could do.
Eventually it will be.
We're gonna be at the Staples Center. Sorry, Monday Night Raw. You're gonna have to go to the Forum. Kill Tony's at the Staples Center this Monday.
Yeah, that's very exciting.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I have 2 months until the callback for this thing. And so I have 2 months to prepare. But if I get it, man, it's fucking game over. I swear to God, it's the craziest thing. If anybody that knows me knows how braggadocious I am and how badly I want to talk about what I did today. It's unbelievable. But I can't talk about it. That's how the universe works. Finally do something so cool that it makes your head want to explode. You can't even fucking talk about it. It's insane. Anyway, happy how things are now. I'm content even if I don't get it because I have so much fun here on Monday nights. And, for those of you that followed the show a few weeks ago, our head of security for 34 episodes, the Iron Patriot, quit the show. Said he got too big for the show, that when Comedy Central wants to have the show, that he'll come back, that he'll be waiting by the phone. But until then, he quit the show. And so what we decided was that we were going to start having replacement Iron Patriots each week. We had the Iron Josh, we had the Iron Patriot, our friend Pete. And this week's no different. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you our first ever African American patriot. It's the Dark Patriot, everybody. Throughout the beams, here he is.
Thank you.
Yeah, the Dark Patriot.
Happy Black History Month.
Yes, that's exactly it. It's Black History Month. How you doing today, Dark Patriot?
I feel swell.
Now, did you take the bus here? The Iron Patriot used to take the bus here because he had a big uniform that he couldn't sit down in. Huh?
I decided to ride with Ryan Mervis.
Oh, interesting. A little bit of an inside reference, Mervis. You remember Mervis as the stand-in Patriot, the backup Patriot.
Is that me?
Probably. And you have a bigger microphone than Patriots.
Our first African American Patriots bringing the feedback. I absolutely love how your fro sticks out of the top of the helmet. If the original Iron Patriot with his racist antics was still here, I think he would literally blow a fuse.
Is that really how long your arms are? You're like, your arms almost touching your knees. That's like really
I'm the Indian version of the Iron Patriot.
It really is unfucking believable. How is that possible? No way. What is that optical illusion that's taking place right now? Do you have really long arms, Willie? Any Dark Patriot? Almost gave it away, almost.
I just have very long limbs.
Wow, fuck yeah. I like African American Patriots.
Thank you.
Now, Alright, let's see what this is. A Dark Patriot special. Oh, shit. Very mobile. Oh, I guess this is the instrumental version of this song. People always told me. That is a long version. I'm not expecting that. You're damn right. It stayed in the pocket. That YouTube version of that karaoke song was a little misleading. Fuck yeah. But hell of an effort. One more time for the Dark Patriot. Well, amazingly enough, the format of the show isn't even about our head of security. That's just an added bonus. What we really have here is a bunch of comedians that signed up for the chance to do a minute on the stage. And I always have two of my very funniest friends joining me to help me along with that process. This week is no different. Two of our favorite guests that we've ever had on the show. Two of the funniest comedians that I know. Put your hands together for Mike Lawrence and Vicky Clark. Fuck yeah.
Oh, man.
Mike, you're back.
Thank you. Give it up for Tyler Perry's Tron, everybody. I love the fruit because it looks like what Maya Angelou would look like if she was wearing that. I know why the iBird sings.
Thank you, Mom.
I appreciate that. Oh, God. I worked at McDonald's for 7 years. So every time he talks, it just sounds like an angry customer.
Customers robbing your McDonald's.
It's funny too, every time you call it Dark Patriot, it just gets slightly more racist. Like,
Right.
every time you say the word Dark Patriot, that's one more time you have to go see Ride Along. Just so you know. It's already better than the old one. The old one, I saw the old one walking here, and it might have been one of the saddest things I've ever seen. Like, walking on the freeway. That's like the two iconic LA moments are someone face up drowning in a pool, and a guy in an Iron Patriot suit walking at 7:30 p.m. Like, as beautiful as the sunset is, that's how ugly he was walking here.
Yeah, it's always a very sad waddle that you put on.
Oh, yeah. That's really sad.
I got so many requests on Twitter to have you guys back on. I'm so glad that, so glad you were requests. They were from you. They were Dark Patriot, do you have any questions for our guests tonight? Classic Patriot tradition.
I prepare for this. I do.
This is Dick talking, because I think that's or the
Fox. Mike, I didn't know that you started comedy very young. How old were you? Can you tell the audience?
I'm 31.
Well, that's a classic one.
And can you tell me why the Iron Patriot wears Nike shoes? I'm more of a Reebok guy.
I'm enjoying my country. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
8 years.
That's it. Wikipedia mine, because it said you started when you were 15.
Looks like a different Mike Lawrence.
I think he's using the Wikipedia interface in his machine right now. It's giving you false information.
That's That's a good question. Do you have one for Fahim?
I do. Fahim, you dance a lot. What do you think of Michael Fox, what I just did with Michael Jackson?
I mean, you're limited in space, so you did good as what you had. Hand movements. You jumped in a little early. It turns out prescription medicine saved him from having to see that. So the medicine did work. What prescription medicine? And then Michael Jackson overdosed.
Oh, yeah. MJ would be rolling in his grave.
Was that too obscure of a reference? Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson fans out there.
That's true. You're like the iron pedophile up here. It's great. It's fantastic.
That's right. It's funny when you're like, I've got this gig and I can't talk about it. It's gonna happen.
No, I know.
Defense attorney for Woody Allen. Like,
I don't think so. If I get that gig as Woody Allen's defense, I mean, that's just a career change.
If the prosecutor has the easiest job, he literally just has to go look at him. I'm done.
I know. That really is interesting to me. Like, I always think, maybe Woody Allen, maybe the wife's lying. Maybe that's just a way to get back at him for hooking up with the Asian. But then you look at an HD picture of Woody Allen, and you're just like, this guy's a fucking pedophile.
Well, it would be something if he gave the opportunities to Asian women in films that he doesn't cough and feel like the world. It's great, everyone just signed, but then like one person ripped up their notes, like, fuck. It begins.
So great.
It's like this magic Woody Allen is talking to like a little kid's voice. His voice like, when will this be over? He's like, soon, ye. Soon.
Well, you guys know how the show goes. We have a bunch of comedians that signed up for the chance to do
Please tell me Henry Rollins is getting on. I love your early works.
There is a guy that looks exactly like Henry Rollins that comes by here sometimes. And it's just some coked up doppelganger. It's really interesting. I've seen people just be like, was that you? Somebody bet you $20 that wasn't Henry Rollins and you took it. We had to give you
What is that on your, is that Frankenberry on your arm? What is that tattoo? He's like, respond to that, motherfuckers.
While he showed it, he also flexed his bicep. Like, do you really want to fuck with this tattoo?
And then afterwards, he's like, it actually is Frankenberry. Like, why did you say this for your daughter? Because I'm a liar.
Well, guys, you guys get to do 60 seconds of your pitch. You know, 60 seconds. You hear the meow of the kitty. How adorable. That means your time's up. Don't go much longer after that, or else you're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. Yikes.
That got more tense than last time. I don't recall.
Yeah, they did.
West Hollywood bear is legally able to get married now. He's still angry.
It's actually angrier for some reason. It's very bizarre. So let's do it. You guys ready? Then get this thing started. Episode 30. Our first ever African-American patriot. This is exciting. And your first comedian is Brad Sachs.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Last year was good for me. I got engaged to be married. Thank you. Who else fucked up their life last year? Just me. Yeah, I said to my fiance, hey, can we make a sex date before we get married? She was like, absolutely. I was going to play you. Like, she's casting. Yeah. I've been engaged for a year now. I love to see my fiance. About a year ago, now 1 year later, if I'm driving home and I get home late tonight, cars that just just around the block, guys. Thank you. Oh, thank you, guys.
Wow, just
went from jokes to you just really hate your fiance when your life is becoming like does she listen to podcasts? I hope not. She's like, we're making her name. No, it's not bad. Sometimes. It sounds horrendous, man. It wasn't even the way the last thing you said wasn't even a joke. You were just venting anger. She's willing to marry our Garfield. Wait, is this a girl that you met in Ohio that you came out here with her? Oh, no. He's like, I go to open mics to make fun of her, and she goes to her Narcotics Anonymous meetings to make fun of me. That's how we stay together. So how long have you been dating? I've been dating over 4 years, about 4.5 years. How long have you been in LA? Going on 17 years. Oh, wow. Okay. Where'd you meet? Why are you engaged? No, you can say it, buddy. It's like, why are they questioning the hate speech I just made? Why exactly do you hate the Jews? Well, you know, I do love her. She's wonderful. She's been wonderful for my life. It really is like a Hitler situation. I feel like if you pulled Hitler out of this fucking pre-Holocaust, he would just do material like, I'm not saying I hate the Jews. I'm saying that when I see one, I just drive around the block for a few minutes. She's willing to take the last name Sachs. I would not judge her so much. The reason is at home you can't tell because the camera's like behind you, but you're winking at us when you should be loved her. She's at her job waitressing at Denny's right now going, Brad loves me, this keeps me going on. China is an abyss and I'm Sandra Bullock trying to get home in it. I have a question. Yes, sir. Do you really, really think that you should marry this chick, or do you think that you want to have another chance to get somebody as cute as she is? Or do you give up on her? Serious question. It's not meant to be funny, but it's a point for people to realize. I think I can find someone else that, for sure, big city LA. But I question if marriage is for me. I just don't know. It's scared if it's for me. It's just not for me. I'm being honest about this. I realize I just gotta go. You're already open miking the divorce. So, do you have a date set for this wedding? For the wedding? No, not about a year. 1 year. 1 year from now. 1 year. In March. Next March. No. Does she speak English? Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're engaged. I mean, I ordered a ring and everything. Does she speak English? She does speak English. Is her native country? She was born in LA, right here. What's LA? Oh, I think I might know. No, I mean, she does better. She does a little better. Is she supporting you doing stand-up? No, I mean, you have absolutely got to dump this bitch. She's very listening to this, crying her eyes. She says, I bet you go out there every night and you just talk about how you don't want to marry me. No, I do bits about snuggies. Listen, she's very supportive. I don't want to take up all the time, man. This may be the longest relationship you're in. So we're teaching you about commitment. That's good. No, I truly think it's just hard. I don't think, I just turned 40 and I'm like, there's just no way I can be with one woman for the rest of my life. I just don't think it's... Wow. You mean you can't be with one woman for the next 15 years? Right. For the next 6 months. Yeah. If the one woman's going to kill you in a few years, then I say it's probably not worth it. You definitely need to talk to her about all this because... Why do we... It's not fun. It's a great twist. It's a great twist. You know what? She does not. She's so even-tempered and calm that, that's the good one. What's the most negative thing about her? What's the thing? You're hiding me because now all of a sudden you're backtracking. You're maybe she's not going to find out about this. She liked the Red Hot Chili Pepper Super Bowl performance because if she didn't leave her, that's a deal breaker. Totally. I don't know. I don't know what's the best thing about her. Here's a good question. How many times a week do you have sex? That's one of the things. There's not much sex. It's not. That's the problem. I'm more of a sexual person. A sexual person. That was look, there's once a month. Well, you know, it depends. It's a complicated story. There's a lot of there's so much going on. They already saved the date for when they have sex next. Next month. I don't know. I feel very guilty taking up all the comics. I love that you keep trying to dismiss yourself. This is great podcasting, I'm sorry to tell you. So do you think you're going to do something very soon? I mean, because obviously you're supposed to tell me. You know what? I don't know. I'm not going to do anything. I'm not jeopardizing anything. I'm just viewing my thoughts. That's all. I try to be honest. You come up here and on stage, you need to make yourself as vulnerable as you can. I can't live my life if I can't be honest about my thoughts. You know, the greatest thing would be if her name was in this book. If she was the Dark Patriot. Brad, yes. Look, what about this material? We should well, that's the thing, is that either you really like her or you really don't. Right. I mean, I do a lot of material that's not as, it's more funny than I really want to do it constructively. One thing I will say is, once we started scratching the surface and finding out what's really going on, that's far more interesting. Right. I go around the block, take my wife to police. Yeah, right. Right. For sure. Real shit. This is real shit. In your mind. Yeah, of course. Just gotta find a funny one. It's more specific. Specificity is better than just generalization. And a lot of it was wired in there. A lot of it you talked about. You should be talking about how, you're barely getting laid once a month now, and you're not even married yet. And that's a premise that people can't cover. You're engaged, and you're barely getting laid. Right. That's not how it varies, but I'm sure it stings knowing that tens of thousands of people are listening to this right now. Does she make you happy? Are you happy when you're with her? Look, she really does. Well, here's the thing, comedy never will. Comedy will never do anything. I'm engaged, man, because this will never fucking fulfill you. You'll always be sad, angry, depressed, and you got somebody that loves you. So I totally agree with that. I want to see what you would do if you clapped. Yeah, make sure you clap and then start an electrical fire. If one tear just comes out of the does she not have enough penis? No, what? Penis twist. Oh, no. Brad, I would delve into all that real stuff a lot more. There's a lot going on there. Yeah. Instead of beating around the bush. Yeah, exactly. I would write down all the stuff that you don't want her to hear. And do that shit fun. And then have her hear it before your wedding. And then do that 60 seconds. Los Angeles. And then 60 seconds to your therapist tomorrow. Seriously. There you go. Brad Sachs. That's depressing because I've been in that situation. I dated a girl for 8 years, moved out here with her, and immediately when she moved out, you see all these beautiful women, so she gave me an ultimatum. Like, look, I've been dating for 8 years, we gotta do something now. And so we got engaged, and I just remember being in the same situation. Like, I'm not going to do this. There was no difference between how I felt like a week ago until now. I'm not excited about this wedding at all. And I was like going there just to go through it. And I was going to do the same thing. I was just going to do it because I didn't want to break up. It would be easier just to do it and get a divorce later. So, what is the deal with all these ugly people thinking like pretty people, alright? If someone accepts you, fucking take it because it will not happen. That's why I bring you down. I also say that every single ex-girlfriend usually is always an improvement over the girlfriend before. And if you ever go the opposite way, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, it's tough.
And I also realize that if you're 31-year-old bearded man with stained glasses and you say, I'm going to go see the Lego movie, and the girl says, that's cool, have fun, that is a glass slipper that will never appear. You better fucking work on it. I'm almost 40 and I just realized what I was See, that's why you don't get married.
You're the biggest 12-year-old I've ever hung out with.
What do you have for daughters?
Too soon, too soon. You're nice to meet everybody. Moving along from this love story. Thanks a lot, Brad Sachs, for bringing your shitty relationship. Your hands up for Teresa Sigmund.
Yes. You all know my kids are really honest. So my son overheard me practicing. I was practicing. I worked for a lawyer. I was practicing for oral argument. And he's asking me, Mommy, who are you talking to? I'm like, nobody, what? Who are you talking to? I said, he's not me. It's him acting. Okay. A week later, I'm against Europe. And we've been, running sightseeing with his friends, going off with somebody. And my son goes, Mommy, he's acting like you. I'm like, what, Papa? He's doing the acting. And the European friends go, you just hold this guy with the really crazy. He's not even interested. I'm like, no, there's no acting. And he says, what are you doing? And I don't want him to know for private because I don't want him to know this. So I'm like, I know, I'm doing acting now. And then acting. I said, acting like being in this class is a lot less worse than doing acting. I thought I just got away. So now people from
She teaches dance at the same school Brad teaches music at, so that's good.
Yeah.
We're getting an episode of Glee tonight. This is nice.
Therese. Yeah, how are you? Can you talk to the mic? Yeah. How long have you been doing stand-up?
No, I'm here today because I bumped into this place.
Oh, cool. Interesting.
You know, there's no funny Germans, and I just like to show that everybody's right.
We've never gotten to an apology for the Holocaust.
We're very sorry about that. That is, it's
We learned some of their ashes on your scarf, so that's
at our church, they were doing,
When you say our church, are you mispronouncing Auschwitz?
coincidence that they were doing, and it's the Americans that mixed it. They were saying, they were praising, they were praising, God. And I was just I know, I just thought, I'm a German, it's so ingrained in me not to do, and I just won't be doing my hand like that. I'm not even, but that was just not, like, you can't see a German do that crazy thing. So I was just not doing it. They looked at me like, what are you? I'm like, no, not that hard.
saying.
Bonky Beach.
Have you been to Red Line?
What?
The VAT, huh?
Okay, how do you pronounce Wilshire?
Wilshire.
Oh my god. Wilshire?
We must go to the Wilshire. Wilshire is where Magneto's parents were birthed.
What is this picture? It's Wilshire. And when I tried to order pizza, it's like, nobody knows it's it's between Sunset and Santa Monica. They're like, you mean Wilshire? I'm like, it's Wilshire. So,
I go to my favorite pizza shop. It's on the corner of Wilshire and Wilcox.
Look, I know it's not going well, but I like you. I want you to stay in this country. I think you should be a grad anyway.
Wait, what's this in the bucket? The green card? Are you a full-time, are you a citizen now? Or are you just running from the law?
No, I'm running from the law. I'm running towards the law.
Taking Wilshire.
Then the left on Temple, right. You guys should all go Tuesday and search of civil rights at the books. They hate melanin rich people. I always fight for you people and say, stop it. Melanin rich are being incarcerated. That's what you said.
Do you mean blacks or Romans? I'm not sure.
I mean people that are being falsely incarcerated because of the same thing that us do, but they get in prison, we go to rehab. That's the difference.
Are you saying melanin rich?
Well, I don't like to say black because I don't think there's black people. It's
Yeah, you call it melanin rich.
Wait, you don't think there's Did you guys see?
That's actually the name of Willie's first comedy album. Melanin rich.
She said 12 years of slave conspiracy theorist. I don't think that's if you look for the clues, it didn't happen.
Patriots glaring at you right now.
Larry, he loves me.
Are you celebrating Nothing History Month?
It's not black. There's not such a thing as a black person. It's melanin rich. In our literature, black is sociopathetic.
So, do you call white people melanin poor?
Yes, in fact.
Really?
Yes. Shoot. But they're also melanin rich. Just not
Well,
poor.
let's just send the racial sports. No, that's just reserved for albinos.
I don't discriminate against race. I discriminate against stupidity. It's a whole different. If you can prove to me that race is something to do with stupidity, I'll look into it. As long as it's unrelated, somebody of any kind of looks is completely unimportant.
Yeah, but you gotta admit those melanin rich.
First they takes all our jobs, then they takes all our melanin.
Well, it's funny. We all try to look like them. We try to.
She just thinks I'm so
We all get fake tan. We all try to get proof behind here. We all try to do a lot of things that they have, but then we just kind of say, oh, they're bad. And we all try so hard. And then with man, they really try to be bad.
I think our time is gone.
Teresa is
Once you go melanin rich, you're one happy bitch. I brought this joke into my diary.
Man, those are definitely the two most interesting openers we've ever had on the show. This is like a fucking amazing start.
That was two really different types of sadness. That was
She really did apologize about the Holocaust for a moment. I don't know if you guys
misconduct. She goes, we are really sorry about that. It's so fucking funny. It's so hard. Oopsie. Oopsie daisy.
Oops, I did it again.
Oh, he really didn't mean to do that. Accident.
Did I do that?
Oh my god.
That's the melanin rich character, Steve Urkel.
We're hands together for Mike Roberts.
Hey, thanks for having me. How's everybody doing? We're gonna talk about college today. Anybody go to college in here? Yeah. College will make you do some stuff you never thought you would do, like stealing hot sauce from the cafeteria. And you put it in your room and you're dressing like it's yours. And where you get your toilet paper from? Wendy's. You get the yellow napkins and pile them up in your bathroom. College was a trip for me from the beginning, though. My dad wanted to make it a road trip, so he made my mother drive so he could get his drink off on the way. And so we had this tragedy before I got to school where basically he had to use the bathroom. He was on her nerves all the way, getting on her nerves. She wouldn't stop, so he peed into a cup. Peed into the cup, threw it out the window, and went right to the back window and hit me in the face. Bad part about it is, or the good part about it is I had no shades. Bad part is I had piss on my shades.
That was a simple one. That was like the day that MGM dream put to sleep.
Indigestion from that horse earlier.
Well, I don't know. Why don't we let them know the sex
There you go. Mike Roberts.
Yes, sir.
Did that really happen? The peace story?
No, it did. Wow. It wasn't quite as bad as it sounded. Only a few drops got on me, so but it did happen.
Felt like there was another twist coming. Like when you said the good news was I was wearing sunglasses, and the bad news was I had pee on my sunglasses. I feel like that was sort of like a known thing I was expecting.
Everyone expected there to be no. I know, that was kind of on purpose, as you would expect.
So later.
There were so many, I don't know what to call that actually, but I knew you would know.
But there was so much useless information to get to that, like him being a drunk, what did that mean to the story? All these different things that you kept saying about college and all that. What did college have to do with getting this on the face and everything? It's like, when the SATs, they always have that section where it's like circle which part isn't relevant to the story. You should do that when writing jokes, because because you got cut off, right? You didn't get to finish because you had so much unnecessary.
And then also, you're expecting what seems to be relatable is not like none of us use one of those damn things. So it's not
I was also personally envious because I could never afford the amount of melanin you have.
It kind of costs, dude. It kind of costs.
You did say that you use Wendy's napkins?
No, I did. Like, basically, when you run out of toilet paper and you're at a fast food place, you just kind of like get extra tissue to take home so you can have the tissue in your mouth.
This is a simple phrase. I don't know if it makes it much harder, but you say I. You know what I mean? Because that's more true than yeah, make it personal. Maybe add something about how you wouldn't need as much toilet paper if you ate something better than Wendy's.
That's true. You use Twitter, so you know that there's like a character count. Like you only have so much space. Imagine trying to write that joke and you tweet. Twitter's really good because you have to try to get it yourself. You get the point across. And that's like I remember last time you were on stage, the same thing. You had this very elaborate story, and then kind of just like at the very end, I was like, wait. I was just paying too much attention to this story. I didn't really get the joke.
The thing is, if you work really hard, you can be a great
storyteller kind of style, but still almost spoken word. And I'm trying to like, but then play your strengths, you know. But go to the top. I'm trying to figure out how to do it today. But don't. Like if that's your strength, that's what you're good at. Then don't. Go to storytelling. Yeah, go to the long advice. But if you want to stand up, then you got to come back. You know. What else happened when you got the piss on your face? There's piss on your sunglasses, your face is covered in piss. What do you say to your dad? Do you say, Dad, I'm back in town? Yeah, exactly. What really happened? So what really happened is we were in Alabama, and so we just got in the car. Unfortunately, the car didn't AC. A new car, AC doesn't work in the middle of the summer. In August, going to Alabama. So it's like, God. So that's why did you pick that car? But you know what? It was kind of cheap. You guys might be melon and rich, but not enough to have AC. It was supposed to have AC, but it just didn't. Do you remember what kind? Was it a windy? It was a. No, it was a big no. No, a little worse. It was like 72 ounces of hot piss. And it was funny, he had ice in it, and the ice melted. Right. Yeah. It was like water. So what did you say to your dad after the piss hit you? Was he upset that there was now piss in the back of his car? Did he really not care? No, it was my car. It was my car. They were going to college. So I had piss on my car. Really, it was like piss water. So I thought it wasn't funny in the moment, but every time I tell somebody, it's like a funny story. Well, I think it was funnier in the moment than it is now, actually. It's sort of hard to get that story across with a pen because there's nothing coming. He's like, and the worst thing is like I've done this joke a few times in urban rooms. I've always had to win. At least you had a dad, and then it gets oh God, I'm so sorry. I was raised in Florida, and it comes out sometimes. I apologize. This way. Just walk the Patriot. I guess there's only enough room for one of you. That's a no. Really? This shit is out of control. If you're wondering who's the King Mike Buggy, I mean, I'm sure you tried Mike Lawrence when you were doing on Twitter. That's probably the first one. I'm so pissed about the person who has Mike Lawrence. He literally has one tweet, and it's, when are we going to go hiking, Sherry? That's it. It's so awesome. Yeah, somebody, and I believe it's like Uruguay or something, has the at Kill Tony. It's just a totally different language, so I have no idea how to even ask him for it. But I don't even know where he's at. It's just a little fun fact. I used to, and I have plenty of people watching. I like to think it's one of those cats like chicken cover. There's no standard. Puppy pad? Yeah, there's like a $5 chicken, it's always on a puppy pad. Oh, yeah, that's really good. No, that's like, so it's like, even then, you're the first person to get salmonella of the butt. Erica Langria. Alright, this is my impression of Brody Stevens as a strip club DJ. Alright guys, get out those dollar bills. Hell yeah, we got that 2-for-1 promo out there. 2 for 1, 2 for fun. Enjoy it. That's right guys, we got that promotional going on right now. It's the 5 for 3. You get 2 free lap dances. Loving it, enjoying it. Yes! Alright, enjoy it. We got that ATM over there by the bar area. Hell yeah. Hot, sexy ladies out there loving it, enjoying it. This is Christopher Walken in Spanish. Christopher Walken in Spanish. Guys, this is the Moscow bell. Moscow. first Bernie Stevens.
That was a dick sucking itself.
Yes! Loving it and doing it, hell yo.
But also, if you do an impression of someone who's some insider, not what the world is.
Yeah.
We don't know who it is.
Impression's gotta be very good. What about you, Dice Clay? Dickory, thought, guess that cheap got you on the weekend. Hey, everybody, you know that Mary had a little way with their labor. And then you want to next.
Answer the question, what if the rapper did multi impressions for the decade? You guys like reggaeton impressions? This is Rodney Dangerfield sorting. Oh, I'll tell you.
Yikes. Are you hoping to get those impressions like inside people to the point to where you make them famous? The person that you're doing an impression of?
You're doing a great impression of a guy who comes up on stage in a shirt that says pothead on it. That is fucking nailing it. Did you make that yourself?
No, it's my buddy shirt.
My buddy is Bill Cosby. And he sounds a little like this.
What is the deal with no good stuff? Stevens one, even though I know who he is, and I'm just having fun. I know, but you know what I mean? I'm not taking this to comedy section. You're not doing anything but fun. Relax, you guys are just like, you guys are all like, no, sir, you're doing it wrong. Like, who cares?
What I'm saying is that it was a really good club DJ voice. I mean, it was dead on as a club DJ voice. I just didn't have it.
Everybody can do that one too if they want it.
I think the only thing about it was they enjoyed it.
Yeah,
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There was no Brody in there. There was like one or two things to the whole thing. If you're gonna do it, do it. But like that was just like it's your fun.
I think I should have got high before I did it. Do you like this?
Well, you're not high. You're wearing a pocket. The fuck?
Real contacts of North Hollywood. I'm just representing.
Oh,
Yikes. That's my gang. That's your gang. It's all right, North Hollywood. We smoke weed, we jaywalk, we do a bunch of bad stuff. Wow. No, had nothing to do with the real contacts of North Hollywood. We're bad dudes. We wear vests like this. They're crazy. We're nuts.
We would have thought your last impression would be worse than the ones you did.
I love what's a lesbian caught in your throat, Tony. What's that? Yeah, you heard it. What's that? Let me buy some time before I start calling you Spanish McFly. Yeah.
Settle down in the back. You're getting scared. You signed up for this. You're getting
scared? No, dude, we're having fun, right? You guys are doing stuff, man. You're doing it back. Relax. Excuse me, we're like the nerdy.
What did Jerry Seinfeld throw it back? What's the deal?
Can you do a Schwarzenegger?
Schwarzenegger? No. Damn. How about Hank? All right, that's true. Wait, did you guys hear my Christopher Walken impression? It was like, yes, I heard. It was all live. It was supposed to be a joke. Guys, they took my cowbell. You think that's my closing bit?
You had 60 seconds to tell comedy. That's what
I'm
you
doing 60 seconds on a freaking podcast, all right? Yeah, for people to hear what? That's your what if they hear it? Oh no, what if they don't like it?
Well, that is what's going to happen. So,
what's going to happen? Am I going to do a comedy tomorrow because of it? You guys are acting like this is all.
Didn't end up too well for you tonight. You got a little bit nervous.
Oh, I got my heart broken, Tony. I guess this is the end of my comedy career. I should just pack up and leave LA. You said so.
Start walking.
Your comedy career would have to start for it to come to an end.
All right, Tony. It'll have to come to an end, I guess.
That impression is as good as your other impression. excited that I sound like that. Erica, you're pretty much completely unbearable. Erica Wakeman. You shitty impressions. These things that just having fun up here, so you didn't really. So when I was coming back, you guys didn't have any fun. You guys were just saying a material. You said yourself that you don't do that on stage. That you can't. But they all think it's gonna end my comedy career. No, seriously, I think everybody's fucking doing too much about. Dude, you think way too much of this podcast. I actually think this is gonna make or break my career. We're not saying that. You're gonna say goodbye. So you're gonna get on the stage. I'll show you guys. I'm gonna be a big star, you see? I'm gonna be a big star. I'm gonna prove you guys wrong. I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna be somebody. You'll see. You'll see. I'll show you guys. They're still bombing here. They're still bombing. We just get up the phone. I want to apologize to Aaron Mars and Rothschild, Stimmons, and every other person who actually tries and fucking wants to be a comic. That was terrible. Yikes. I'm pretty sure he just burned at least 80 bridges. And got a sitcom on Telemundo. Yeah. Didn't even get to make fun of him. This has been a crazy fucking episode. We really need some Germans up in here. We need Germans to lighten up the mood and give them fun. You know, I had a German to apologize for the Holocaust. It's literally been, I don't think I should marry a girl, kills the Jews, is in my face, and Christopher Walken. Oh, I mean, that was just the worst. What do you think you could have done to be a little bit worse? I think it's going to turn out that we've been dead for the last hour. It's weird when hired patron is the only thing I understand in this room, other than keeping it. I love it that he said you guys are taking this podcast way too seriously. Like, even if it was an open mic, just a regular open mic, and this wasn't being recorded, why would you want to suck and then be proud of sucking and then not pretend like you didn't suck? Just say I'm just having fun. Yeah, and then like just having fun isn't defense. Right. Yeah, it doesn't make it all right. Yeah. To be fair, you seem like you guys not having fun. All the screaming. He did kill himself. And that weird crying thing at the end where you try to make it funny by like, oh, that was a joke, but it's like there's a part of that that's real. And I know because it happens sometimes where like you just fail so terribly at something that you try to like exit on a joke, which you kept trying to do over and over again. But there's no real good exit after all that. Yeah. Your next comedian. Who knows what's going to happen? Sidney Cave, I do believe it, that he or she has been on the show before. Eli Jacobson, everybody. Blacklisted. I don't know what to do. I feel like Eli Jacobson was just going to be that guy, but in a cocaine. Oh yeah, Patriot, you finally put the block in blacklisted. I really would be if that guy was Philip Seymour Hoffman's dealer, so you could hate him on two different levels. Shut the fuck up. Too late. I love how you kept trying to guess what I was going to make fun of him at. No, call me Spanish Marty McFly. It's like, no. Clearing together for Jay White.
It's real weird. One of my kids that I teach lessons to, he almost drowned, so I was next part of the lessons. And it's really hard to teach a 2-year-old how to swim when he's already seen death. He does not care. I can't imagine raising this kid. Hey, what are you coming for their sport? Oh, this is just all black. Yeah, Daddy, like the void. So, like, I felt bad for the kid that he pooped on me. I didn't feel bad after that. He had to be in the biz collar and accidental release of feces. More harmful. Much less acute than it sounds. I can't be bad at it. He's literally scared shitless by the water. Yeah, that's just there are other things you would be afraid of, you know? 6% is made water. Now, you look at water, perfect time. Before you, Eli Jacobson had the set of the night. That was good. What happened in the beginning of that joke? Oh, I tried to say something about how fucking weird it was beforehand, but I don't know the words. No, I mean like the first part of the joke. Oh, the first part of the joke? Poop in the water, or what happened? He almost drowned. Right, that's why I had to teach him lessons. He's got tired of that. So what was all black he was because he was dead? Yes. You probably should say blue or something. Because I had no idea what you were saying black. Like when you drown, you turn black, so you say blue, right? Well, I was just, I don't know, I guess he was trying to think. He's talking about, he said petroleum. Just circles, one circle, back. Yeah, okay. Thank you. It was a lot refreshing than, the other guy. That was already when he said swim ups. As a kid in the pool, it's guys, what's going? Yeah. But we're already having a conversation. Was a swim teacher. Swim Johnny. Legitimately, I would say I like the confidence, cadence, eye contact with us. It's like, look, they're comfortable up there. How long have you been doing stand-up? Okay. Yeah, very comfortable on stage. Jumps and dual share a time and just how often have you been doing that? Well, really, I've been focusing on it for about first two years. I was like watching as the first two like 4 years. I think once the writing becomes sharper, the company has some hard parts of this writing. It's like the art of the joke. You just took an acronym and said it, and there wasn't one punch. And I also, maybe it was just me, but I sort of didn't get any of the punchlines. I didn't get the black thing. I didn't get the part before that. I think there was one. Maybe, I don't know. I guess, yeah, they definitely need to have like some crisp. I don't even really know what the main frame of that. What was the front end of that joke about swimming lessons? Like what was the beginning of it? It's really hard to teach a kid how to swim because they're in sea. So he did die. He initially dead. Right. Well, there's a joke right there that you can see that like I teach swimming lessons to 2-year-olds. They're more like try not to drown lessons or something like that. And like if you're 2 and you almost drown, isn't that closer to your birth experience? So, I mean, it's also like you got your hands on more when 2-year-olds than Jerry Sandusky. Honestly, one of the weirdest things about teaching a 2-year-old is you have to like hold them up in the water and you have to be touching their butt the entire time and like go around. It's super weird. There's probably a lot of pee in that pool too. A lot of pee. A lot. There was when the kid, there was it's interesting because since I started stand-up, people tell me that because of my French accent, I sound gay, and because of my first I'm a terrorist, and it's not very attractive to be a terrorist, so it's not something that's working very well. Anyway, I took a lot of classes for my accent, and as you can hear, and but I found a new way to improve my accent, and it's called drinking. Alcohol is the solution, especially when you're against your shit face. But that never happened. And there's still some words that I can't. You know what? This is one of those weird instances where I actually want to hear the end of it. So, what instances? Well, I'm a writing teacher, so when I teach the writing, I'm a writer. Okay. So you have a hard time pronouncing some words in this. So like when I ask a child to concentrate, I would tell him, all right, Jonathan, can you please focus? And I always sound like it's a French Cisco realm. You don't look French, you're wearing like yellow. Can you mime out your jokes? Yeah, you look like so embarrassed. That's like the Dark Patriot came up and was like, you know, I look nothing like a superhero. You're wearing the costume, I mean the striped short sleeve t-shirt. Very French. Yeah. Sexy. No. You do a joke saying where you don't look French. So you won't tell me that I have a French dad. Well, you do because you have a beret on. But it's nobody that's not French wears their anyone who's American wears that. So it's into the Ford and sings for Smash Mouth. How long have you been in America? I've been traveling for the last 10 years. Yeah, I lived for 10 years ago. You lived there all the way up before that, right? Yeah. Born there. And what kind of Middle Eastern are you? Interesting. So, I mean, there were definitely, obviously, second language learning, and like at times there were some, barriers with that, communication, wordplay and all that. Well, but just being honest, the way, like, you would say things factually, but not, in a complete, funny, punchy way. The joke about the audience and I'm joking, or not, like, that's how I sound. I'm not good at impressions, which we've learned is a good thing tonight. Actually, a bad thing. But I felt like at times there was some kind of distance, and the more you do it, I mean, I applaud you. I can't see any other way. Yeah, it's very impressive. Second language, it's easy. Syntax. I have a question for you. I've done a set last Wednesday. It's the exact same room. What's that? I did my 6-minute show. And so I just lost it. What happened in my body, nobody was it. Violin. Yeah. Did you play that last week? Yeah, I did. How much of the 6 minutes was the violin? 45 seconds. Did you open with it or close with it? So you did 22 minutes. You see the video, like, so 6 minutes, and just laugh and laugh. It was great. Like, every time I go to open mic or something, they stand up coming into it, take the Let me tell you what,
Because a belly bringer show on an average night, this is like a special format of a show that takes place in this room. Normally, the shows here, the audience are filled with the biggest idiots in the world. Because they got dragged here by their friends, their friends who work in restaurants with them and stuff. It's very easy to
Yeah, they're trying to laugh to help their friends out, have fun, trying to be supportive. So I mean, you get a little weird audience. That's what comedy can be. This is what comedy is. And then the question is like, how good watching it? UCK. And I've been watching Dr. Everyone has their own taste.
It's always that way. Not everybody's always going to like everybody. Everybody's different. So are the comedians. So it's all about finding your own little people that you like. Nobody has the exact same top 10.
And the thing is, too, because I noticed at times, and there's nothing wrong with it, whenever you are nervous or you would expect a reaction, and that would be like kind of a sign. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that happens all the time. But the thing is, you should be performing as if you're on that belly drum show all the time.
Right, and that's what the open mics are good for, is by burning away that fuel of, oh shit, they didn't laugh at that. Like, that's exactly what you want to get used to.
Some people are a lot of comics. A lot of comics will avoid shows where they'll get no signs. It's not to those break shows. You're not going to get good. That's comedy.
So how long have you been on stand-up for? This is exciting. I think, my favorite part of that set, by the way, and I don't even know whether you were trying to be sarcastic or not, but was when you said they've been taking French classes and as you can tell they were. Right. But it actually is true at the same time. I mean, I can't imagine, like Nick said, I mean, the second language, this is the hardest thing to do, in my opinion, with a normal language, to be able to change timing and cadence and beats and everything, especially just words. It seems like fucking nightmare, like final.
We had to just
Right. Impossible.
then you just tell us the truth.
Impossibility.
Yeah, you should talk more about that. Like, just how you can reach.
Yeah, definitely. Your email instead of your Twitter handle. Okay. Yeah, we won't put that out there because you don't want anybody fucking with you. Very good. Interesting. Player French. Interesting. There's our manga and somebody else. What are you guys doing? You having fun?
I want to apologize to the applicants. Alright, so bumper stickers, guys. We really got to think about these bumper stickers because you guys are putting these causes that are near and dear to your hearts on your bumpers. You're driving around like assholes. I was driving behind a guy for 30 minutes. It's free Tibet bumper sticker. I don't know what Tibet is. I came to point it out on the map, but I want to fucking follow Tibet by the end of the time, especially you driving this all over the road. Well, they're going to start a driving school where you do a driver's test based on your driver's score. All the shitty drivers can get a Genie 2016 bumper sticker. All the good drivers can coexist bumper stickers. You got it. That's all I have. Started in December.
Awesome.
Saying you were in the military and then talking about bombing Tibet makes me think that you could. It's funny because I'm going to talk more after.
You've always wanted to do
And you earned it, yeah. So I served and I saw the whole thing. I've noticed that time and time again. Ever since I started comedy, I've noticed that it is probably the hardest thing. I've seen religion jokes, I've seen something. There's something so hard to make military. I've been in military jokes.
Yeah, but once you have the credit of, well, I was there, then you're allowed to deserve respect.
Yeah, I understand that you want to talk about things specific, but that's yourself. You cover it. Right. I'll tell you what. I knew that you're in it to win it. The fact that you made that Afghani theme joke right from the top, I mean, that's sort of like pro shit. You know what I mean? You acknowledge something that with you and your background, where right the direction you were going in, which is the military, you made the sorry about the Afghanis, and then you were in, then you're playing with fire. I can tell that you're brand new by how fast you're moving. Yeah, well, I was pacing up and down Sunset trying to get my minute in. Right. My original material was about automatic toilets. Interesting. I couldn't get it under a minute, so I was like, fuck it. We're something else. We're actually going to get a documentary about ice. So you saw drugs, the person you saw. I actually worked as a contractor. 2009. I started watching it again. Started reading up on stuff. Chinese in the United States. So simple there. There you go. Yeah, exactly. That works. That's the type of stuff. I mean, if you want to go that, if you wanted to go that direction, you could. But you can also, you know, I would just say,
appropriate about him following the French calendar. American things up here. So there's my punchline.
I'll be in France in 2 weeks.
Get a fucking prayer.
Just call it. What are you doing in France? Just to visit a friend. Adam, you just started in December, and I fucking love your style. I mean, I can tell that you're in it to win it, and you're probably going to be doing this for a long time. So congratulations. I hope you win. Next time you're on, let's go down on the next one. That's Adam Patterson. Call him on Twitter, not Patterson. I'm calling about Homeland Security. This guy's an actual patriot. So, I mean, come on, you're wearing a pajama costume for a sex simulator. I'm trying, man. Oh, Red Man, it's not on you. That's all Amazon Prime, by the way. That's the
saddest thing I've seen in shoulder pads since the Denver Broncos.
I give that joke a Seahawks 75 points on the Super Bowl. Super Bowl. That's right.
The Wikipedia football didn't tell that joke.
Well, as many of you know, every episode we have 2 regulars that go on. They always bring a new minute every single week, and this week's no different. Bring in together for your first of our 2 regulars, Kimberly Condon.
Hi guys. So I was thinking the other day. I was walking, and a guy walked by me. I was wearing some leggings, and he got a hard on. And then I got to thinking, boners are flattering. You know, it's like they're saying, "I choose you." Do you guys remember being really young and like doing some like Christmas performance at school and looking out and seeing your dad in the crowd and he gave you one of those? It's like the same thing, except it knows you inside out. One of my favorite hobbies is watching my high school friends fluctuating weight via social media. You know, it makes you feel good. Okay, so people have friends that commit suicide, and they always say, you know, they didn't show signs. I have no idea. People show signs that they're giving up on life. Like, girls become Mary Kay consultants, and guys get tattoos that say bless.
What was the first premise that you talked about?
That's right. Flattering.
Okay, I didn't understand that ending part. I think there's a little bit of something there with the flattering thing. Like it's almost like I don't know.
The both are just good inside out.
It's like a compliment.
Yeah, I didn't get the inside out thing.
There's something funny too, the fact that like what if you're flattered by it and then you realize that it just happens all the time, where it's for everything but you. You know, it's like it's not hard to get hard.
Yeah, I thought of that too, but
Maybe that's exactly how it is. Like you can't.
I mean, I saw Philomena last week and Judy Dench started crying and I was kind of aroused, you know.
Judy Dench. I can't come without watching Judy Dench cry. She cries in every movie.
Only 6 minutes of Shakespeare in Love, but it lasted 12. So.
And then the second part is the premise that I like the most. I think that makes sense coming to me. That sounds like something that the young female comedian who just dropped out of college would talk about, is watching your friends fluctuate on Facebook. I don't really know.
I was going to add at the end of that, I talked about how the girls that were really hot in high school, they peaked too early, and like they wasted their sex young and tender. You know, like they're still the same hotness, but like it just never increased. They just got really hot in high school. You know those girls, they're like hot in high school, but just stayed in that high school.
Yes, I've been to Applebee's. That's interesting.
Maybe their Facebook, maybe it's like a hot dog eating contest without the hot dogs or something like that.
It's definitely something. Yeah,
It's a good premise.
totally, exactly. I can't really think of much right now, but like, it's almost like when you read their status update, they can put whatever they want as their status update, but you're looking at their profile pic and that says 185.
Their fantasy.
Right. Yeah, there you go. Or, you know, just look at everything and analyze Facebook and figure out where the fact joke is. Whether it's fucking there's so much there.
Iron Blackie and whatever.
I don't feel so right now.
Did you have something? Did you have something that adds there?
I knew what she was saying about the fluctuating weight on that she made it more objective about how she comes to that conclusion. Like, as some things, like, all the pictures, and family, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean?
Maybe like maybe the pictures aren't of spring break in a bikini, but
Well, all the pictures start being from shoulder up. You know, it's
there you go. Exactly. So yeah, that's got to be at the front
the
end.
angles are all the same.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But when they were in high school or college or whatever, it makes their full body. I don't know. There's a lot there. Always fun, always goofy. It's Sarah Weinstein, everybody.